Hey, we are live now for day two of the Parallel League Major Top 8. And this has been an amazing first day, and you are back here for some more action because the top four is going to be lit, definitely. But of course, we are your amazing storytellers here. I'm your host, Excelsior PH, and we have here Free Tip Scout and
Hello.
Kinto, one of our casters yesterday, and of course today as well. But I want to talk about yesterday, what happened yesterday, and I want to see, of course, what Free Tip Scout thinks first about anything. Uh, what happened? Like, what stuck into your mind? What was a core memory in the competitive lore yesterday as we talk about the bracket?
Yeah, well, first of all, I will say that it was an absolutely amazing day for the majors too, because we had some top competitors. We had some really tight games. You can see it here on the bracket. Actually, we had like two games that went for the whole five, the whole distance, basically the whole 5 games. There was no really easy game for anyone. They had to work really hard. And we saw some incredible kind of plays back and forth. I really enjoyed it. It was super fun. And it was actually quite interesting as well because we came into this tournament thinking that, like Sippy was going to be the main deck that was banned. And to be fair, it was banned a lot. But we also saw a couple of instances where it wasn't. And that was really quite cool too. And everyone kind of pretty much everyone pretty much brought similar type decks, just with a little bit of variation in how they were building them. So it was nice to see some of the Aftermath cards. And I think for anyone that's not really had a chance to dig into Aftermath so far, the new expansion, it was such a great way to see some of those combos, some of how the cards work. It was also really, really good to see some of the players themselves finding out for the first time how some of the interactions work. For example, the one moment that
Yeah,
really stood out for me yesterday was jobsad,
yeah,
who
yeah,
actually used the Eclipse Fate on on his own on the relic, but then it
yeah.
obviously wiped out his own relic, and the shock on his face when he saw that was like, oh my god, I didn't realize that's how it works. So it was really good fun, and I'm hoping we get more today.
Yeah, that was Jobsad was or Jobsad was actually, you know, going to be the first to go in and use Neve, and then
Mm.
again we were like going at the back end and even saying typing order, 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 like put it at the
Yeah.
last, stabilize shard at the last, and then
Yeah.
he was like surprised. It was like visibly surprised, and this is basically why we have player cams, man. Like we want
Yeah.
to see those reactions. We want to see all the humanity behind these players because they're just not just names that we can see over at the client over at the bracket. They're also people too, and they have emotions.
Yeah.
Except for some of the other guys who are more experienced, they're like robots, man. So,
who are
but
less emotionless.
yeah,
But
yeah.
no,
I mean,
honestly, I
yeah,
I love that. I have to say as well, like I'm not just saying that for JobSad because I wanted to point out like a mistake or anything. We've all been there. I've done that myself. When I first started playing with the Eclipse Fate, I'd done the exact same thing on stream. And I remember saying to everyone on stream, what just happened? Like I didn't understand. I had to reread the card. And then I was like, oh, okay. So it gets rid of those and anything else on the board, basically. So I was like, wow, okay. And loads of others have done the same. So it's really interesting getting used to the new cards again. And even if you have been playing with the new cards, you'll still most of the time get into these little situations where you might not necessarily know that card as well. And then you'll basically be you'll be figuring out things for the first
Yeah.
time again. So yeah.
Yeah. And with that as well, I would like to ask, of course, Kinto, of course, before I have this question for Kinto, like, I just thought there should be like a parallel league majors, the more you know moment. The more you know with the star and
Yeah, the
whatnot.
more
Like,
you
no,
know.
no, the more you know,
Yeah.
right? You shouldn't you shouldn't use Eclipse Fate while your stuff are on the board. The more you know. But yeah, anyway. So of course, from the top four, I would like to ask Kento. This is one of the tough questions. I've asked this I've asked this to you before, like yesterday. So, of the four, has your opinion changed of who you think will be going furthest in this tournament, or even getting that spot in Worlds right now? Like, I know most of you guys have voted for Manos. Like, looking back at the replays, or maybe looking back at the deck list that they made, you know, um, has that changed, Kinto?
Not really. I mean, yesterday we saw some great plays. We something to know that was important is the fact that we saw many five, like basically all the series went to 5 games, except for the
Mm.
one Manos and Shogo. So we saw like a lot of competitiveness and a lot of quality gameplay yesterday. I was really impressed by some of the players. I think many of them played to their maximum capability. In the case of bullbence, for example, he did some amazing plays, like the one where he drew the take it or leave it when he was playing CPUs. So he wanted to he had an ATN subject and a con incipient there, and had to choose what to do in that situation, and he went with a CP in that case, banking the con incipient that gave him the draw to then get another Triumph of Europa, and ended up overwhelming the board. This is a sort of place that really define the game. Like, it's one thing that it points out, and it's over. In the case of dmoney, I think he made the right decisions. Also, the fact that his opponent, if I mystery, in the case of mystery, he went with the full on trying to win with Kathy. He played 3 matches, won the third, but in the end, dmoney ended up just overwhelming him. Also, this is the types of situation where these players are like can get the advantage and can actually play so well and take the right decisions. Like the moment dmoney played was just because he basically was unlucky mostly. Maybe one mistake, and that was it. So to answer your question, these players are all like, for example, in the case of Manos, every time I've played against Manos, I'm not the type of person that feels that um, a player when I'm playing against someone, I'm gonna get overwhelmed out of nowhere. But
Mm-hmm.
if there's someone in this game that makes me feel like that when I'm playing against him, like this guy actually is gonna come with some type of strategy here to just flip the board on me, even if I'm way ahead, then it's Manos. Like, that's one of the ones, the
Yeah.
guys, like the few guys that I can point out that they can turn up the game upside down for me. So that's why I think Manos has the capability to win this. I mean, he deserves it also. But overall, Bolvens, dmoney also played insanely well yesterday. And yeah, huge props to jobsad. We saw it also in the
Mm-hmm.
same situation where Helios Diardi wanted to win with Kathy and ended up just overwhelming him at the end. In the mirror against Neve, he was also closer in the sense that Helios Diardi basically was near to doing the reverse sweep, but didn't manage to do it on the mirror, which in the end is practically a coin flip. So yeah. To answer your
Yeah.
question, yeah, I still think Manos has the chance to get this, but these players are at the top. Like, they are playing really well, in my opinion.
Yeah, they are really at the top of their game, especially here, getting to the top four right now, day two of the Para League Majors two. And you also mentioned D Money, one of the content creators also streamers of Parallel TCG. I want to ask this about on Free Tip Scouts perspective. You
Mm,
are also a content creator, right? So
yeah.
does this mean, okay, are you at this disadvantage as a content creator when you're playing Parallel TCG, like, and also going on these tournaments or these high stakes tournaments? Does this give you like an easier read for your opponents, like on how you're gonna be playing, right? What do you think about that?
That's actually a good question. I don't think you are at a disadvantage, but I think that you definitely are not hiding as much, right? Because you're much more out there. You're showing people what you're playing. They get used to how you play, your style, some of the decisions that you do. So I don't think that puts you at a disadvantage, though. If anything, sometimes that can be an advantage for you. For example, we can see that I remember seeing it yesterday. dmoney had a huge amount of support in the chat from everyone in the parallel community. You know, like they were really rooting for him. And sometimes you can use that energy to then go and spur you on and to focus that into your game because you really want to then go and do it, right? Not only for you, but you then want to go and do it for everyone in the parallel community. So I don't think it is a disadvantage. I think it's nice to be able to stream and do content on parallel, and if that is also showing how you play, it's a good thing, I think, because it just allows people to be able to take some inspiration, maybe put that into their own decks. They can bring that to tournaments like this if they can get this far, and then it fosters a better, healthier, more competitive environment. And I think that's what we're all hoping for. So no, but yeah, D Money's got. I mean, they've all got difficult games today. D Money was super excited, wasn't he? Yesterday, I think he was
Yeah,
the most like animated out of everyone
yeah,
yesterday, and you can tell that this really means so much to him, especially the way that he got to the final eight in the first place, because he had to, of course, beat Lambie in his last game, and that was a notorious game, as we know, for the infinite infinite supply cache.
yeah.
So we really had to work super hard to get here, and you can just tell that it means so much to him. And his streams are great. His content's good. He's doing a lot of great stuff for the game. So it'd be a really good story if he could end up going all the way. But there's a lot of big competitors that he has to get past first, and the first one is of course jobsad. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like when I was watching the stream again, like I
Mm.
just the thing that I do, I was looking at the money again, all the expressions. He couldn't hide all the expressions. Like, so if you were on land, probably you'll be more muted or you'll be more aware that you're doing these things. But the content creator shows out like, okay, I want to express this emotion and I'm expressing it through my body language already. And
Yeah,
yeah, you can see it. Like he exploded when he won his matchup, and
he did.
maybe we can see more of that today, depending on how he's going to be performing against his opponent. But yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I want to talk about the decks that the our players like carried. Like we have the usual suspects, right?
Mm.
So we have the Nehemiah, we have the Scipius, we have the Kathy, and we have also Neve.
Neve.
So
Yeah.
I would like to ask Kento, like being one of the deck doctors that I see over at the different websites. Like he actually,
Deck Doctor.
this is just
Love that.
this is just what this is just I
Hey.
want to I just want to I just want to say like Kinto has put a lot of decks on different websites, and I don't know how he does it, man. It's like already uploaded, and it also helps, right? So yeah, props to Kinto for doing that for the community as well, and anyone who uploads their deck just to give the a kind of a compass for people who are just trying to find a good way to play parallel. So anyway, going back to the question, Kinto, do you have like any deck that you would like to highlight? Because like any tech from any of our players that could possibly be a winning tech that they put in, and possibly any deck that could have like popped out to you and say, okay, this is a nice tech that they put in.
Well, more than a specific deck, I mean, all of them look pretty standard in terms of like pretty similar the cards that they use. I understand your question about the text and all of that. Um, I didn't get to read all of them in the initials. For example, the matches that we didn't cast, I didn't get to see closely. those decks that those guys were playing, but I do can say that when I was reading the bullbence decks and going through them, they really resonated with me in terms of like, hey, these all of these make sense, makes a lot of sense. So I can really say that bullbence decks are a big thread here. Like he really built them in a way that definitely um, I think has all the answers, because in the end that's what you need. Like you need something that makes sense according to what the rest of the people, the rest of the players are using, and more than like specific text, it's about the coherence of the decks, I would say, and definitely props to Bovens in this regard, because I think he really did well building them.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the decks that Bulbins was carrying yesterday, and I think the first batch now, this was the match that we were able to go live with, and this was the deck. These were like this was the portion where Katari was not banned, if I remember correctly. But let's look at this highlight right now while we are like discussing, of course. One of the like the decks that Bullbens was carrying was a Kathy deck. So, you know, anything that put him above and beyond, of course, over his opponent, that was played right here, Kinto.
Specifically, I do like, for example, the Scanner Probe is a card that is, I can tell you right away, is a good addition in this deck, because you have the Cathy's Rallying Cry that, as we saw yesterday, like the amount of double slingers, free tips that we saw from the Cathy's Rallying Cries were just insane. So having one more option of a 2-cost card like a Scanner Probe, which you can pair it up like right away and buff it, it's super good. That is something that I can tell you really makes a difference in these types of decks. The fact that he's running the 2 Determined Assaults, I've seen many of them not even run one, which is also a card that can give you that edge that I was discussing yesterday. For example, against Neve, if you can like really reach for lethal early on, or really get Neve to a place where it's like it's too early and they're already at 10 health. Determined Assault is a card that for sure and most likely will win you the game. You just keep attacking face, for example.
Yeah, what is with this deck? Like with the absence of orbital strike, like a bunch of the burn tools or burn effects. Like I'm looking at the other effects as well. There's not a lot that can like get you like burn damage straight up, considering that it has logistics mastery. Like so, what is with this kind of box that they're carrying? What advantages does it have over a pure burn deck? How about you, Free Tip? Can you give us some insight into this?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I think the aftermath cards have meant that the standard normal burn deck that we were used to has almost had to evolve a little bit. So it does include those nice, powerful cards from the new set. So ordinarily in the kind of like the old burn deck, we would have probably seen things like crack shot, right? Just so that you can squeeze out even more damage directly to the opponent, and you can pair that up nicely with the fleet support, for example, and the artillery spotters, right? We don't see the spotters anymore because they got nerfed. We don't see the fleet support that also got nerfed, and also there's other types of cards now that are more viable. We don't see Crackshot anymore, which I think is a little bit of a shame because I still like that card. But again, we're seeing more low-cost cards which are more viable, more important, like Take It or Leave It, no snitching. So it's a deck now that has to not just be purely about burn, right? I think before,
Yeah.
when there were less options, there were less cards that you had to worry about, you could just go straight on, hit the face, right? But now you have to think about, how do I silence a unit, or I need to also ramp a little bit better. They can't rely on logistic support cruiser anymore to ramp, because again, that's a 4 cost, it got nerfed. why take that when you can get take it or leave it? So there's just so much more that needs to be factored in, and the deck has just had to evolve a little bit. And I think it's a good evolution. But the one thing I will say is the one card I really miss from like these types of burn decks or these effect decks is Fire Everything, because I love
Oh
that
yeah.
card. I think it's so good, so powerful. I love the sound that it makes when you play it. You're like, oh wow, this is like really, this is really getting going now. It's serious, right?
Can you make that
Just
sound? Can you
such
make
a
the sound? Can you try it?
I haven't had enough drinks yet. It's too early in the day. But no, like just the deck has had to evolve. And what I like about Bullbence's deck is that Bullbence has showed so far since he's come into the game, because he's not been playing Power for very long. He's very
Mhm.
locked in, and he's very quickly like learn how to get tournament decks nice and optimized. And he's got enough experience now very quickly going to these tournaments, competing at these tournaments. He was, of course, the finalist in Manila. He knows exactly what sort of deck he needs to lock in. And with his types of decks, there's no fat in the deck. It's very lean. Everything that doesn't need to be there is stripped away. And it's just very, very focused on what his strategy is. So it's a really, really decent deck. Yeah.
Yeah, like dude, that's amazing insight as to like the mindset, or rather the strategy that Bullbens is
Mm.
playing. But also I want to say that these kinds of decisions in terms of like going into with your deck and going into the matches with what cards you're gonna be playing, there's a lot of pressure, so to speak,
Yeah.
with I think some of you guys have mentioned already. There's a lot of money riding with each
Yeah.
decision, and I want to do a recap first before we go in and straight into the discussion of the composition, or rather the contribution of prize pool, or the it's like it you're thinking about it behind your mind, or at the back of your mind, that it's every decision is possibly a like a 2,500 USD decision, or like a big mistake though. But before I ask a question for Quinto, like again, guys, this is a huge amount of prize pool going to the first placer, 20K USD, 17 league points, and a spot at Parallel Worlds, or the Parallel League Worlds Championship over at Las Vegas. Second place is going to be 10K with 11 league points. Third to fourth place, 5K with 11 league points. And fifth to eighth place with 2.5K USD and 9 league points. So everyone here actually just got a 2.5K bump over at day one. But now for each win, you're going to be having another bump in the prize. And Kinto,
Yeah.
man, I know you played some tournaments, also, casted some tournaments as well. What do you think is the kind of pressure that these players are experiencing, considering that each move is possibly like a $10,000 move, $10,000 fail, or whatnot?
I mean, definitely hits hard when you make a mistake. Most like and mostly when you lose a match. I think that's when everything hits in tandem and all at once. Um, but for me, in the moment when I've been playing uh, in tournaments, I usually get into a flow state where it's like I'm
Mhm.
really locked in into what I'm doing. I'm not thinking about anything else. Like thinking about anything else whatsoever can just mess up your concentration of what you're doing. But definitely, I mean, I still remember when I was playing that finals against in the first tournament, in the alpha, in the closed alpha tournament.
Mhm.
For me, that was like super insane in terms of I was really nervous, like making each play that day, that moment. I, Aside from that, the rest of it was pretty like pretty concentration and mostly concentrated on what I was doing. Uh, so I would say like being in the finals is where things get really intense, in my opinion.
Yeah, it definitely is a very, very intense feeling, considering that there's a lot of money riding on each move. And on top of that pressure as well, everybody's watching. Like, okay, if
Mm.
I make this mistake, it's going to be haunting me for the, like, for an indefinite amount of time. And
Yeah.
You know, I know. I know Free Tip Scout really is like one of those audiophiles. Personally, I just want to say, nice, nice
Audiophile.
scans that you have here. But okay, this is one question, one personal question.
Yeah, sure.
You've seen this is I've asked some of the LAN players what challenges that they had that hindered them from playing optimally, right? So
Mm,
one of the challenges was white noise. Like when
mm,
you go into a LAN tournament, white noise has to be one of the ways so that you don't hear the casters, you don't hear all the different stuff happening around you, right? You have to be
yeah.
locked in. It forces you to be locked in, as Kinto said, and into a flow state probably. For some of the guys in the tournaments, what do you think? Like, should they practice even like doing these in online tournaments, like getting a white noise into your headphones, or what other kind of best practices have you heard from some of the players?
Yeah, well, to be honest with you, it's a good question, but I think it largely depends on how you find the parameters, the mechanisms to deal with a stressful situation. So, for example, some people they'll respond or they'll perform better if they listen to music. We haven't really seen that so far at this tournament, where we don't know if someone's listening to music or not. But like, I can imagine that there are some competitors that will find just listening to music will relax them, because music does that, right? Others
Mm-hmm.
might find that they just need to be in a nice silent state, a nice silent room around them, no distractions. And in a way, that silence could be deafening for some, but for them, it actually just might put them in that focus state, as Quinto was talking about. Like the eye of the tiger, so to speak. I think if you can practice in white noise, it's great because then it makes you better suited or much more comfortable when you get into those kind of LAN environments. But I think for the nature of these online tournaments, I don't think it's a prerequisite, and I think that for most players, they just need to find what is going to make them perform the best and focus the best. And if that is listening to music, if that's watching TV whilst you're playing, which I can't imagine many do, but finding the things that just make you nice and focused and you can play is the main thing. And it's going to be different for everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, finding that sweet spot to
Mm.
get into that optimal state of play is actually a good point that Free Tip Scout has said. And
Yeah.
of course, guys, we're going to be concluding or wrapping up this pre-show, but let's not forget the support of some of our sponsors for making this stream and this event happen as well. Community Gaming is the most advanced competitive gaming platform, powering over 300 tournaments per month for the top Web 2 and Web 3 games. CG has facilitated 50 plus parallel tournaments and is committed to support the growth of Parallel's esports scene. Head over to their website, communitygaming.io. I'm also an organizer as well. Yeah, so do check that out. And you can possibly organize your own tournaments and check out their free to enter tournaments, of course, now. Special thanks to Community Gaming for supporting this weekend's event. And with that, of course, we're going to be stopping our, or rather, we're going to be concluding our pre-show discussion with Free Tip Scout and Kento. Thank you again, guys, for giving us some of your insights as to what happened yesterday and anything under the sun regarding Parallel League Major Day 1, right? So, with that, we're going to be taking a short break. And when we come back, we're going to be having our casters, Muka and Ali, for the first match. See you guys in a few.
See you in a
Yep.
bit.
What started with 8 skilled contenders has now been whittled down to the final 4. Each player has showcased strategy, adaptability, and nerves of steel to claim their spot in the semifinals. As the stakes rise, so does the intensity, with every move and misstep potentially making the difference between victory and elimination. Who will rise to the occasion and secure a place in the grand finale? Who will claim the title of Parallel League Majors Champion?
Dude, that was an amazing recap right there. Thank you for making that the Parallel League production team. And yeah, we are now back here at the Parallel League Major 2, Day 2, top 4 already. And we have here our casters, Ali and Muka. I don't want to ask you guys how you're doing because I already know. And it's a pet peeve of yours. Let's just get straight into the action. Okay, guys. Ali, I want to give a short rundown of what we are going to be doing for today. And of course, like what format these guys are going to be playing.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got our two semifinal matches today, obviously going into the finals. It's a conquest format, so that means you have to win with all of your decks. Our competitors had to bring 4 decks. You ban 1, then they play a best of 5 and must win with each of those decks from a different parallel.
Yeah. So
And
yeah.
Yep. So it looks like we got Job versus dmoney. That's going to be our first match that we're going to look at first. And then bullbence versus manos. And then we will see who will, go all the way to the finals.
Yeah, it's kind of short and sweet. That's how we like it here over at the Day 2. And of course, I'm going to be starting with Muka first with one of the hard hitting questions between the two players that we're going to be having for the first matchup. Man, who do you think will move forward to the finals? Let's start, of course, with Muka, with your fearless forecast.
It's a tough thing to answer, man. Like D Money has been kind of like a fan favorite for a little while now within the community, and he's so like vibrant with his expressions. You like kind of like he's got that natural energy you want to root from. But it seems like the game's also like on his side this tournament. Like a lot of things are aligning really well. He's playing really well. So it's been showing like I think if this is a tournament for him to win, it's definitely a chance that this could be the one. And then, but I also want to shout out Job because his hand was like the opposite yesterday. Like we saw him fight through the trenches with not the best of luck and not the heart of the cards, and he still clutched it through. So you never know. Like what it's kind of like a perfect narrative. The one who was like kind of destined for it versus the one who had to fight through the shadows, the darkness to get here. Who's gonna take it home? So I'm cheating by not giving you a name because I don't want to do that too much today. I'm too scared of the caster curse after how much we did it yesterday. But I think the narrative here is like really cool today between those two players.
I
Yeah,
think the
battle hardened.
solution to the
Yeah.
caster curse is that we just need to pick one, right? 'Cause
Okay.
then,
Yeah.
Yeah.
so
Okay. All right. I'll go first. I'll go first to make it easy on Ali. I'm gonna pick Job. I think I like his story coming through. He's a new player, and
Mhm.
yesterday we saw him fight tooth and nail in his best of 5 against Hylas. So I think he has a good shot.
all
How
right.
about you, Ali? Since we already have Job with a battle hardened warrior, how about you?
Coming from the content creators, the streamers sticking together, my champ is dmoney. Wishing him the best. I feel like the luck has been with him, and I hope that holds true for today as well.
Yeah, I would just want to pitch in as well. I don't know if this holds true. But I have already had some caster curse before in the opposite direction. So uh D Money is the one for me. I like his energy. I like the stars have aligned for him. And if you're gonna be going through this tournament, you need all the luck that you can get, plus the skill that you already have. So it all comes down to you for this matchup. And I want to see, of course, what they have carried for this tournament in terms of the decks. Of course, we're gonna be starting first with the deck list of jobsad. Let's see what he has in store for us, guys. Here we go. First deck of jobsad is gonna be a Scipius deck, and let's break it down with the help of Ali Straza.
Sure. So I think the outliers here are the convergent mass. We didn't really get to see that yesterday. Um, I would assume that Scipius will be banned, but I'm kind of hoping that it isn't, so we can actually get to see that card. See a little bit more play. The other thing that stands out here are 3 master poisoners. Um, I think 2 is sufficient, but with all the tokens that you generate, if you're running into Earthen's not really getting banned, so having a consistent draw for a Master Poisoner could be pretty clutch. And yeah, of course, the kill boxes just have been doing absolutely, insane work for Scipius. And I think that this looks. Oh yeah, he also has the Scipion Praetor as well. We don't really see that often, but the rest is looking good. Scipius is super strong. We'll see if it gets through the bans.
Yeah, this is actually a good box that Jobsad is going to be moving forward, and I hope to see, of course, as well, like Qatari or Qatari not banned, so we can get to see this played in the next matches. But let's look at the next deck that Jobsad is going to be carrying, and it is a Neve deck. Let's have Muka give us a short rundown.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of variation on Neve throughout the tournament on the unit side. Effect side has largely been the same. Sometimes people deciding on different ratios for like Brand's expertise or treacherous scheming, which we see here. Job has chosen to go for the 3 scheming. And the unit side, the only really interesting about Job Sad's build is he decided to kind of opt out of some of the 3 cost units that give draw power. So these would be like the Rummaging Researcher or the Spectre Attack Craft. But he's opted to just play just good units in general, right? Like the Embedded
Hmm.
Agents, Stewards, the Void Trappers are big, and there's even the Void Keeper. I don't think any other player is playing the new Battle Pass card Void Keeper, but he's
Hmm.
opted it in, and the Power Instructor. So opting out of some of the draw cards for the Battle Pass card and a Search. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I like the presence of the Void Keeper as well, like the new Battle Pass card with the Banish, and in terms of the draw potential, some of the other decks have actually used the Rummaging Researcher, and it's not present in this. He's going to be banking on possibly Power Instructor and of course the brand's expertise with only just 2. Like some people just carry 3, so yeah, this is going to be interesting. So next deck for Job Sad, let's see. Oh, here we go. Nehemiah for Job Sad. And I'm seeing 3 relics being put into this box. But let's see what Alistraza has to say about this deck.
Yeah, so Job is the one who opted for the armored support vehicle instead of the cunning diplomat, which, yeah, Mook and I were discussing a little bit on the fence. We, think that the 4 health, potentially a little bit a higher chance to survive to be able to give defender to like a provoke caretaker or something else, but I still do think that the cunning diplomat is pretty good. But the key thing here is that Earthen actually has some draw now because of the rummaging researcher, and I really think that's been carrying the class to a much higher amount of success because Earthen has traditionally struggled with draw. The rest looks pretty good. There's only 2 formidable presences. Sometimes we've been seeing only 2 of those, and then also a Gafar's Rage, but there is no Rage in this deck. There is 1 Cleanse the Earth, which is always solid. And yeah, I think the rest looks pretty akin to other Earthen decks that we've been seeing so far, but those are a couple of the outliers there. And of course, the Terramech Shield Titan is just absolutely bonkers. Love to see that card in play. And yeah, I think that's a pretty reasonable breakdown there.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking, where's Gafar's Rage? I saw that a while yesterday, but where is it? I want to see that as well, but it's not present in this deck. Maybe in another Nehemiah deck from the other players. But yeah, let's look at the next deck of Job Sand. Okay, we have here a Kathy. It's more unit centric and but has the orbital strike that we mentioned yesterday. Let's see what Muka has to say about this deck.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Kathy obviously yesterday. The Vindicator Rapid Assault Vehicle being one of the MVP cards now added to the deck in a short time frame from the patch and doing a lot of work. And aside from that, the 2 cost suite is what was interesting from Job's lists. Yes, today and yesterday, he's got the Armored Support Vehicle and the Scanner Probe, where normally you're either running Determined Assaults or you're running Alvaro Interrogator. So he's opted for some of these more unique cards, maybe as a kind of surprise factor slash value play that they achieve something more than the Alvaros would or the Determined Assault would. And then he's got the Tech Orbital Strike, which nobody else is playing, and it's kind of like a burn finisher. So it'll be interesting to see, like, do these like little changes here and there in the deck list give a significant edge or not?
Yeah, this like, I like the box that jobsad has brought into this tournament, even getting into the semifinals as well. Really good job for jobsad. And with that as well, let's look at the next deck that D Money is gonna be carrying. Okay, going back to another Kathy and switching it over, what changes or what differences can you see, Ali, between D-Money's deck and Jobsad's deck?
Yeah, I mean, as mentioned by Muka, there's no artillery volley in this. Oh, sorry, not orbital strike is what I meant to say. There, and honestly, like, I'm sort of liking a little bit of more of the burn plan, just because Earthen is like becoming so good. So I feel like having some extra reach if they've got a lot of defenders up, which D Money does not have in this deck. Uh, I think most of the rest of it looks pretty similar, except for the Catherine's expertise here. I think that we did not see that in Job's deck, and that is the deal 4 damage to any target and deal 2 damage to you. So just a little, that I guess I suppose is D Money's version of the orbital strike here, getting a little extra burn put in there. But I think the rest of it looks pretty standard.
Yeah, good rundown for D-Money's deck as compared to Jobsad's. And let's go with the next deck that D-Money is carrying. Okay, so we have another Neve deck for D-Money. And yeah, this looks interesting again. It's more draw centric, but of course, let's see what Muka has to say about D-Money's Neve deck.
Yeah, this one's interesting because he's opted for no embedded agents, just going all in on the Engine Whisperers and the Singularity Steward. And that pairs well with the brand's expertise, which he's playing three of. He's also playing Relic Removal with the collateral damage, which is actually interesting considering yesterday he was banning Scipius, but he still got those Relic Removals in there, maybe to hinder the Earthen matchup a little bit, not let them get multiple charge effects off with the allocated provisions. Aside from that, what do we see here? Anything else? Uh, the lineup's pretty good. Again, no three draw cost units from D Money. Also, no rummaging researcher, no specter attack craft. A little bit more heavy on the effect side, PS8 launchers and the collateral damage.
I'm a
Yeah,
little surprised about the
mhm,
two collateral damages in there. Like
yeah.
oftentimes you really just throw one in, just a little bit of a tech card, but two is significant.
Yeah, it's technically like three relic removal, right? With the Eclipse
Yep.
Fate, so it's
Mm-hmm.
quite a lot. So I'm very interested to see that come into play. I would assume mostly for Cathari, but he banned Cathari yesterday, so maybe it was a last minute just shake up to ban that, or maybe it's in there for Earthen, or he expected some sort of turret Ogden core to come into this top eight. But
Mhm.
yeah, it is a lot of relic removal for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a good insight right there. Like two collateral damage. Like nobody. Like just one short question, Muka. What do you think? Why does nobody? Why doesn't anybody play EMP anymore, or not a lot of saboteurs?
Saboteurs was more so just because like the game at a certain point revolved around units, and I think Saboteur really saw its heyday even before Neve's Dominion was introduced into the game. For Shroud, because you didn't have like a uh much of an answer to like it there was no Neve. I guess that's the big thing. It was more Nudon and Brand, so the unit pressure was good. It paired well with Nudon, paired well with Brand. But now with Neve being like what it is now, you definitely like effects more. And EMP, with an EMP in the deck, usually EMP is just like if there are if there are relics or a relic that's a problem, you can kind of play around EMP by just holding the second one in your hand, and you can argue that's good or that's bad, but both players are now holding on to a card, maybe anticipating trying to get value, and
Mhm.
it creates like weird situations. The collateral damage is also becomes a one cost with Engine Whispers on the board,
Yeah,
so it's a bit more free to play, less of a hindrance on your curve.
yeah. Thank you for that answer, Muka. And yeah, let's move on to the next deck of D Money. Here we go. Another Scipius deck, and as we have asked a while ago, for Ali to discuss Jobsad's Sipius deck, does it differ for D Money's deck?
So one of the cards that's sticking out to me that we didn't see in Job's deck is the Radiant Legion. So that's that new 5 cost multi-charge clone, and you can create 1/1 iterants. And I think this is the only deck list that we have seen this in this, at least in the top 8. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I personally would love to see that card at work. Like I said, I'm wouldn't be surprised if Scipius gets banned here, but that would be cool to see. 3 Formaticians Exalt. I think that's a little unusual as well. I think people are usually just rocking 2 for
Mm-hmm.
the draw to combo with
Draw.
the Sippy. And, ooh, only 1 kill box. I'm gonna say
Yeah.
that's a move there. I am the biggest fan of Killbox right now, so I don't personally like that decision from D Money here. Also, the convergent princeps, the little 1 drops. I don't think we've been seeing them quite as much as well. And a saboteur. So, if I'm being completely honest, I think this list is a little bit shakier than some of the other Scipius decks we've seen, but it very well might just get banned, and it could also carry him to victory. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll definitely see what happens. Like, I was also surprised with the kill box. There's only one, and there's a bunch of
Mhm.
convergent princeps. I think the D Money's kind of banking on more of the convergence here for a possible swing turn. So yeah, but kill box with just one is kind of like, you just want that, like you want 2 of that at least, just to make sure that when you need it, it's gonna be appearing with a higher frequency. So yeah, let's look at D Money's next deck right now. And here we go. Okay, so Nehemiah, right here, right now, 5 relics. What do you think about this, Muka?
It's just very interesting. We've seen how good Earthen has done yesterday, but D Money's list is has a lot of two ofs. Like a lot of the Earthen lists that we've seen have been kind of like stacked up in what they want to do. D Money has taken a slightly different approach and just taken a lot to make space and have a little more variance to have more options, right? There's a lot more of these two ofs. Some cards that we haven't seen from other Earthen decks are multiple Aurora Fungi, if at all. The relic repurposing, he's got relic removal in all his decks. What else? We have stabilized shard is what we saw from a few players, not too many, but the altar of Gaia is a big one. I think we only saw some players playing one, if any at all, some players opting to not play it altogether.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because it does pair really well with the Terra and the Terra Mech Shield Titan. But some players have just opted for more of this mid-game tempo oriented kind of play instead of looking for these big finishers with the Altar of Gaia. So we'll see. Maybe he can get some crazy swings off that. Some other noticeable cards: Grove Guardian and the Armored Support Vehicle. A lot of cards that were a blend of the old standard Earthen and the new kind of form of Earthen put together. That's how I can kind of describe D Money's version of this deck.
Yeah, this is actually an interesting deck list that the D Money has here, and I like the point that you put out right there, Muka, like a bunch of 2 offs. And I just want to ask like a short question, like why is it like a kind of a different situation when you have a bunch of 2 offs even instead of a bunch of 3 offs for this kind of deck?
Yeah, I mean, two ofs in deck building usually is just for more optionality. There's a lot of good cards you want to try to fit in, so you play a lot of two ofs. You pay with a little bit less of a consistent strategy and option for more options. So less of like this is how my deck plays and more of this is what my deck has access to or can do.
Hmm.
So it's a little bit of a different approach. One thing I did want to note really quickly before we get into the match is that he's not playing any rummaging researcher and no provoked caretaker. So that'll be very interesting to see how that plays out also.
Yeah, that's amazing insights as well for Muka. Thank you for answering that question as well. And with that, we have our bans, and to no surprise, both Katari decks have been banned. And with that, guys, I'll be passing you over to our casters, Ali and Muka. Casters, take it away.
All right. First semifinal match of the day. It's go time.
Yeah, I'm super excited about this one. I like both semifinal matches actually. I'm very interested in how all of these will play out. We have a cool little narrative going on between both of these players' journey through the tournaments. And yeah, the Scipius ban. So we weren't surprised too much on this one ban, Ali. How are we feeling? I guess after looking at both deck lists, is there any comments you have on the builds or anything like that? Anything that sparks your interest and maybe leans one player ahead or of over the other?
Yeah, I mean, if D Money is my champ here, I'm hoping for the best, but I will say that I think his decks might be a little too tech card heavy. Like I feel like there's some questionable decisions. I don't really like the amount of relic removal, if I'm being honest, especially if the plan was to ban Scipius. I mean, I guess there's the logistics mastery and some other things here and there that could be annoying, but I think like his Neve deck only has two triumphs, I believe, and I don't know, sometimes in a Neve mirror you want max greed. So I don't know. I'm a little bit sus of the deck list from D Money here, but I think, for the most part, they look pretty solid. And yeah, I just want to say I also agree with the narrative here. I think with Joe being a newer player to Parallel, making it to the finals of the major, I think that's a great storyline. And then D Money's been playing the game for a while. So I really think we've got a cool match in front of us right here.
Yeah, we do. And just like that, we are starting our first game. D Money locking in the Earthen and Job locking in the Neve, a matchup that we've seen multiple times yesterday in the first rounds of the top 8. But here we are seeing it again. And Earthen has been winning all of these, Ali, right? So how are we
Yeah.
feeling going into it this time?
Man, I'll be beside myself if we see another Shroud lose to Earth in here. I mean, and I think it's becoming very clear though that it is way closer. I think we were looking at the parallel stats site earlier this morning though, and it still says that Shroud should be pretty favored, but I don't know, based on these matches in this tournament, it is like we've seen the Earthen taking it down. So maybe this will be like the true test here because
Yeah,
you know
maybe this is just like opening the can of worms, right? Now people are seeing how these matchups, what makes Earthen a bit stronger into these matchups that maybe what cards weren't considered before. Maybe caretakers and rummagings weren't seeing as much value, or people weren't respecting how good the Terra Glider was. So
yeah.
some of those cards maybe weren't seeing as much light as they are now, and maybe this is just a rallying cry for Earthen this time instead of Markolian, and everyone's gonna be happy and we see an influx of Earthen just stomping out the shroud from the stars.
I will say that it might just be Neve in particular because I think a lot of what we're seeing when Earthen is taking down these shrouds are like late game, wide board, getting a lot of stats, being buffed from Terra, and a demolecularize would absolutely, demolish a lot of those boards. So Neve obviously doesn't have access to the demos, so that's where they could potentially, get in trouble. And Dominion, if the units are too high of health, can only do so much. So, well, we'll see how it all pans out here. But it is looking like D Money has a pretty good hand. Got a Steward of the Garden into a Moonlit. Got the Terra Mech Glider. I mean, this is looking pretty solid, all things considered.
Yeah, this is a really good starting hand from Earthen. It gives you a ton of options, and you can kind of play however you want. I think it's really strong. And we've seen it, we saw it yesterday that Job was not able to draw any banishes when needed yesterday, and it's looking like that again. He has the Void Keeper, which can do some work, but no agents, no erasures. This could end up like how it went with yesterday with his match against Hylas, where he's just sitting there waiting to banish like the key cards, and D
Yeah.
Money's taking high risk plays, being like, "Well, I can just lose if he has a banish," but just going for it and getting a ton of advantage just because Joe can't draw it. Like, does that mean we're gonna see more Shroud players play even more banish cards, like the Stolen Power and stuff, come back after this tournament? But
Mhm.
I don't know, but it does look like this is becoming a regular kind of a little issue for Shroud here.
Maybe, or maybe the Dark Repose, the one cost
Yeah.
damaged unit. Maybe that could
Yep.
see. I've never really been the biggest fan of Stolen Power, if I'm being honest. But yeah, that was a bit of an unusual situation to not find any erasure in the
Hmm.
top half of the deck. So I don't really foresee that happening again. That'd be unlikely. But I will say for Job here, the stabilized shard into the Void Keeper. I would like to see this Void Keeper at work. I haven't really experimented it with it too much myself, and we haven't seen it very much in this tournament. So I'd like to see it get some draws for Job here.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Void Keeper is really cool. It's kind of like a high risk, high reward depending on the matchup and how many no snitchings the opposing player is playing. Because that's why it hasn't seen as much play in tournament, I would assume, because you could drop it on the board. It doesn't have an immediate like muster ability. And then if your opponent no snitchings it, you're sitting on a 1/6 that's not really doing anything, which stinks for Shroud.
Mm.
But he has the Void Keeper, and there's no snitching in D Money's hand, and there's also an Eclipsed Fate, right? So comboing those two together could be really good.
So interesting decision from D Money there to go with the two instead of getting the Moonlit down. Do you think he's like really favoring the shielded? Because if
Yep.
you charge there the next unit you play, you can give it shielded, and that would be very good against Shroud's erasures and stuff like that. So I'm thinking that was his logic there.
Yeah, I agree. I think we might see like maybe a Nehemiah come out, just a 7/7 shielded. That's going to be really good and really powerful. Even if not that, like a shielded moonlit is really good also. So
Hmm.
I think he definitely wants to. He realizes or he's willing to take the risk that like, hey, maybe Job doesn't have the right amount of banishes he needs. Let me just put a really powerful, high impact card with shielded and waste a lot of resources for him if he doesn't already have it because he didn't do too much so far.
Yeah. I might become a believer in the armored support vehicle here, depending on how this pans out. I believe
Yeah.
that Job also has them in his earthen, right?
Yes. I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
So
Which
this is a bit of where it gets a little difficult, right? Because the Void Keeper is out now, so maybe this
yeah.
changes up plans a bit.
Yeah, I mean with 6 health, it's pretty annoying. I mean,
Hmm.
there's not really a great way for earthen to deal with that. They don't really have single target kill spells. Like you're going to have to fight your way through that, I think
Yeah,
here.
and
This is where
especially
the
with like
Void
small
Keeper
amount.
should really be shining, actually.
Yeah, no snitchings and no like big units to just take the like. There's no caretakers in this build, right? To just take the one-off trade. So now you're stuck
Mhm.
with like a few. You're gonna get some banishes out that are gonna be annoying. Like it's gonna get multiple uses. I think maybe the shield pod saves you a little bit, but I don't know. It definitely doesn't feel the best right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like he's gonna opt for the Nehemiah.
Hmm.
Cool. All right.
Try to find
Uh,
some bodies, right, with the Nehemiah at least to deal with this Void Keeper. Because if it is going to banish something, it's going to run into a 2/2 shield pod and a 4/4 armored support vehicle. So maybe that's not too bad.
yeah. Here we're seeing the change to Honored Steward being incredibly relevant. And that is also probably so much of the reason that Earthen has gotten better against Shroud too. Like Honored Steward
Yep.
just absolutely demolished Nehemiah, but now it can no longer banish Paragons. So Shroud is left in the position to absolutely like find an erasure, or I suppose the Eclipse Fate could have worked there, but to D Money's, success, he chose to go for the armored support vehicle to give Nehemiah shielded.
Yeah, 100%. And he's going to go for the Singularity Steward with some sort of banish. Is it an Honored Steward or an Eclipsed Fate? We will find out here. Looks like Honored Steward. What are we hitting? Are we hitting the Armored Support Vehicle or the Steward or a Shield Pod, maybe even?
I think it probably would be the support vehicle, but I suppose
I
if
could
you
see an argument for Shield Pod, not gonna lie. Yeah, he goes for the Shield
wow.
Pod. It
Yeah.
buffs, and now this Armored Support Vehicle. Oh, it doesn't buff actually anymore with the Shield Pod banish. Did not know that
Yeah,
actually.
that was changed.
Yes.
No, I think you're absolutely right there, because now we still can't really, sorry, D-Money still can't really answer the Void Keeper super well, but if the little 2
Mm-mm.
damage had poked it, that could have worked
Yep.
out. So, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, not a bad choice here. And he draws into an embedded agent, so that can combo really well with the Eclipsed Fate next turn. He has a good play setting up for him.
Triumph is a reasonable pickup too. A
Yep.
lot of the time when you can play around the Triumph with little things like the Premia Conduit or a Steward in the hand, but that's got to be top of mind. So, I would say a lot of these Earthen units are actually pretty high value, like Moonlit and Terramech and that type of stuff. So, you got to be thinking about it to, not give your opponent a really good and valuable Triumph of the Lost.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you're D money here, you kind of want to really maximize defenders this turn. Try to keep that Void Keeper nice and far away from your Nehemiah. And you don't want to have like just a one-off removal, just solve all your opponent's problems for them. So
Mhm.
I would try to, I think the Moonlit and the Crimea are good if you want to throw the allocated provisions in there just to get it off. Not a bad choice either. And just keep yourself protected and make the Void Keeper kill less influential units to so that you can like keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, the allocated provisions super nice. The combo with the Terramech. I mean, I love a tempo 4-drop Terramech Shield Glider there. But he was not able to get a 4 out that turn, so maybe we'll see it come down next here. And he did
Yeah.
play the Crimea Conduit last, so that kind of decreases the power level of the Triumph. And he finally finds an Erasure. Okay. All right.
Yeah, an erasure with multiple shielded units on the board. This is a little annoying to deal with. The Eclipse Fate, not a bad choice here, but it's like you don't have anything that's super clear to deal with this board, right? The way it is set up right now. Um, there's a Primea Conduit was shielded, a Nehemiah Paragon was shielded. Only thing vulnerable is the Moonlit. But even if you remove the Moonlit, that doesn't mean your Void Keeper gets a clean hit into Nehemiah just yet.
Yeah. Void Keeper proving to be fairly annoying.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say that the draw also pretty darn relevant
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, we're seeing the Void Keeper be the sole draw engine for Job here, and it's actually not doing too bad.
Yeah,
Getting a few cards when cards vanish.
look at D-Money's reaction there. He's like
Yeah.
nodding his head, hovering the Void Keeper, definitely acknowledging its work it's done so far in this game.
Yep.
Okay,
He was
well
just
now,
double checking draws and stuff like that. There you go, another draw after that Void Keeper. And suddenly the board is not as crazy to deal with just yet. Job has the option here to get the extra draw from the Malia or just play the agent down as a threat for D Money to have to answer. Otherwise, he loses his Nehemiah.
yeah. Tough decision. Sometimes I just want to throw the Malia down for the draw, but because of that Void Keeper, he's not really that cramped on cards. There's also a Wong in the hand, so I think prioritizing a potential answer for this Nehemiah on the board was the correct decision.
Yeah. I mean, good draw from D Money. I mean, technically, the Saleya could kill the embedded agent and you don't have to worry about it anymore, right?
Yeah, looks pretty solid to me. I think I think I would probably favor that for sure. Could
Your
go
only
with the
other
Terra.
option is like Formidable, or you just take the high roll Terraglider. But if you get something really good, then it also dies to Agent. So you're still giving up something good. So I don't know if it's time yet for the Terraglider. Terraglider normally, right, likes to hit 6, 7, and 8. Am I correct? Those are the amount of cards you want to be revealing?
Yes. I think if you can get it to 7, that's the ideal here. But like I
Okay.
said, I like a tempo, throwing it down for
Yeah,
4. I think that works.
I
But at
do
this
too.
point
Yeah.
in the game, he's already, kind of been working towards it. So maybe we
He's
can.
opting for
Oh,
Formidable here.
wow.
He's going to clear out the Agent this way and clear out the Honored Steward and just hit face with that Nehemiah. He'll be at I mean, it's not like he won't have energy next turn. He'll still be at what, 4 or 5 energy next turn?
Hmm.
5 energy. Hold up. Let me do math. One more bank next turn. That's 3. One from Stewart is 4. Yeah, 4. And then he
Sure.
has a take it or leave it if he wants.
Right. Do you like the decision um, to go for the formidable presence instead of the Solea there?
Um, I don't know. I feel like I would have preferred going for the Saleya because it's another unit of pressure. Like,
Mhm.
and you're not really worried about the honored steward in too much of a regard. So I think that's fine. Um, so yeah, the way the formidable plays out is like, yes, it normally I like formidable in the mid game because it gives you like a little bit of a break from your opponent. But
Mhm.
Job also didn't have that much pressure on the board, so like you're also giving him a turn of break, right? Because you're not gonna have as much energy to do stuff with. And suddenly you're gonna see, he's gonna play this embedded agent that he drew off the Wong, and that's because you gave him a turn to breathe also that you cannot punish the next turn.
Right.
Yeah.
I also like keeping formidable in the back pocket as,
Yep.
sneak attack lethal. You always have to like respect it,
Yeah.
because you don't know if your opponent has it. So, but I guess the other logic is if you use it in the mid game, like if he is trying to go for that 7 play, finding a Terra, like you might as well reset your mana now or your energy, and then that way you have it for a future turn. But, yeah, I mean, we might have to use the Solea here and have the Nehemiah take out the Wong, perhaps.
Well, you can't do both, right? Once the Solea comes out,
Oh,
then you
well,
can't
yeah,
attack if you want to kill out the agent. But if you just want to kill out the Wong, yes, that's also an
yeah.
option. But then you just lose your Nehemiah has lost its life. But getting value, we spoke about this yesterday. Getting value out of the Nehemiah largely has been lately like just get a few units off. It's not like the winner as much anymore. But
Hmm.
we are seeing something different here. We're going to see D Money put the Aurora Fungi on his Steward of the Garden and trade it into the agent and this way instead, and just clear the board, make things a bit easier. He's going to play that Relic repurposing on the Stabilized Shard to heal up his Nehemiah back to a 4/4, or only heals 2, I'm sorry, to a 3/3. And he's setting up a nice little Terra Glider turn next turn.
Man, I love that new card, the Relic repurposings. I mean, it's. I mean, you see a D Money putting collateral damage and stuff like that in his lists. I think we even saw a Saboteur perhaps in one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And Relic repurposing is one. It's just one energy, and it has a second effect that combos super well with all of the Earthen Flourish stuff. So yeah, I'm a big fan of that new card.
Yeah, I think I'm surprised he used it the last turn. What do we would have been at 7, 8 energy? No, I think that makes sense because then a take it or leave it could give you a Neve. He's trying to keep him out of the Neve range. If he was being a little more greedy, maybe you save it for the Terra Glider turn next turn in case you hit. I mean, it's always going to be good. You hit the Terra, it procs, or you hit the what's the other, the 7/7, the Solarium. I think Solarium Stalwart or something.
Ooh,
The other card, the non-Terra card. Then
yeah, it
you
is
get you can still heal that and get its flourish ability also.
the Solarium Stalwart.
Yeah.
There you go.
But Job here going for the triumph of the loss, reducing up this Neve just a little bit before before it comes out next turn. And he sets up a nice defender and just a good setup turn. If there's not a lot of pressure, why not set up for the next turn and make sure it's a banger?
Um, both players moving into their power turns here. So
Is it
can
the
D Money
banishes?
find a Terra? Perhaps. It's a little unfortunate that there's no extra heal. There's no Altar of Gaia or anything on the board to get extra like hits if he does wind up
Yep.
summoning a Terra. So probably not quite as impactful. Like I would assume the Neve, there are 10 cards in the waste, is gonna do a bit more work than this turn, but we'll see. Here we go.
Yeah. On top of that, though, Job has 3 banishes in his hand, so this Terra is such a good hit, but we know that there's answers. Look at the amount
Hmm.
of banishes in Job's hand. This I don't even think he goes for Neve. He just banishes the whole board, and then next turn gets a crazy strong Neve. D-Money will need a lot. He needs spores, multiple spores, formidable to get past that. And normally we'd be cheering like crazy. This is a great Terra to get with this kind of board. But it looks like it's gonna be pretty tough after the next turn, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, that's where having the moonlit altar or even, hang on a minute. Should we have saved the relic repurposing, perhaps? Like to summon, maybe just an extra unit, trigger an,
Yeah, that
you
was
know?
the possible play, but I think he wanted to get rid of the shard just to make sure no Neve came out the next turn, like with
Yeah.
one take it or leave it. But we know there's 3 in Job's hand, and he's kind of deciding what do I do here. But I think it's kind of just banish it all and revisit. And your steward is going to be massive. Just run over the Nehemiah, and next turn you're sitting on a fat Neve. I
Man,
don't even think you need to bank.
yeah, 3 take it or leave it, in the
Yeah,
hand. I feel like you don't see that often.
no.
No, you're absolutely right here. Unfortunately, D-Money doesn't have, like, another power swing, like,
Yep.
I mean, we'll see what comes off the top here, but all of the cards have been revealed, so another Terra Glider top deck won't really do much. So I think at this point in the game, Job is in a really great position to take this. He's also
Yeah, for
juicing his
sure.
Neve so much with all the erasures, the triumphs, that type of thing.
Yeah. I think he was trying to decide like do I go for the bank or not, and I would say don't go for it. Just do it. Just
Yeah.
banish everything.
In true Shroud fashion, just banish everything.
Triple, take it or leave it. He's trying to decide right now, do I bank this card or do I go for the banish? I mean, triple erasure though would he's gonna bank the erasure. I mean, the only thing is that I know I was like saying like just do it, but then I counted and he doesn't get Neve the next turn. So no, you probably just still bank. You probably just bank and move on. It's still good enough.
Yeah. Man, yeah, I have those whenever I'm faced with this decision, like maybe I just don't bank this turn. I feel like the majority of the time, like not banking is wrong, Like
Yeah,
but there are fringe cases where you just
yeah.
don't need
I
to.
thought he would have one energy and only need to use 2 take it or leave it or something, but I counted wrong. But this is good. He can just play the Void Trapper if he wants, bang out the last few take it or leave it's. Just get
Bang them
those
out.
in. You never know. You hit an Asian subjugate, all these tabulas that come out from take it or leave it suddenly are super valuable, right?
Yeah. D Money is shaking
He's-
his head in acceptance. He
Yeah.
knows that this game has really run away from him.
Yeah, I
Um,
don't know how much like I've been a big fan of the rummaging researcher this whole tournament so far. I don't know how much of an impact it would have on this game going back. Like D-Money had some good turns, but maybe something with like the formidable and stuff he slowed down just a bit too much, right? And now Job was able to take advantage of that, draw a few cards off that Void Keeper and really keep it moving. And whereas D-Money slowed down the pace a bit, and it got a lot tougher after that.
Yeah, I think if we had to give the MVP to any card in this game, I think it would be the Void Keeper.
Yep,
Like
it was
that
really
did
good.
so much work for Job in the early game, kept the draw consistent. Like the fact that he had an answer to that Terra Glider board with the Terra was super clutch. So I'm gonna say the new Battle Pass card, Void Keeper, absolutely sealed the deal this game.
Thumbs up for Void Keeper here and hitting the Honored Steward after a Singularity Steward too during this Neve. Gotta feel good. We saw D Money shaking his head a little bit, like, oh man, this is a proper Neve here. This is not a Neve that you can just kind of ignore. And D Money hovering over the concede button a little bit. He's ready to open up that menu,
I
but you
love the
never know.
streamers, man. They're
Yeah,
they're so expressive when they
yeah,
compete, It's like
yeah.
ingrained into you. You got to entertain the people. So, thanks D Money for showing that. But yeah, I think more often than not, this is how these Earthen Shroud matches are gonna go down. on ladder, but I mean, look, we saw Earthen take down Shroud multiple times in this tournament, so uh, but I think those were unusual cases, like Earthen or yeah, sorry, Neve not finding any erasure in the top half of the deck is like super unlikely. So, um,
Ali recircling back on the discussions of yesterday and is telling everybody, nope, I think it's just a false alarm. And the shroud can definitely take out the earthen more often than not. I think that's true. I don't know. I think D Money was missing. There's too many of the old guard in this deck.
yeah, I would agree.
And like the fungi and stuff like that. Like it was missing some of that turbo feeling that we saw yesterday. And yes, like there were some matches with like no erasers or nothing, but that's why you play some of those like those new turbo cards that can kind of give you more cards in hand, more options, more doing things, right? Um and I felt like we were kind of missing that from D Money's Earthen deck. But this is only one match done, but Job winning with the Neve this time, a deck that was almost gonna take him out of the whole tournament yesterday, right? But he's just getting a quick win off that. He's sitting on the Earthen and Marco himself, and D Money having to decide what he does for his new deck pick, or does he stay with the Earthen again?
Yeah, I think that was a really good call out. I think that it's probably, I mean, what'd you say? Like a 55-45 to the Neve?
Maybe 60-40 Neve.
Yeah, I think.
But like that still means Earthen wins a decent amount of matches.
Right. But it probably is largely dependent upon how the Earthen is listed. If it's like really taxed for beating Shroud. So it might have come down more to that. I agree.
Yeah, that's always a thing with Earthen. It's always a deck that is very good at like creating builds for specific matchups, but the downside is the other matchups get weakened because of that. And that's kind of always been the issue with Earthen. I think some of those new cards fix that a little bit, but it still is a thing. There's still tons of cards that like are great in the deck, but you're like, oh, but if I play this, I'm now weak to this. But it also means I'm stronger into this, and that is it happens more in Earthen than it happens in other parallels.
Yeah, the important thing is I think the shell with the Terra Gliders, the Titan, that type of stuff has gotten so much stronger. So honestly, I think that makes Earthen a really cool class. Like you can tech to sort of target certain things, but I suppose that does make it weaker. But still, I think the gameplay itself is really fun with Earthen.
Yeah, it's been one of my favorites to be playing on ladder. I mess around with it the most of the people that I know that are playing, and it's a lot of fun. Like even if you do like you'll see bullbence's list later today running some cards like hasty mobilization and stuff. Like there's some fun cards in Earthen now that like you just want to mess around with. Maybe they're not always the best, well, depending on the player and who you ask, but there's a lot of unexplored world with Earthen.
Yeah, I really expected hasty mobilization to be a bit stronger. I feel like oftentimes when you play those types of, summon a few units from hand type cards like the Triumphs, and they wind up being pretty good, but I think the hasty mobilization is just like a little too inconsistent with like hitting your lower cost units, that it's just not worth the 5 energy.
Or hitting nothing.
Or hitting nothing. That's true. It's the fact that you can hit nothing, I think, is really significant. So
here we are. We are here in an Earthen mirror match. I don't think we saw too many of these yesterday, but I will say there is an interaction that I'm dreading, and I think Ali might be too, and that is double Terramech Shield Titan on both players' boards. If we see this, chat, we are going to be in for a very, very long match, because I don't think either of these players are really playing any outs. Maybe D Money has the no snitchings with the PS8s, can try to get over it. But if these guys don't have answers and we see 2 Terramech Shield Titans on both sides, they're just going to have to duke it out and try to get rid of 10 health with 1 unit at a time. And it's going to take a long time, I'll tell you that.
What do you even do? I mean, it's such a cool card. Like 6 cost 10/10 shielded, damage dealt to this unit is reduced to 1. Like it is just a monster of an addition to the game of Parallel. And when 2 are on the board and there's no master poisoner or that type of stuff, I mean, it can really extend these games. But it makes it quite fun to watch, even though it might take some time just to like see them fight their way through it.
100%. I mean, cards that can help are no snitching for sure. You see Job with a big grin as soon as he draws into that Terramech Shield Titan. He's like, listen, I got one job and one job only. We get this thing on the board before he does, and we just start winning.
Yeah. Saw a little note from Quinto here in our chat. He said, "That's why I run Master Poisoner on Earthen," and I think that's honestly super valid. Like, it's Master Poisoner is one of those cards where it's like it usually winds up finding some use. It's not a bad tech card, and you can always bank it, right? If you're not feeling that it would be value in a particular game, but I don't know. I think you need some kind of
I think no
tool
snitching
set to
is the
fight
answer.
back here.
You
Yeah,
just
that's
play no
fair.
snitching. Yeah. The Master Poisoner, it's like, yes, I understand it does get the job done, but then it's like, then you leave. Earthen is also victim to Master Poisoner. So if it's a
Yeah.
mirror match and they just formidable your Master Poisoner, it's like, well, yeah, you killed my Terramech, but I just killed like 4 units.
Yeah, that's
And can
valid.
become a problem. So I think no snitching is that's my pick. If I am put into this godforsaken situation of 2 Terramech Shield Titans on board, I am trying to enable a no snitching, but easier said than done sometimes. So it can get tough.
Yeah. I suppose you could always like retroactively after the no snitching give it defender, but at that point it's just a normal 10-10 that you just
Yeah,
gotta get down
you can get
normally.
over it. Yeah.
Yeah, I agreed. Well, both players here having their steward of the gardens, that's very important. So, but judging by the hands here, I would say that that rummaging researcher is probably going to be very significant for Job because D-Money's hand is not looking that amazing. I mean, the Terra Glider early maybe could do some work, but I don't know. What do you think, Muka? Like, do you want to go for tempo in this match, or is it really about those big swing turns when you can, lucky 50-50 summon a Terra on turn 7? Like, what would you be playing for at this point?
Um, I'm playing for trying to keep defender chains going as long as possible.
Okay.
Whatever can do that, I think, is kind of like a good spot to be in because there's a lot of good cards that can get past defender. Like cards you get from Terra Glider, like you said, the Terramech Shield Titan. And it also makes trading not super possible with like it's not optimal, I guess, if you pass defenders properly. Whereas like
Mhm.
once one player in the mirror match gets an edge on the other when it comes to like the amount of defenders on board, then it becomes kind of awkward. Like one player is definitely getting more for each attack.
For sure. Yeah, so on Energy 6, there are 5 total 6 drops that
Yep,
you could summon. So,
a lot of them are
one,
pretty good, but the
yeah.
main one that you want is the Terramech Shield Titan. That's for sure.
Yeah, they're all pretty reasonable. At worst, you're just getting, vanilla 5/5s,
Yeah.
which is still some pretty decent stats, but Citrine Rose, the Terra Strider, they're all pretty decent.
Yeah, there's quite a few little options in there. Man, if we're D money, getting hit with that no snitching definitely hurts because you're still on 3 energy where he's gonna be, Job's gonna hitting 4. So you want to try to stop this ramp somehow, but it's just not there for you yet.
Yeah. Man, no snitching. Such like I just would not have thought it would be as impactful as it's been since Aftermath, but it is in so many decks, and
No,
like that could really be game deciding there. Like being a whole energy behind for D Money, like that's very significant.
definitely helps a lot. I think so. I do want to note that I said that card was good, and you and Fino said it was bad on the League podcast, and we
Okay.
rated it a C. So,
Did we
you're
rate it
gonna
a
have to
C,
live. Yeah,
really?
you're gonna have to live with that one.
All right. I'll take it. Hey, you rated the team lead as like S tier, and I
I
love that
said
card.
A.
Did you put
I
A?
s-
Okay.
yeah, but then we put B, so like it probably belongs in like C or D,
We had
unfortunately.
to bring your excitement level down. Here's the thing about the team lead. It'll find its place eventually if there's like a
Yeah,
combo, but it's just hasn't found a home yet.
yeah. We need yeah, it's somebody will find it and then I'll be like, I said this card's gonna be good, but it's not why. Like it it just needs a lot more setup. Parallel's not in a place where like you also have a ton of hand normally. You're
Mm-hmm.
usually going through a lot of it to make things happen. So
Yeah.
all of that kind of put together makes sense. Job here going for the Aurora Fungi play and trying to trade in, which is actually pretty interesting of a choice, given that D Money will now be able to play the Nehemiah Paragon next turn.
Yep.
Or, I mean, like you're giving the option there, and you don't really have an answer set up for yourself for it.
Yeah. I mean, those the little armored support vehicle blocking the trade to kill the researcher there. A little annoying, but yeah, I suppose then the rummaging researcher would get defender,
Yeah.
and then a retaliation Nehemiah could come down. But it
I don't know.
wouldn't
D Money has it's a
kill.
very high risk, high reward to play the Nehemiah here, by the way. Because if you do get
Yeah,
no snitching, that's like you're like losing. But outside from that, I don't know. I don't think Job giving this to him was good because yes, you're saying you get you can get like another Nehemiah from Job to retaliate a little bit, but what does that do? Because if you attack with the rummaging, then the Nehemiah just defends, and then you just can start healing it back up slowly with the moonlit. So it
yeah.
just feels a little awkward now.
What was the alternative there to not give D Money this option?
Um, you could play. Let's see, we had what 4 energy to work with. Maybe just play your
Mhm.
own Nehemiah.
Yeah, just slam it down first. There's definitely some kind
There
of
was
an
no
advantage if you're.
defenders actually. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's true. There wasn't. So I guess that was the logic, getting
Mm-hmm.
the defender down. Let's see. So if Nehemiah comes down, this research will be at 6/6, which doesn't quite do enough. I mean, uh, can't really attack with it. The Nehemiah would block, and then Moonlit would heal it up next turn. So
Yeah, I mean, you just need to keep the defender chain going because you are going to be playing Terramech Shield Titan next turn. That's all that matters. So you just want to guarantee that that happens and no one stops that. If D Money is able to remove all defenders on the board, this immediately becomes his game to win. But if defender lives, then Job can get this game just by playing Terramech Shield Titan because D Money does not have one yet.
I say that. Actually, I'll say this, and Mook, I'm very curious of what your answer is. The most skill testing mirror in parallel is the Nehemiah Earthen mirror. Like I feel like it is a puzzle when multiple defenders hit the board. I think I would stand by that decision. I suppose maybe Agincourt in certain
Um,
times, but I just feel like it's such a game of tennis with all of these defenders, and it's really can be tricky sometimes.
I think it used to be Neve, but I can see the argument that it is now Nehemiah because both of you have similar goals, but there's like different ways to go about it that could make or break the setup. So maybe you're not wrong. I think there's some truth to that. So I'm not gonna hard commit yes, but I'm gonna soft commit yes.
Okay.
I
Chat,
think
type
I
in.
think you're making a good point.
Yeah, I'm curious. We'll watch the replay back, but chat, tell us, what do you think is the most skill testing mirror in the game right now? Let us know.
Yeah, I can definitely see this argument for Earthen because like there it is a puzzle. Like Neve used to feel more puzzle oriented, but now feels more like a race.
Mm-hmm.
And
For
this
sure.
feels more like a puzzle. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. I think you got something going there.
All right. All right. Shout out to Excelsior saying Nehemiah. Nehemiah mirrors or a Nehemiah or Nehemiah. Okay.
You can't always have a
Anyway.
100% hit rate, right?
Ooh, hang on. Let's see. Yes. All right, so D Money's he's making quite a board here with that Terra Glider summoning this, oh gosh, Gafar's something. Gafar's Peacekeeper. There we
Yeah.
go. Yeah.
There's a lot of text on that card. I'm gonna tell you, chat. The card does nothing.
Yeah. Tried to make it work in Gafar itself so many times. It just doesn't quite get there. It's too long, like too many turns to get the pacifist actually going. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, it doesn't see much play.
D-Money trying multiple times to just look at the card and read it and just stopping halfway, it looks like. So I'm with him on that one a little bit. This is not bad because he can clear probably 2 defenders,
Hmm.
but there's no way you clear 3, and that's the problem. You need to clear 3 defenders. No, he's passing his own defender. You need to clear 3 defenders because this Terramech Shield Titan is going to come out, and D-Money has no answers currently in hand for it.
Pain.
Yeah, and he's not able to kill this steward, and the steward will let it come out.
Honestly, the best that D-Money I think can do right now is just keep building a wall to sort of deal or like fend off the Titan for a little while, and he needs to find that rummaging researcher so he can find some no snitching, shenanigans, that type of stuff to
Mm-hmm.
help answer it. Or his
100%.
own. Or his own Titan.
Oh
Oh,
man.
there we go.
There's his own Titan. Oh my lord. I didn't want this. But we're
It's
gonna get it.
happening, Luca. You called it
We're
into existence.
okay. Everybody, start making your food. Get cozy. We're gonna be here for quite a bit, I think. Yeah, this this we're gonna see 2 players playing Terramech Shield Titan. I think this is what I was scared the most of when it came to this tournament and what to see. It's gonna come down to who can draw the no snitchings first, maybe who can come up with some sort of shenanigans to stop this from happening. But Job is going to be playing his Terramech Shield Titan. And I mean, unless maybe we see something we don't, maybe he's going to stop defenders. Maybe he's going to get rid of all of D-Money's defenders first. That could be
Yeah.
something that happens.
I'm thinking that Job could put himself in the position here to work through the defenders and then
Nope. We're just doing it.
we're just going for it.
We're doing it
Uh,
live.
and then set up a cleanse turn. Like he
Yeah.
finds, is there any other, I guess, like a relic repurposing? Or no, that would be the healed doesn't count as a target. Is it only no snitching and cleanse the earth that are targetable spells here for
Yeah,
earthing?
PS8s also.
Oh, PS8,
I
yeah, that
think
could work.
D-Money plays PS8s. So as long as they're going to be trying to draw effects, the rummaging researcher that Job has is going to be a little clutch here. That'll help. And just keep trying to draw. Just draw all your cards, play all your cards at reveal, draw the no snitchings, and yeah, I don't have anything else. This is gonna be it's gonna be a long. I think D Money's trying to figure out can he like get the chip into the Terramech Shield Titan first because it will kind of be like who can damage the other Shield Titan first. Technically, if you have to do this the long way, will win. We know Job has the Altar of Gaia, so if D Money gets rid of his relic repurposing one way or another, the Altar of
Mhm.
Gaia will make Job win the game if they don't draw any effect answers.
Is there anything that this little peacekeeper so friendly let's see, target unit gains pacifist when it's dormant. So maybe the
If it survives
peacekeeper
another turn,
yeah, if it survives another turn, it could maybe do some work here, give the Titan pacifist, but I don't even know if that's all that relevant, honestly. Goodness
yeah.
gracious.
We
Oh, a
got two.
Scalia.
Ooh, no, I don't think Soleil does anything, but it lets the Titans clear a little bit better.
Yeah, I think that Job has got more options for working through
Spores is
D-Money's
not
defenders
bad.
here.
Part of me
Yeah.
wants to sacrifice your steward and then just play spores and then draw with rummaging. Oh, we can't do that because we played altar, which is still fine, but like the spores will triple damage the Terramech. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you're like ahead a little bit.
Oh, that's an interesting idea. Yeah, maybe just every ping counts, right?
Yeah. Yeah. What else
Every
we got? What else what else can we do?
I'm tunnel visioned on just finding those no snitchings or just the single target, but maybe that's just you can't cheat your way through this thing. You just gotta one by one
Yeah.
do the
He's gonna
damage.
trigger the flourish on his Terramech first. and he'll be able to force one unit to attack it and kill it. It doesn't actually show you who's being targeted, does it? I don't think so.
I
So
don't
we'll
think
find
so.
out. It'll be a surprise for us all. He banks the spores. All right,
Oh.
so he's gonna kill 2 units off, one with Saleya and one with the Terramech Flourish. So his way of dealing with this is to just remove units from dmoney's board, and then maybe draw into some answers or get more units of your own and win that way. You have the Altar of Gaia, so you kind of just keep pushing.
I think that's good enough. I mean, even though dmoney will have his own, I feel like if Job can just have more units on the board, I feel like that should outlast dmoney
Yeah.
here. I will say that next turn is a potential Terra Glider going for the reveal 7. But it would be nice to do it with the like on turn 8 with the relic repurposing. Actually, no, he can't do it this turn. To get a second flourish, or sorry, to get a second trigger for the Terra with flourish as an option. So I
Yeah.
wonder if he'll go for it this turn or wait one turn here.
So the Terramech on Job's board is now pacified, right? Because of the Gafar. Is that what happened?
Yes.
Looks like it. Is
Yes.
that forever? Yeah, it's the first time I'm
No.
asking about card
No.
function.
When this unit becomes dormant, target unit gains pacifist until your next turn.
Oh,
And
okay.
yeah.
So it's a turn. Okay. And then it doesn't chain it the next turn either. So all right. So every 2 turns it gets 1 pacify for a turn.
Yeah. Also,
Okay,
ignore me.
okay.
You can definitely do the relic repurposing this turn.
Oh my god, he hits another
Oh
Terramech Shield
my
Titan.
god!
Oh,
A
I hate
second one.
everything. D-Money cheering the excitement. I can hear it without hearing it. And this is, I don't know what this means for the game, but I wish Job kept that spores. I think that would have been really cool to see. But we are going to be here for a long time. He's just going to
That
conceal
is
everything with allocate provision.
that is a heart of the cards moment because
Yeah.
I mean, he had the option to go for the 7, right? To get that turn, he could have banked and gone for the 50-50 on the Terra, and what 1 out of 5, or what would he say? 1 out of 6 to go for
Yeah.
another Titan. I mean, that was ballsy to say the least, but like it paid off. My God.
It worked, and that's all that matters. Now we have to sit here and wait to see what happens because yeah, he hit the 20% on the Terramech Shield Titan on the Terra Glider hitting Terramech Shield Titan. And now what does Job do? I mean, you just draw. You just draw. Just keep drawing cards and pray you got something. That Altar of Gaia is going to be dealt with.
Wow.
And then he can trigger Flourish on one of his Terramech. He's going to target the Terramech. Oh no, he targeted it. Oh, he tried to okay. Relic repurposing heal the Terramech to remove
Wow.
shielded. I like that. I actually
mean,
really like that. That was very cool.
that is, oh my gosh, this is some gaming right here. I
Yeah.
can't get over this second Titan. I mean, does that just seal the deal? I mean, I would have to think so.
I don't know. I see another Terra Glider in Joe's hand. Does he go? He has to go for his rolls first. If we see another Terramech Shield Titan, I think this game alone will be the longest game in parallel history. Like, I think the Infinite Cash deck will have to take a back seat if we see another Terramech Shield Titan come out from Job here. I think you rummaging and then you Terra Glider and you see what you get. Draw 2 is
Yeah.
also nice. So just do it all.
Would you go for the 6?
Yeah, you go for 6. What does
You
7
do?
do? 7 doesn't do anything. You go for 6.
Alright.
You need to roll another Terramech. If I see another Terramech, just cancel the tournament. Like, I'm asking production, please, for everybody's sake. Like, you guys, I don't think anybody understands how crazy this is gonna be. It's already
Right.
crazy.
Moment of truth.
Oh man, if he hits a Terramech, if he hits a Terramech, the spores could win the game. I know that's kind of
Yeah.
crazy and random to
Yeah.
say, but yeah.
It
The spores is really
absolutely
good.
could. I'm surprised that we saw the initial spores get banked because that
Yeah,
just
I don't
seems
think he
like one
saw
of
it yet. I don't think he
yeah.
saw it. Maybe he did see the play. I don't know. But like At that time, there was only one Terramech shield. No, no, no. Were there two? Yeah, there were two. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Roll for 6. Do we hit another Terramech Shield Titan?
Oh my god.
Okay, here we go. We don't see the card yet. Rummaging gonna draw first. Come on, Rummaging, get out of the way. I need to see. Oh, not a Terramech Shield Titan, but another defender. But yeah, not a Terramech Shield Titan.
Yeah. That is
I mean,
that's
we have some heals, right? There's a Moonlit heal and
sure.
things like that. There's a Spores for Job that he could use. He didn't hit it, unfortunately, and D-Money's looking a little calm and collected, feeling good about that. But yeah, like that's not what you want to see. It doesn't mean Job's over yet. I mean, I do feel kind of convinced about the Spores. He has the Moonlit for healing, so maybe there's something there. I don't know. But wait, hold up. How many defenders are on this board right now? Oh, there's multiple. Okay, because if there was just the Terramech Shield time, D Money technically has 7 ways to hit with the Formidable
Mhm.
Presence.
True. Yeah, I mean this just see I think it's going to be too difficult to get through 2 Titans here. I mean, I think that Job should probably try and get the spores down ASAP, but then it's like
Yep.
you're killing your own board too. I mean,
Yeah.
uh
It's gonna be a little weird for sure, but each Terramech will at least take 2, unless you start putting units between them.
yep.
But if D Money throws all his units into the Shield Titan, then there's also less units taking hits from the spores, which is less damage for the Terramech Shield Titan. So it's weird. It's definitely an awkward spot to be in for Job.
Yeah, I've got a moonlit in the hand for Job here to trigger the flourish ability for the his Titan, which could be slightly relevant.
Yeah.
That Gafar Peacekeeper doing a little bit of work, giving pacifist every couple turns. But yeah. I will say that Job certainly has more card advantage right now too.
Yeah, the rummaging, if it lives, is really good. That comboed with like caretakers is like not infinite draws, but draws every turn, which is really nice.
Hmm.
So let's see what happens. Solea goes off now, which is kind of nice. Kill off 1 unit, or he might not do it and just pass. No, he's selecting units because if you decide to pass, that's a card draw too. So technically, that's even more card draw, which kind of helps.
Interesting. Yeah,
Yep,
I mean, we're
double
in a
defender.
position here where like Job clearly has more units on the board, but is it enough to take down 2 Titans?
Yep, D Money now just has to look for some answers to remove to no snitching. He needs to no snitching the Terramech Shield Titan, and it gets way easier. I mean, it's still looking really good on his side. This is like kind of his match. Job has the chance though to draw a ton of cards. So
And
maybe,
look at that Terra pickup for Job there too. Just
yeah.
got that. That could be relevant. Maybe it's a matter of just fighting your way through one of the Titans, and then you can no snitching, cleanse
Yep,
the earth, pop for lethal.
for sure. Yeah.
Right? That's probably the line for Job here. Now, what's the line for D Money though? Just like
Find a
uh,
way to get rid of the defender and just you gotta get rid of the one shield titan. That's the only thing that's making everything awkward.
but yeah, you can't really because
No.
there's too many defenders on the board
Yeah.
to do any poke damage with the formidable presence here.
Yeah.
Like
He just ends. He just
it's
ends.
such a
He's
bizarre.
like you see him like
Mm.
shaking his head. He's like, this is it's also because he hit the energy supply cache because you don't want to hit that
Yeah.
when it's the end of your turn. But nothing there was nothing, no clear plays to make there. Job has a lot of stuff on board, but then he also doesn't have like he can't spores technically right now because that'll hurt him so much. So I wonder, does he just start chaining draws first and see what happens there, and slowly but surely try to find an answer rather than trying to win out through spores? I don't know.
Do you think that fatigue winds up being relevant in this game? Like, are maybe just like they're kind of board locked? Because I also think that like sometimes in these types of games, like the person who starts making the first attacks, like the other person's just going to defend, right? So it's almost like the player who moves first gets punished, you know? And so they might just both sit back here and chill, and then I don't know if you're drawing too many cards with the researcher. Like, I wonder if that'll be
Yeah,
relevant.
Ali, like I just want to say, like, why does this happen to us? I see Scout and Quinto casting, and they're just chilling,
They're
and
cruising.
then we get like situations like this, and I'm just sitting here like, you know, it at a certain point, the conversations that we're thinking of, chat, is less natural and more like desperately trying to find something to cling on to. That's like that we can talk about for another 5 to 10 more minutes. Like this
It's
is
so
like
true.
I was trying to make a joke with like Attack on Titan, which is an anime, for like the past like 4 minutes in my head. I can't do it. So Attack on Teramex Shield Titan wins, and we're stuck here. Job is drawing a billion cards, so maybe he'll find some answer out of this. He's got the Wong also now, right? So he has one effect that can remove shielded. He just needs to draw something else that also combos with that.
Yeah. Look, I think this is in line with me saying Earthen Mirrors, hardest mirrors. If this winds up happening,
Yeah.
this takes the cake. Like, come on. No, I totally agree with you, and I appreciate your attack on Terramex Shield Titan line there. That's good. Gosh, man, I don't know. I think I would just throw the Terra down, make my wall absolutely massive, or the go for the spores play. But like, why would you want to spores
You
the
wouldn't spores your
sword?
board at this. Like
Yeah, you just
it's
don't do
too
that.
good. It's too good. Oh my god, he banked Wong.
Well, with the researcher on the board, I think that's fine. And like I said, I'm a little concerned about drawing too many cards. I mean, like I said,
Yeah,
you
but
might.
Wong, you can like at least look at the top five, right? And be like, is there an answer here? If not, let's run it back.
Yeah,
You don't have
valid.
to pick everything. Giving it away feels kind of tough. I mean, he has this Saleya. The Saleya is kind of cool that it's like picking away these other
Mm-hmm.
cards. There's the no snitching from D
Oh,
Money.
okay.
Wait, that'll solve things. I mean, there's still a bajillion defenders to go through now, but that solves a lot. No more defender. Oh wait, did it get shielded back?
Yeah, I
It
mean,
did.
still, yeah.
Wait, how did it get shielded back? Was there a oh my god, was there a cache that gave shielded to this? Did I miss that?
I'm sorry. Did it ever lose shielded in the
Relic
first place?
repurposing. Relic repurposing targeted for a heal.
Then, yeah, maybe it
Yeah.
was the
Oh, that's
cache.
not what you want to see. Oh no, it did lose shielded. I swear it lost shielded for a
I don't
bit.
know, Muga. I think you're seeing it.
Relic
It's been a long game.
repurposing killed the altar of Gaia, and then it targeted the Jobsad's Terramix Shield Titan and removed shielded. I can tell you that happened. I'm so sure of
Okay.
it. But he's played his own altar of Gaia here now, D Money, and will be taking out this Terra for no more gigabuffs.
Yeah. Goodness me.
So yeah, we're in a situation. I mean, what's cool, and I think it killed. Did he kill the caretaker also? No, he didn't kill the caretaker. That's interesting
Mm.
because I would be looking to kill the caretaker here so that you not keep drawing.
Yeah. No, I'm concerned about the amount of cards that are getting drawn here. I
Yeah,
wonder if you could have like gotten the Terra, like so many triggers on the Terra that the health of the units was so big enough where you could actually
I
just
think that's what he was
a
gonna try to do. I think he's like,
attack
yeah,
into the Titans and have them live, like survive the Titan attacks, and then you just poke through them that way. I think that was a viable game plan, but the
yeah.
Terra got answered.
All right, this caretaker will draw another card into another energy supply cast. There's so much energy here. What do you do with it though? I don't know. Another rummaging researcher. That's a draw two now. Play some cards first, probably, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna overdraw. I think he forgets that he draws two.
Is
If
there
he just played,
another
go ahead.
Terra glider left?
I would assume so. Yeah,
Because, like I said, I think maybe going for the reveal 7, trying to get the stats just astronomically large and then
yeah.
poking, might be one of the best ways.
How many times can you poke? You just poke once, like, and then it's like another 10 health required.
Sure. Yeah, I guess we're needing to 20.
20 pokes.
19
There's
as of right
also
now.
an altar of Gaia, right? So that it's more definitely more pokes than that. Oh
I
Lord. Oh Lord. What do we do? I don't know what we do here.
I just think
Just
it's hilarious that like Job has such a massive board and D
yeah.
Money's just riding on these two titans, but it's enough to just kind of lock the game right now.
Yeah. I mean, Job might die to like fatigue. He's
No, that's
trying
what
to
I've
find
been
an answer. Yeah, I know
that's
you've been
what I've been
saying
saying.
it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You definitely been saying it, but well, what's actually really good though is these caches reset fatigue damage, by the way.
Mm, okay. There we go.
Yeah, so it does help a little bit. And then there's spores. Man, the spores have been like screaming at Job, like, play me. And he's like, no, 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 not yet. I need to do stuff. Like, this is not here.
Yeah, like what
Relic
if you just
repurposing.
threw in all of your little guys, then popped the spores? I mean,
Yeah. He's gonna bounce one. He's gonna bounce is he gonna do it? Are we gonna remove shielded? Like what happened to you? What happened to Job? Let's see, he's deciding. No, he buffed his own Teramic? Actually, I'm trying to see what he did.
all right, how many units can attack this turn? We've got
Yeah.
one,
Okay.
two, three, four, five. Not sure about the right of the board here. So if we bounce one, I mean, God, it just feels so bad to throw away your units like that, though.
Yeah. I don't
Can I
know.
just say that D Money it has been the center of the craziness, okay? Against Lambie in the Swiss rounds, that iconic, infinite game, and now the Titan, like,
The guy is clickbaiting for views, and he's just gonna this is gonna be another YouTube video talking about the craziness of this match for sure.
yep. Folks, that is now an 18 health Titan on Job's side of the board here. It's
Absolute
getting bigger.
craziness. Absolute craziness. He didn't even reset the caches. I think Job's like tired of this game too.
Mm-hmm.
He's like I'm not resetting this. I don't want to deal with this right now. Like just gonna give me an answer, please.
Oh, okay, there's a PS8.
PS8, okay.
I mean, that might be enough here. We PS8, we cleanse, and then
Reset one defender, right? Reset
yeah.
like yeah.
Actually,
What?
that's true. When you cleanse, we'd get rid of the defender, and
Yes.
then
Yeah.
D Money would have to find another one in order for
Yeah.
that. Okay, I
Well,
think
he
that
has
so.
enough units, right? So what if you reset defender and then formidable and swing? Just kill the other one. Do
Yeah,
it the
no,
hard way.
that's what I'm saying. And then you're
Yeah, yeah.
just like
I'm agreeing
taking
with
a
you. Let's do
gamble that
this.
D Money can't like put another
Has to,
defender down
yeah,
with the second one, and I think that
yeah.
that's a risk you got to take. I think.
Job may have found a what is it? Crack in D Money's armor. Maybe. D Money's still trying to find another effect to remove shielded from Job's Terramech Shield Titan and plays no snitching. He's holding on to there. But man, this is tough. He can proc one flourish, right, with the altar of Gaia in his hand, but even then, what, you kill the caretaker, maybe you kill one rummaging, but there's still draw power coming in from Job. These rummaging researchers are doing it.
Yeah.
I love that card.
I think that this might be the term that Job can get through it all, but if D Money, if for whatever reason he survives through this, if D Money can find another target spell, then he might actually have it as well.
Yeah, I agree. This
Mm.
is, man, this is tough, but I think if you're Job, you full send. And that part of that is my desperation that this match can end.
Anything at this point.
Yeah. We'll take what we can get. Here we go. He's going for it. We're removing the shield. And you see D Money. He knows that something's coming. He thinks he's getting no snitching. And that's quite unfortunate. He sees the cleanse the earth. It's all the same. A defender is removed. And it's tough. This is where it gets really, really tough here.
Here's the thing, D Money does have the energy to slap the other Titan down with the formidable. Okay, that's like a reset, and then he's got another draw to find a defender or something like that. But is this enough? Let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, if he wants to get through it like that, there is enough to fight
Yeah.
your way through this.
Yeah.
Start poking. I think this might be the end here, folks. Unless D-Money finds another defender. Even at that point, though, I think he's got it. Job. Okay. 5 more hits. Throw the little guys in.
We throwing it all in. We are dealing with these Titans in the way that we can do best. Job is showing a masterclass on how to persevere. He was up against 2 Terramex Shield Titans. 2.
And
And he is yeah, go ahead.
the fact that D-Money got the 20%, to summon the
Yeah.
second Titan too, like
Yeah.
I was feeling like the universe was with D-Money on this one, but I like the draw. I think
Yeah.
actually another instance in which the researcher was just so clutch. Like it was the Celia was relevant, right? To like kind of pick away the rest of D-Money's board. And then the consistency of just having more pressure from the other units
Yeah.
from the draw, I think made all of the difference here.
Yeah. I mean,
So
he can even can he bank? Did he bank already? He can bank into a Terra swing.
oh, that'd just be the cherry on top for
Yeah.
Job here if he actually gets
I
that.
don't know if he knows that you can bank and but he can bank and play his Terra Glider. Oh, this is lethal. What am I even talking about? That was lethal. Yeah, we're done.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I was like trying to figure out stuff out, but yeah. Jobsad coming up and we thought it was done for him. I thought it was done for him.
GG's, man.
2 Terramex Shield Titans was able to overcome one and remove the other from the board, so it wasn't even a factor, and get that win. He's up 2 matches left, only with Catherine left. D-Money still has to get a win, and oh my god, that was so crazy. Can I just say shout out to the rummaging researchers?
Yes.
It's my favorite card right now. It's so good, and it allowed Joe to just keep churning through the deck and find an answer.
Yeah, I mean, hats off to D-Money for pushing through that. Just lack of draw, like you said. The
Yeah.
researcher just carried Job to victory there, despite getting a second Titan. So, oh man, you got to be feeling for both of those players after that. Like some serious mental gymnastics
Yeah.
just took place. I wonder what the match time was on that one right there, or the game time, 'cause that was intense.
I don't want to know. It's like reliving past trauma.
41 minutes and 28 seconds.
Wow,
All
it's
right.
actually not even longer than Job's other match yesterday.
Oh, the
It was like
knees?
over an hour. No,
Here?
didn't he have a Catherine Earthen match that lasted over an hour
yeah.
against
Yeah.
Hylas? All right, Job's a veteran at this point. He's like, whatever, 40 minutes, under an hour, easy. I got this.
All right, now the question is, can D-Money do a reverse sweep? I mean, it's possible. Like he would
Definitely
be,
possible.
in a favorable position here against the Catherine as the Earthen. So it's possible. That
Yeah.
would be a story. Oh my gosh.
Earthen is definitely can win this, right? Then it goes to the mirror match, and then the only hard part would be Neve, but we've seen it happen before. So I think D-Money was the one who did it before. I'm pretty sure against Mystery yesterday. So he's no stranger to some of these matchups. Just has to clinch the win.
All right. Let's get started. Yeah, how are we feeling about the fungi, the roar fungi here? I feel like
Oh man, I love Fungi as a card, but he's keeping there because if you get no snitching, you want a good turn 2 play. So keeping the Fungi on your steward is good. But D-Money, no units in sight until turn 4 with this opening hand. A bit tough. Job though has some good cards. Those are all really good cards. And he can, as long as the fleet machinist doesn't betray you on the vehicle you got good curve, right? We did see it though betray a few times.
oh, nice. Even picking up a second 1-drop for his turn too is
Yeah.
pretty good. Man, the machinist is so good. That's like,
Machinist is what a great card.
yeah.
Starts off with the trigger happy, draws into the Harf. Not super great in this matchup, but still overall a good card. D-Money waiting. I mean, he has Glaive. Glaive is a great card. Nehemiah is also great 4-drops. These are good 4-drops that do wrangle in Markolian a bit, right? So he just has to
Mhm.
get there. That's the problem. Like once we get there, we're fine. But it's not like we're in the era where Catherine will take out 15 life during this, right? And now it's completely fine. There's a moonlit drawn. He'll get past this. It's not like the end of the world.
Yeah. I almost would have considered keeping the fungi just to buff up the glaive, maybe if the
Yeah,
gosh, the vehicles and that type of stuff get a little out of range. I think could
I
have been a
agree.
consideration there.
Yeah. I don't think the relic repurposing is too much of a good keep, but he probably just doesn't want to die to some random logistics mastery. Fair enough.
Valid, valid. But yeah, he's got a little bit of fight here. You can always pop your altar for some health if you need to, but I think maybe a tempo. It'll be interesting to see if he goes with the glaive or like 2 4s potentially on
Yeah.
turn 4. Probably the glaive, but we'll see.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting decision. Joe right now trying to decide what to bank. I mean, in my head, I'm kind of leaning towards Harf, but I guess the banking becomes really important on D Money with the hello. Are you there? We have a really important game to play. I don't know if you've noticed.
Ooh,
But
the sass is coming out a little bit from D Money there.
Are you there? Do you know that there's a game going on where there's
Oh
money on the
man.
line? Joe banking his Vindicator. I don't know how I feel about that, but it doesn't matter because you draw logistics mastery with that gunslinger. That is as strong as play as any for a turn 3 play, and that'll be able to quickly answer this moonlit. Right, you don't have to like give up your no snitching or anything like that. And then D Money will have to kind of decide. Does he just play his glaive into that, or does he have to try to do this like relic repurposing kind of thing? Oh, the
Yeah.
PS8. He was gonna bank the logistics. I think he was hovering, but no, I don't think he was gonna bank it. Whatever. I think that was just him about to play it. But he saw the PSA, probably deciding next bank. I still think it's Harf here. It's not that
Yeah.
great in this matchup too
Why
much.
why are we hanging on to the slinger so much too? Like I
It
think
works with mastery really well.
sure, yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
three
I would have
damage
liked to have
ping.
kept the Vindicator personally. I think Harp, like I don't know,
I
Harp's
think
not
Harf
gonna
should
do
have been
that.
first bank. This
Yeah,
second bank maybe is a bit tougher. If we had the Vindicator still in our hand, then yeah, you definitely bank the slinger probably, right? Because then you can just play Vindicator and it's a 3 damage ping itself.
yeah, that's fair. Agreed.
But
Alright.
here we are. Jobsad with 4 units on board, already 10 damage in. D Money on his 4th turn has to make a crucial decision, which I'm not gonna lie, may decide the game, depending on what he picks and how it's answered from Job's side, right?
Oh man. Okay, so here's my rationale. Like, do you go like the Terra Glider could high roll? Like what would be the best for
There's a few
to
defenders at 4. I mean, nothing super. There's the 2/5 defender. You can hit the 4/6 battle hardened warrior.
also
Um,
Nehemiah's defender, the O
yeah,
08?
the 08 is a good hit. The 08 would be a pretty good hit.
I mean, now the glaive itself obviously super valuable, so it might just be safer than going for a random hit there, but
Yeah. I
it's
wonder
gotta be
if you
one of the
see
two.
glaive, if you're Job, do you just keep hitting face?
Yeah,
No, you probably kill
definitely.
it. Oh no, you probably kill it and play Catherine because you can do that with Gunslinger and take it or leave it.
What's it gonna be? You can see the decision absolutely paining him,
He's going for the
shaking his head.
glaive. I don't know. This might be it. This is tough. He's gonna heal himself once just to get a little bit more life, but
Yeah.
I think this is gonna be a crazy play from Joe. But the cat he can play gunslinger, hit glaive for 3, kill it off with the bannerman, and then attack with a 6 attack Catherine, 3 damage from the trigger happy, 1 damage from the fleet machinist. That's a lot of pressure. I Not enough that you can just answer next turn. If he tries to Nehemiah slow it down, there's a no snitching in Job's hand. You play formidable, you have nothing to do the turn after.
Yeah.
Like this is tough, 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 tough.
What about a top deck spores combined
Force
with the
could
relic
be
repurposing?
something.
Maybe. But
Yeah.
yeah, this at this point in time, D Money is like gonna have to claw his way back into this game. This is very tough.
Yeah, this is like I feel like both these players kind of switched positions from yesterday in terms of how good like the hands feel and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Job definitely feels a bit stronger here. He's opting to just trade his lower cost units in and instead just kill it this way with the slinger. Still fine. This is good. Probably more, actually, no more damage, right? With the one buff on the Bannerman. Actually, I think it was the same. Uh, but he's just opting to get rid of the lower units, and then a buffed Catherine here. This is tough. D Money, you can see it on his face. He's trying to find some out here, but it's not clear yet.
Oh,
Oh,
brutal.
this is rough. Absolutely rough. I don't know what you do. You see him thinking. He's trying to think.
He's thinking. I mean, let's
Oh,
see,
I'm thinking
fives,
too.
like going for a reveal on a five. Could there be anything good enough there? I mean, there's like Jonah, perhaps. But that's still
Yeah.
hardly
We know
enough.
there's an answer to a defender. That's the problem.
That's true, actually. Yeah, the no
Yeah.
snitching is just like that. I don't know. I think at this point, if you go for a
Oh.
formidable to try to survive for a turn, your next turn you're just dead. Um, I guess you could lay down Nehemiah. I don't know if that really does
Yeah.
enough. I mean, well, actually, okay, hold on. Is that best case here for him? He slams down Nehemiah. He relic repurposings the logistics mastery and heals himself a little bit with the altar.
Maybe. He's going for the Terror Glider. How many are we revealing? He's going for 5. This is a make it or break it Terror Glider here. What are we getting? A Photon Vanguard. That's not really what you want to be hitting, but it's not. It is over because you could no snitching your Catherine.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
I don't. Job hasn't done that yet, so maybe he doesn't know. I don't know. Uh, so, but yeah, this is a lethal in setup for Job here, and D Money is definitely going to be taken out if Job just plays this no snitching on his Catherine and swings face.
Yeah. It's just the no snitching. It's locked down everything
Yeah.
here for him.
Wait,
Suppose.
do we live with one life? We live with one life. Even if
Right?
you Nope, never mind, because no, it'll buff. No, no, no. Yeah, yeah, we're good, we're good. We live with one life. More multiple life. He's going full in. The altar of Gaia just keep healing.
At this
Oh, he's
point, you're just trying to survive as long as you
yeah,
possibly can and like wait for a miracle to happen. I think
yeah,
that's
yeah.
the logic here.
Do we see an orbital strike draw from jobsad here? No.
Okay.
So there's still a chance that D Money can come out of this. He's clinching. He's trying. He's trying his best to get out of this. I mean, Job can keep putting the pressure in. You get D Money's life really low, and then maybe you just win with the Vindicator. Maybe he just keeps holding on to this no snitching. You play conservatively so that you don't want to die to any random defender, but the Altar of Gaia did put in some work. It's keeping him out of the kill range.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, oh, if you hold on to the no snitching, you potentially have a threat. But then if like two defenders somehow come down, then you could be in a pretty tricky situation. You don't. I don't know if you want to be too greedy with it here. Gosh.
I think he's gonna be more conservative. We've seen Job be he hasn't been the player so far that's been the really aggro, just like go all in. And I think we see that because he just swung with the Bannerman, right? So he's not thinking about no snitching his Catherine.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's just gonna play the Vindicator here, set up that amazing looking victory next turn and just play it a little slow. This may create enough breathing room for D Money to survive a few more turns, right? He can Formidable and Fungi next turn. He can Nehemiah and Fungi next turn. So there's stuff that can happen.
And the prime variant looks so cool.
Yeah, it's a masterclass in style.
Yeah. Yeah, that relic repurposing was not what we needed there. That
Mm-mm.
is unfortunate. Like a spores maybe could have done some work. I mean, obviously you can stall with the formidable presence. Nehemiah coming down. I feel like D Money knows there's a no snitching in the hand. Like or not knows, but like is sensing it.
Yeah, he's trying
And
to play around it. He's
yeah,
just trying his best to not be victim to the no snitching.
and nah, this hand just isn't it. Let's see. Well, if he does cast Formidable, he could kill off the Kathy, get through the pod, kill off the Bannerman there.
Mm-hmm. So those can all kind of work together. It's not too bad. I mean, it's not great. Well, he opts to go for the allocated provision, so he can't do both now. Can't do it with the fungi.
Yeah.
What is he gonna decide to do? This is super tough. I mean, formidable stalls a turn. I think that's what we need to kind of focus on right now. If we're D money in D money shoes, Nehemiah's too feels too risky, doesn't it? To just bring it out, and
Yeah.
there's
Now
one
the
way to
question
guaranteed survive.
now the question is, do we just do formidable for like two? Take out the pod and the Kathy and trade our 4/2 into the 4/4 and to give ourselves a little bit more energy for next turn, or are we just going full 3?
He's going full for the 3. How much energy will that put him at for next turn? That'll put him at 4 energy next turn, enough for a Nehemiah. Yep. So this way he still keeps his 4-2 alive and can kill the Catherine and a Bannerman. Not too shabby.
Not too shabby, but still gonna need some miracles,
Yeah.
I think. Don't think you need to use the altar this turn, unless you're really trying to keep that
Maybe heal your Terra Glider.
paraglider alive.
Yeah. He's gonna
No.
heal face. Just nothing. Don't want to risk anything. It's very fair. There, this ration supply. What are we buffing? It's gonna buff a token in my experience. Oh, it hits the Terra Glider. That's a
Oh,
good hit. In my experience,
okay.
it always hits what you don't want to hit.
I think I might have held back. I mean, there's not that much that can do like 11 or so from the hand. I might have held back the heal just to see if it enabled, any flexibility next turn for like a flourish
Hmm.
on something, but
Yeah.
let's
With
see.
only 4 energy though, what can we flourish?
Not much.
So I don't know. What are we're Job's hand now. He has a Cendrillon and or
Cendrillon.
but I don't think Cindy, I mean Cindy doesn't do anything right now, but I think it's definitely stronger than Bannerman for sure, right? If we're trying to decide banks here.
Yes, definitely.
You can just play that out as a nice little threat, and then you're set up for victory next turn. Or you just bring out I don't want or you just bring out the victory. It has 4/5, but it would die to the Terra Glider, which is not what you want to see. Oh, it's 4/6, yeah, with the fleet
5/6,
machinist. Never
yeah.
mind. Yeah, yeah. That's not bad.
Definitely worth playing it.
Yeah.
Oh my
It
gosh, what
forces
could
D money to either take some damage to face and then play your Nehemiah, but
Yeah,
oh, this is so brutal because there's a no snitching in Job's hand.
yeah. Oh.
You can always no snitching the victory also, so that it doesn't have evasive and stuff, and then just play your Nehemiah, and we just pray. Just pray for the best.
Yeah. At least you can trade into the 5/5. And then I
Oh,
suppose,
true.
yeah,
Yeah.
no snitching, just throw the Nehemiah down. You're technically still alive. Uh,
Yeah.
and then what miracle could we top deck next turn? Like a Terra into summon a random Titan. There you go.
Yeah. I think that actually is not a bad idea. Oh man, you just said Terra and I got scared. Uh like I felt my body just be like, "Oh my god, Terra Mech Shield Titan."
PTSD.
Yeah. I was like, "Well, wait, what? Why'd she say that? It's not even on the board. Why are we even talking about that card?"
Just thinking of any outs here, just
Yeah. No,
miracles.
that's a good one. That can work. I mean, he's hit it before. He can hit it again. I don't know how many Terra Gliders are left in the deck, to be honest, but he's gonna no snitching the Vindicator here. He doesn't want to even deal with any pings.
Yep.
No 3 damage ping. 2 damage ping better than 3 damage ping. So just play the Nehemiah. It takes 2 damage, but he can heal it back up.
Yeah. We did definitely like that over
Yeah, I think so.
over
I mean,
no
I
snitching
don't
the
know, but I
victory.
think that's pretty good. I mean, he's gonna know. We just know there's a no snitching in Job's hand, right? So it's like it's hard to it's hard to be like, yeah, this was the right play because we know the answer is there too. So it stinks a little bit.
All right. So currently, how much damage? He's
Yeah,
technically still
for
alive.
4, 5, and then 4 from the Cindy if you want.
Mhm.
That's 9 damage.
Yep.
Or maybe he's just gonna try to Wong and just beat this down and maybe hope the Cindy you can just play the effect side and finish it, or play the unit battle ready and finish it when it needs to be
Are
needs to
there
happen.
determined assaults in Job's deck. That might be if Wong hits
There
one
are
of these.
not. There's an orbital.
Hmm.
Another no snitching.
Oh,
Good buff.
7, 8.
That's a good buff.
damage.
Hits the victory. He sees the no snitching, D-money. It just waves it off. There's nothing could be done at that point. You knew that was the card that can kind of set you off. And what Job here could just set up for lethal next turn if he
Yeah.
wants. Just plays the gunslinger.
Exactly. I'm like, almost had a hope there if he just stayed out of the Cendrillon
Yeah.
range, but with the slinger, that's not an option. But
Just
at
gonna
least we
bank
get
the
to see.
slinger.
Oh,
He banked already, I think. No, he didn't. Okay.
interesting.
Still in range. Even for the unit. Another formidable. Oh, he's gonna regret banking that slinger now.
Yeah, I'm surprised that you banked that slinger. I mean, you're almost certainly winning this game, but like no matter what the earthen does, pretty much, like if you just have
Yeah.
that 4 damage, you're chilling.
Yeah. Let's see what the wand gets us. Can he get anything good? Keep in mind this victory still has evasive, so you need to hit a no snitching also.
Oh, that's a great point.
Yeah. Oh, 2 damage left. Needs to swing and heal. There's the Taramek. Not soon enough.
Pain.
Yeah, this
No, he's
does he
at
have
2, so it's
he
just
doesn't
over.
yeah. +3. What can we do with +3? All right. Can we make anything happen? You can formidable and swing into the victory, kill that off.
And then yeah, just dead to Cendrillon.
Yeah. No, well, you'll have one more charge on your altar, so you can heal yourself for 2 more.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Actually, there we go. Slightly out of range.
Yeah. Try to find a defender or something next turn with this Taramek.
Possible.
Job had lethal, but
I know.
now it's
I'm
slowed
really
down just a
shocked
little
to
bit.
see that gunslinger. I mean, I get it though. Like with the evasive on the victory, I mean, all of you wouldn't expect that you can't push out the damage there, but still,
Yeah.
I would have liked to have held on to the slinger.
D-Money putting a masterclass in survival.
He's put up such a good fight. We gotta hand
Yeah.
it to him,
Yeah.
especially after that Titan mirror.
Heal
Earthen
yourself.
mirror.
There we go. He has escaped death once again. Wait, why isn't it? What's taking so long?
Oh, freeze.
Oh no, that was just
Okay.
stream delay a little bit. Yep. So we're good. He draws into the no snitching. Job can just roll the rallying. Are there any gunslingers left? Or maybe I mean, I think that's what you do.
Yeah, you could technically do both rallying cry, right? Find the slinger. There's probably one left. Wow. I think, I mean, my God, if D-Money could somehow claw his way back into this, that'd be the comeback of a century.
Yeah.
I don't think it's possible, but I guess the game isn't over yet. So
Not over yet. It's not
can
over
hold
yet.
out.
If he draws a Primea Conduit, by the way, I'm screaming. Because then you can play Taramek Shield Tummy and Primea Conduit, and now you have Defender on your
My God.
but I think he's gonna go he doesn't hit it. He doesn't hit but he hits a Fleet Machinist, so that'll give a Vindicator. He's gotta avoid these burns. D-Money's gotta avoid these burns, but he has a no snitching, so he can do it. Like the pieces are there, kinda. But then you can't bank your no snitching. This is tough. You can't use that no snitching. Just play
Man,
the
can I just say
Vindicator.
that
Oh my
Altar
God.
of Gaia is the only reason why D-Money
Yeah.
had
It's been
any
putting in
chance
the
this game.
work. The absolute work. All right, here we go. D-Money's turn. If we draw a Conduit,
Do it.
it's
the
good,
top.
but there's a but. You now you don't have an answer for the Vindicator. Oh, not it. Wrong one drop. Wrong one drop. D-Money, I think this is safe to call at this point. Man, he put on a show. He's
He
gonna
really
he's gonna
did.
keep looking. He's gonna keep looking. I don't doubt him. You gotta look. At this point, you gotta look. But I don't see it at this point. There's too much. the Vindicator and the Cindy kind of seal the deal at this point.
Wow.
What
On a
a game. D Money getting the Terramex, but not not being able to capitalize it in both games that he's got this. Trying Earthen back to back to back. We saw this happen with players on the Catherine yesterday and having trouble, but D Money having some trouble on the Earthen. And yeah, it's just crazy to see.
wow.
He's gonna go out the
What a
honorable
game.
way.
Oh my god, the condiment.
Oh,
Oh my god. That's so painful.
yeah. He did no
Dude.
snitching though, the thing, but man, it's gonna be over. He set it up as best he could. But you're gonna see this Cindy come out and just do, I mean, whatever way you want to do it, unit or effect burn. He's gonna go for the effect burn. Rend from Earth going to take D Money out of this tournament, and Job with the 3-0 to line him up for the finals in the second parallel major.
Wow. Congratulations to Job. Feeling for D Money there, but he really put up one hell of a fight. I mean, I
Yeah.
didn't see any like overly glaring mistakes. I think he played really well, but just couldn't quite get there. So big congrats to Job. Some crazy games, guys.
Yeah. I need a break.
Yeah. Oh.
Excelsior, if you're muted, you're muted.
Right. Okay, dude, you guys like actually have like a kind of a curse for having some long games. Like, but yeah, it was fun. It was fun, and especially seeing the Nehemiah mirror a while ago, it was amazing. And yeah, you said it a while. You said it a while ago, Muka. Like, the 3-0 straight up from the first match of day two. That's a good telling from the performance of Job, being the
Yeah.
battle-hardened warrior that we have seen him from the previous day. And
He's like
you know,
Bane. He came from the shadows and he fought his way
yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Came from the trenches.
Dude, like those matches, especially, I think this time D Money wasn't able to. He had those clutch moments, and especially with the appearance of like a double Terramex. But over at the chat, people were saying like he only had one defender, and that's the weakness of that pull. And we were looking at what was happening over at the Nehemiah of Jobsad, and it was, dude, it was such an epic match, and it's one for the books. We are just starting day two, so yeah. With that as well, of course, I want to ask, what did you think were the factors wherein we got D Money have a 3-0 here? Like, was it just bad draw? Did you see any possible, plays that could have been done better? How about let's hear from Ali.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think D Money made any super obvious mistakes by any means at all. I think that maybe his decks like were needed maybe a little bit of tweaking. Like, I'm not sure in that earthen mirror there, but like the really big thing was that he did not have draw. Like, Job just ran away with it with the rummaging researcher, was able to build a bigger board and find more answers to be able to answer his other titans. So I think that was unfortunate for him. But in that last game there versus the Marco, I mean, didn't get a Stewie. Turn one, there's only so much you can do. I don't think there was any mistakes that at least I saw, at least in that last series.
Yeah, same here. Like, it looked a bit clean, of course. Like, not a lot of changes I could have done as well. Like, especially with the RNG that you can get from the glider, and of course the other stuff as well. Yeah, there's nothing that can be done there. But Muka, with the play of D Money, he just played Nehemiah all throughout, right? So any changes with the lineups that they could have made, like possibly refreshing it, could have helped him in the next matches.
Yeah, I think possibly. I think the biggest weakness may have been a bit of deck design. I don't think he misplayed, but there were some
Yeah,
cards that just made like once your earthen strategy was kind of answered, he couldn't like restart a new strategy because he was
yeah,
like low on cards. and maybe some of the tech cards weren't necessarily the best, but he played it well. Like some
Yeah.
cards you can't like deny did do a lot of impact that maybe we didn't see other players playing, like the Altar of Gaia, the Relic Repurposing. They did do the jobs that they were probably brought in for, but missing some of that draw power, I think, hurt him the most. And I don't think there's anything wrong with a player like triple locking in a deck. Like I know a lot of people will attribute that to like tilt or something like that, like losing like your mental focus. But if you feel like your deck is strong enough and you need to win with it eventually, so and we saw Earthen do well across the tournament, so I don't think it was like particularly wrong. Maybe just the deck build was where it was lacking a little bit, but yeah, he needed to win with it eventually. I used to be like super hard focused on like trying to like edge the matchup a certain way and stuff, and we saw that happen a bit yesterday. Like for example, Manos versus Shogo, he switched up and played a Catherine, and then went back
Yeah.
to his Earthen deck when it lost. So there's points where it does matter, but for the most part, you need to win with the decks anyway. So unless there's like a glaring matchup you're trying to avoid, it's okay to multi-lock in a deck. I just think like the heart of the cards weren't with him today, and the deck build ran out of fumes a bit too many times.
Also, I
Yeah.
think it might have been a little unfortunate that the first match he ran into the Neve. Like, I think
Mm-hmm.
that was
Yeah.
sort of what you would expect most of the time for how that would go. Like, if the Neve gets really unlucky, doesn't find the erasures, that's one thing. But majority of the time, that's how it's going to happen. So if Job had queued up Marco first or something like that, and he secured the win with the Earthen, like that could have put him in a much better position. So might have been a little unlucky to have that as the first match.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of different factors, and but yeah, he went this far, and congratulations to D Money for getting to the semifinals. But Job Sad, of course, is gonna be moving towards the finals as the first seed. And with that, we're gonna be saying goodbye for now to Ali and Muka as they're gonna be resting for the next matchup a bit later, and we're gonna look at the brackets. Here we go. This is the updated bracket that we have right now. And you can see that Job Sad in the first day was able to defeat Hylos Diardi with a 3-2. Now, in this current matchup, with a clean sweep against D Money with 3 matches going in with a 3-0. And that was an amazing run as well. And of course, this is a chance for us to thank Echelon Prime Foundation. Special thank you to Echelon Prime Foundation for sponsoring this weekend's prize pool. This tournament and the league is made possible by the Prime Token, the official sponsor of the upcoming Parallel League. You can learn more about the Parallel League, the point structure, and upcoming events by visiting parallelleague.game. And remember, this month, your rank counts for the league. And with that, we are going to be going with our new set of casters. Of course, we're going to be having Scout and Quinto. Are you here, guys? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Oh, right. There you go. Oh, wait. Oh,
It's
hey,
me.
hey,
Hello.
hey. Hello.
How you doing?
Okay. Hey, Free Tip Scout
We
is here, and we see a shard. Amazing.
we're just
But
waiting
yeah,
on Quinto. Yeah.
yeah, for sure, man. Like, dude, that last match was amazing, and I know you've watched it. I've seen you
Yeah.
go in over at Twitch chat, go in over at the casters chat as well. Like, what are your thoughts? Like, what was your favorite moment, man, during that match between D Money and Jobsad?
Well, first of all, before I get into my favorite moment, I've got to say props to Ali and Muka because they put a shift in on that last game, didn't they? I mean, that was probably one of the most intense games I think we've seen in tournament play so far this season. So it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. My favorite moment was when the second Terra Mech came down from the Terra Glider and he
Hmm.
procced it. That was such a high roll. I think that was like a
Yeah.
huge moment in the game. You could see the excitement of D Money. He just was like, yes, that's it. I've got it. You know, he had a 1 in 5 chance to get it. He got it. And the chat was going crazy as well when that happened. Like they were really loving it. So that was incredible. Probably just a shame that he didn't go and win that game to give himself
Hmm.
a chance in the next game. Sorry, but wow, amazing games. Honestly, Muka, you must be exhausted, surely. You're muted as
He,
well. He's so
yeah,
exhausted. He's muted.
he lost his voice, man,
Yeah,
because of all the all the matches. Yeah, you're here.
you're muted.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
I'm muted. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta earn some overtime, right? So they threw me in a little bit. So I asked
Yeah,
for some more hours, at the
yeah.
casting desk. So just earning my keep. You gotta hang out a little bit more.
It's okay, man. It's okay. And of course, we love to have you here. And I want to know, of course, who are we going to be casting for the next matchup? Free tip.
What, as in like who? What match?
Who's
As in
playing
the
next?
Yeah,
players?
who's playing
Yeah.
Yeah.
next? Yeah.
So it's Manos versus bullbence, isn't it? Which is
Oh
going to be
wow.
an incredible game because Manos has a load of supporters, a load of people that want him to get to the final to go and meet Job or Job. I'm said Job. It's Job. I'm saying Job. And bullbence as well is such a nice guy. He's got such good tournament experience in such a short amount of time playing the game. He's really been one of those quick rises in the game since he's been playing, and like it's hard to kind of pick between the two because I think we both want them. I think for me personally, I want them both to get through, but only one can. So what I do know is we're going to have a very, very intense game. Probably, hopefully, not as intense as what Mooka and Ali had because I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I
No,
can
you gotta
handle that.
suffer a little bit too, I think.
Yeah.
But like Manos and Bullbence are two juggernauts in the parallel scene, right? Bullbence has earned his keep and his name that he has now. These are two guys that showed up to the YGG Play Summit, right? So these are two fierce
Yeah.
competitors. Bullbence
Yeah.
getting second in that tournament, right? So the guy
Yep.
knows how to play his game. Manos, is definitely a fan favorite, but I think Bullbence has just as much supporters nowadays and has earned his spot.
Yeah.
Talking
I think
about
also as well.
Yeah, okay. Go.
Sorry, I was just going to say one more thing. I think both of them are very cool, calm, like characters. So what we'll probably see is that we won't see as much animation from those two as we did with D Money. We'll definitely see much more calculated kind of reactions. They won't, even if they're under pressure, we won't probably see it from them. They'll just keep their heads and think, okay, that's fine. Like, what can I do to kind of like swing this back? So I'm really looking forward to these games. Honestly, I'm glad. I'm super grateful that we're going to be casting these two games here.
Yeah, two juggernauts, two chill guys that we're gonna be seeing here. Bullbens versus Manos, and with that, we're gonna be looking at some decks that they're gonna be carrying right now. And here we go. We have Bullbens here carrying that Kathy, and from what it looks like, again, it's a mix of your unit heavy deck that we usually have also at Kathy, but you don't usually see a lot of burn potential in terms of effects, except for the Determined Assault. What do you think about this deck, Free Tip Scout?
Yeah, I do like it. I think he's very familiar with this deck as well. I think he's been practicing a lot with it. Again, we see the Logistics Mastery, which, we've not seen a huge amount at this tournament, but maybe in these next kind of few games, we can see this being a significant factor in driving a win. We can see Sendry's great. We saw in the last game that Sendry got the finishing blow against D-Money. So love this deck. I think it's been talked about quite a bit at this tournament so far, how the emergence and the rising popularity of the Vindicator has now started to become quite a must-have deck in a must-have card, in a Marco deck like this, and it's such a strong card. So again, shout out. I think Mooga's already done it, but shout out to the free roll for really just kind of like ambassadoring that card, because it's a fantastic addition to this already very, very strong deck that has so many different ways to control the board, so many different ways to stifle the opponents. It's got energy ramp, it's got the ability to silence, it's got the ability to go direct as well when they need to with the Determined Assault. It's got good board clear with Artillery Volley and Central, and it's basically got everything. I think the only thing it doesn't really have is a bit of a heal, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's solid. It's so good.
Yeah, solid rundown coming from Free Tip Scout, and I think we're going to be having a new deck as Bullbens. What is he carrying for the next one? It's going to be Scipius, and we have here a one-off for Master Poisoner, a bunch of Formaticians, Exalt, and Convergent Centaurs, of course, the usual, but of course, for the rundown, we're gonna be having Kinto back here again. Kinto, what do you think about this deck?
Yeah, pretty similar to the list that he was running, if not this exact same. We see the Saboteur here for some relic removal. The Domina, some people are not running the Domina. 2 for Magician's Exalt. I really like going with 2 of them only. 1 Master Poisoner, yeah, definitely for that Terramech and those types of stuff. 1 No Snitching, and 2 Take It or Leave It. The 2 kill box will also be the interesting changes that are usually seen in terms of variability of cards and tech cards mostly. So yeah, very nice solid list, CP list. I like it.
Yeah, definitely a solid Scipius list coming from bullbence, but he has more solid decks. Let's see what he has on the next one. Okay, so it's gonna be a Neve deck, and it looks kind of standard. Can you see anything different right now, Free Tip Scout?
Yeah, I mean, I like this deck because, of course, it's Shroud, and I love the whole Shroud as a paragon and a parallel. But I'm not overly massively sold on this deck, if I'm honest with you. I can see we've got 3 Engine Whisperers in here, and we've also got 1 Embedded Agent. Now, the Embedded Agent's in here really just to offer that 1 tap kill for anything kind of sinister. We saw in the last games that being able to 1 tap kill something could really save you a lot of headache and a lot of time. So this is almost there just to kind of try and counter things like the Terramech or just really big units you need to get through. I'm not a huge fan of the Engine Whisperers in here, purely because I think that you could switch them out and maybe look at pushing more effects. For example, we don't really have any Stolen Powers in here. We don't have any Dark Reposes in here. I think these 2 cards are very good at being able to offer some extra solutions in the early to mid game. And the Stolen Power, I run 2 copies of it in my decks, and I kind of combine that with the Dark Repose. The Stolen Powers I've actually found have been very, very useful at just giving you that extra heal so that the Dominions don't completely kill you. So I wouldn't have minded seeing, say, less Engine Whisperers and then kind of maybe some Stolen Powers or some Dark Reposes. We haven't really seen the Dark Reposes at this tournament, and it's one of those new cards from the Aftermath set that I think is a great way to help you deal with big units, or even you can use it with other effects to bring shields down and then remove big threats. So this deck is good. Don't get me wrong, it's good. It's just got a couple of cards in here. We can see as well Logistics Support Cruiser. I don't really think you need to put this in this deck, to be honest with you. So it's an unusual build, and I'd love to see how bullbence is going to pilot it in the games.
Yeah, definitely. We see some kind of dated picks right here, especially. But if he is already on the semifinals, maybe he'll pilot this to perfection. But it is yet to be seen, as he's gonna be facing one hell of a match for this semifinals. But of course, let's see what deck he has in store for us. One more. It's gonna be a Nehemiah deck. Okay, so looking at it currently, as I'm seeing some. Okay, so 1 relic repurposing we have right here. 3 Terra Gliders. Oh yeah, and a Merciless Bulwark. Oh, interesting pick right there. What do you think about this deck, Kinto?
Yeah, so this is the same list he was running against Very Fat Guy with the 2 Primea Conduits. I think some of them are not even running the Primea Conduit. Definitely a unit that can help in the late game. Going also with the Cunning Diplomat, another classic earthen card that can help you draw and has the Defender. We see once again 2 Romagene Researchers, which are right now the GOAT in this tournament for the amount of resources it can provide to earthen. The Merciless Bulwark is basically just a tech card, as mentioned previously. And, bullbence is the only one running the 2 Hasty Mobilizations, which has been kind of underwhelming. Many people have been saying in terms of raw power as it is. But most of it is pretty standard here with 1 PS8 also as a tech card. Yeah. These are my thoughts on this deck.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of hasty mobilization as well. Like, it kind of underwhelming in terms of the output. But yeah, let's see how well it performs in this matchup. Let's look at the deck of Chill Guy Manos. Let's go. Here we go. Scipius. Again, looks similar to the other decks, and of course with the tech, of course, Memento of the Fallen. You can see here, especially thinking that there's going to be a lot of swarms, 2 kill boxes as well. What do you think about this deck, Free Tip Scout?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the deck that Manos played against me on the ladder about a week or so ago. It's a pain. It's an absolute pain. Once this gets going, it's really difficult to then catch up with it because it can snowball so quickly out of control. And he's got also 2 copies of the Convergent Recruiter, which just means that the numbers just keep flooding in. His hand is able to keep getting replenished. 2 kill boxes is a solid solution here, so that he should be able to find at least one of them, so that when his board is wide, it's, if you don't control it, if you don't remove the units, then he's going to be in a position to just, kill you, end you in one turn. I like that he's got the Memento of the Fallen in here as well. Again, it just works so perfectly with a Sippy deck that's going to go wide, and you'll be looking to buff big units. This is a menace. It really is, and I know for a fact that Manos knows exactly how to pilot this, and I'd be very surprised if Manos loses with this deck. He's very, very good at it. So again, really good build. He hasn't overcommitted with some of the big cost units. Like, he's got 2 poisoners because I think he feels it's the right balance here, so that he can fill up the earlier cards, so the lower cost cards, just so that he's got that nice early pressure. It's just a really good build, and yeah, I think Manos should do well with this one.
Yeah, he probably will do well, but let's see how well he will do against bullbence. And of course, let's look at his next deck right now. Okay, Manos is going to be bringing this Nehemiah deck. And yeah, bunch of rummaging researchers for draw and Gaffar's Rage to boot. What do you think about this deck, Kinto?
Yeah, once again, we see the Crimea Conduits, the Cunning Diplomats as classics in the Earthen, the previous Earthen builds. We see the Rummaging Researcher running 3, different from what bullbence is running. We also see here the Gaffar's Rage, which was how he won in that match there against Shogo, using it on the Caretaker. He's also running the Stabilized Shard for extra ramp, which is really nice, something that, I mean, if you get neglected as Steward of the Garden, and then you can play Stabilized Shard for that extra ramp and keep your Earthen game going. Also, he's running up the Holy Line, which is a pretty interesting card to run because you can just bank it. It's like bank fodder, but then if you reveal it, it will just trigger a defender in a tricky situation. It might actually save you if you do it right and play it right. So interesting. Also interesting that he's only running 2 Virulent Spores for max flexibility among other cards in the deck. So, and the 3 allocated provisions, it seems like he really wants to conceal cards there for maximum resource, or just get sure that the Terra Gliders can get their big units off. I think it's a pretty solid list overall.
Yeah, definitely a pretty solid list, as you have discussed right now, Kinto. And I want to see what else Manos has in store. Here we go. Manos is still going to be using one of the actually memorable matches I've seen with him using that Kathy. And also having Memento of the Fallen as one of the upgrades in this deck. What do you think about this deck right now, Freedom Scout?
Yeah, I mean, it's the tried and tested Markolian deck here for Kathy. We've got all the usual suspects like the Machinist, the Bannerman, the Slingers, the Trigger Happy Troopers. So it's gone really hard on, you can see it's got 15 one-cost effects, or one-cost cards, sorry. It's the type of deck where you need to be on turn 1 playing a 1-cost drop, on turn 2 playing 2 1-cost drops, getting that nice early tempo, and Manos recognizes that. I like that we've got the Alvaro interrogators in here, because this almost became a staple card in a lot of Markolian decks. And to be fair, it also became a bit of a card where you would play it to try and counter Cathy as well. So, for example, Algencore used to run this, and they do still run it actually, to try and counter some of the effects and just to almost try and burn Cathy a little bit more. I like this deck; it's really good. Artillery volley, the snitches, the no snitchings in here as well, just to kind of silence some units. Really, really decent. Again, we see the Vindicator Rapid Assault Vehicle, which is a mainstay, I think, for a while now, especially with its Aftermath ability to deal 3 damage to any target. Is just so powerful, right? Because you might just be needing to find that extra damage. You might not be able to get through a defender, but if you can just almost sacrifice it and then do the damage directly, it might be enough for you to get over the line and win the game. So really, really good. Again, we see the Memento of the Fallen because I think it's a favorite of Manos's. And I believe he also has the variant as well. I think he has the Prime variant, which hopefully we'll get to see a bit more at this tournament, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see it. Like the whole Prime variant, the gold and glass type of art, really a good variant to have, of course. But of course, let's see what else Manos has in store. It's a Neve deck, and man, a lot of Brand's expertise on this one. We're going to be having 3 off, a rummaging researcher as well, and of course the absence of a power instructor. What does that mean, Ginto?
Yeah, interesting. He's not running the Engine Whisperer. He's going for the 3 embedded agent. I guess to maximize the counter to Earthen. Going with a classic stabilized shard on Neve for good ramp. He's running the logistics support cruiser also for ramp. Manos definitely likes to get ahead in energy, it seems. The Romayan researcher is another interesting add here, since there's practically not many ways of revealing for him, I think. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing how is he gonna be revealing stuff to synergize with the Romayan researcher, but I guess just having it there, and since everyone's revealing stuff with charge, definitely the Romayan researcher might be worth it in that situation to counter those charges going on. 2 treacherous schemings is 2 Triumphs of the Lost. These are cards that are usually it varies how many copies you run, and 2 Honor Stewards also. So he's going with lower copies of these cards to be able to include stuff like logistic support cruiser, Romayan researcher that are not common in this deck. So really nice list. Let's see how it plays out for him in those tricky situations.
Okay, it's gonna be some kind of a tricky situation for the different decks as well, as to how they're gonna be piloting it towards the finals. So now let's look at the bans of our players. Okay, not a surprise. It's gonna be both Katari banned, and with that, guys, I'm gonna be passing the mics over to our casters. We're gonna be having Free Tip Scout and Kinto casting the matches of bullbence and Manos. Casters, take it away.
Poor Sippy, right, Kinto? Poor Sippy. He's just not really got enough of a look in at this tournament, has he?
Yeah, we're not seeing him anymore, sadly.
No.
I mean, at the moment, what do you think is gonna happen here? What is gonna be the first match, Free Tips?
I think Manos. I don't ever feel like Manos is, and I might be wrong here, but I don't ever really feel like Manos is like a super regular user of Shroud. So I'd almost be expecting Manos to maybe start with Earthen or Marco here. Maybe Earthen to get things kicking off. Bullbence, I'm almost expecting Bullbence to go Earthen or Marco too. I'd be really surprised if any of them pick Shroud to start with. I feel like we haven't really been seeing Shroud being picked first in a lot of the games. It's almost one of those it's almost one of those decks where they want to try and use it depending on where they are in terms of the series, right? Have they got a win? Have they got a loss? If they've got a loss, okay, maybe depending on what I'm going to be facing next, I need to use it. But yeah, it's not been the front runner so far. So yeah, I think probably Manos goes Earthen, bullbence maybe goes Earthen, so maybe we see a mirror. What do you reckon, Quinto?
Yeah, we have seen that. We have seen like, I think the most we have seen in the as the first match would be Marco and Earthen, a combination of both, like Marco Mirror or Marco Earthen has been the standard in this tournament. And there it is.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. So Marco versus Earthen, and bullbence is really, really solid and really strong actually with Marco. I feel like it's one of his decks that he's the strongest in. So he's trying to lead with his strongest foot. And Manos has got Earthen. Probably Manos was thinking there, okay, bullbence is good in Marco with Kathy. Why don't I try and counter that a little bit with Earthen, which is a decent counter to Kathy here. So I think we've got a good game here. I do. And I'm interested to see the mulligans now.
Yeah.
We've actually got the wrong mulligan names up here, I think. We've still got jobsad and dmoney, but this is actually the game of bullbence and Manos. So we're just going to change those names. So just bear with us, guys. But I think Manos is the bottom. There we go. So the names have now been corrected. So Manos is at the bottom. He is going second. He gets the double mulligan. And then bullbence is going first. He actually looks like he's got a pretty interesting mulligan with a lot of gunslingers. And I think there was a snitching in there with a bannerman. So yeah, let's see what the cards are they have in their hand and who's going to get the better start here. All right. So bullbence has a lot of one-cost units, which is really what you want to have, actually, when you are playing Kathy. You want to get this kind of nice, early, aggressive tempo. Manos has a nice hand, though, because Manos can go Steward of the Garden into the Moonlit if he wanted to, or he could go Stewie into Rummaging Researcher, or he could go Stewie into Provoke Caretaker. Whatever he decides to do, he's got some nice 3-cost units to be playing. It looks like he's going to be banking the Caretaker, so I'd assume it's going to be Stewie, and then he can potentially go into the Rummaging Researcher or the Moonlit for the next turn. So good opening turns from both players there.
Yeah.
There was also a no snitching that was put on the bannerman, which I think is a massive play to begin with, isn't it?
Yeah, this is an interesting decision here for bullbence. Like going with a no snitching early, since Manos has the taker lever, he can still play whatever he wants, or just using the determined assault on the Stewie of the Guardian, saying that's no snitching for a better situation. Overall, this is a weak hand, I would say, for bullbence. Like 2 gunslingers against Earthen are not great.
No.
So yeah, let's see what's gonna happen here. What decision he will make. This bannerman has been no snitch, so it won't grow, which is bad. Usually, an early bannerman that you could just grow and grow and grow against Earthen was super threatful. But now it can only buff once, and in this case, none. So yeah, let's see what bullbence goes up with here. It seems he's gonna go with a determined assault. Yeah. He's going to save that no snitching for a better situation. I mean, in the end, it's the best decision because you can do way more with that no snitching on another situation, for sure.
Yeah, I agree with you. And he's stopped the energy ramp, hasn't he, for Manos? So now, rather than Manos actually being able to play a 3-cost, which he can still technically do with the take it or leave it, but bullbence didn't know that, so he thought, right, I'm gonna stop the energy ramp so that you don't play something which is going to be pretty horrible for me to deal with. But I think we're still going to see it. Would you be looking to play the Rummaging Researcher or the Moonlit here, or the Caretaker? He's got 3 options, hasn't he? If he uses the take it or leave it, what would you be looking to play here, Quinto, and why?
I really don't like the Caretaker play here in this situation because that can trump you. It can backfire if you get like an early Terraglider, for example. However, it can be good in the case that there's a Romanian researcher, because you can draw a lot if you set it up like you can, like next turn you can have the caretaker activate the charge. Play the Romanian researcher and then activate the caretaker charge, and you get like 2 cards from that. That's a lot of resources to have early on. However, Manos goes with the Moonlit in this situation. He's not too worried about this. How do I say it? This bannerman that has been countered. So now this is what this is what I was saying regarding bullbence's deck list. He gets that scanner probe, buff scanner probe, another option to get on the Cathy's rallying cry. That's really, really powerful, I would say, in terms of damage that it can deal and its effect also. However, there's not much to trade here for bullbence. Like nothing that bullbence would want to give out. What do you think?
No, yeah, I think he wants to try and keep the Wong, the Vindicator's very good, the snitching or the no snitch. I always call it snitching when we're talking about no snitching. It's just easier to call it snitching. But yeah, those are all 3 cards. I think you're right. I don't think he wants to give them away. So I agree with you. I think it's a nice addition to the deck, though, and it's one of those cards that had a lot of play, didn't it? Back not too long ago. It's sort of started to fall out of favor to fit in the aftermath card. So it's really nice to still see the scanner probe getting in some shifts here, getting in some hits against the Moonlit.
Yeah. Definitely. Here, I'm not sure what bullbence was trying to do here, hitting the Moonlit with the scanner probe. I guess he just wants to trim down a bit the Moonlit. However, this thing is just gonna keep on buffing, and at some point, the Nehemiah is gonna get neglected right away, as we know, with that no snitching.
With the no snitching, yeah.
But here it is. Like here's gonna be we're gonna see Manos get a lot of resources, and this is gonna be absolutely devastating for bullbence. And look what he draws.
Yeah, he's drawn the big boy.
The final piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, the big boy that we saw so vividly in Ali and Muka's match. I think if anyone didn't know what that card was, then after the last match between dmoney and jobsad, they definitely know what it is now. Huge unit, probably one of the best cards that has been added into the game from the Aftermath set. Absolutely amazing addition for Earthen as well. Just makes them so strong. And in this matchup as well, it can be dealt with a little bit better because of the effects that bullbence is running. So he could, of course, play something like a PSA, bring the shield down, then snitch it. But at the end of the day, even if you snitch that unit, you're still having to deal with a unit that's got 10 damage on the board. So it's a great unit, even if it gets snitched.
This is a perfect situation for Manos. Like, this is the god hand. Like, having so many units, so many resources so soon against Marco, there's pretty much, like, usually Marco is the one that's having like an insane board, and so that's so difficult to deal with. But in this situation here, it seems that Manos is gonna have like it's gonna be cruising for the next turns.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you feel like is the next play here for Manos? Because he's, in my opinion, in the driving seat at the moment. I do like some of the cards in bullbence's hand. He's just played the Vindicator, which I like. He's banking the Logistics Mastery, okay, and then going for the 2 damage on the Moonlit, I guess, right? Just to remove that. Okay.
Yeah.
Can't really do anything, can he, against the Caretaker for now? He's still saving, still holding on to that snitching, isn't he? For most likely something like a Nehemiah.
Yeah. However, I don't think Manos will need to even play Nehemiah for a while. With what he has the allocated provisions also to just keep concealing his stuff. Now he's gonna get real, and he also gets hold the line. He's thinking about it because he needs to. If he wants to play hold the line, he needs to have the extra energy to play it, because you play a copy of it for one
Yeah.
energy. But at this point, he doesn't even care about it. He knows that that defender is gonna last. I would say so. It's not like I mean, he can conceal it too, and then reveal it again at some point. So he's not too worried about playing it now. Yeah, this is a real question here. Banking the formidable presence or not?
Yeah.
It definitely doesn't matter much at this point.
No, he doesn't really. He's not really in the position where he's going to need it, is he? He's kind of pretty much in control. Is the game's still early on? There's not a big board that he needs to use it to try and clean up. So I think that's probably decent. I like the fact that he is keeping hold of Cleanse the Earth, because that could be quite useful as well against Kathy, right? Cleanse the Earth.
Well, against the Paragon? You mean no?
Is it? Can you not
No,
use it against
no,
the Paragons? Oh, you can't.
no, you
Okay.
can't. You can't.
Okay.
So
scratch that
so
then.
yeah, here it's gonna be interesting what he wants to do. If he wants to attack that, I mean, I wouldn't sacrifice my caretaker just yet, in the sense that if he attacks the Vindicator, probably Bullbence is gonna target the caretaker. The draws have not been like the best in terms of Cleanse the Earth and Stewie of the Garden at this point. However, there's like this amount of resources drawing so many times for Earth, and at this point of the game, having this board it's already super good. So yeah, he's thinking about it like, should I sacrifice my caretaker here and prevent a worse situation later with this Vindicator? It seems so.
Yeah, I think that's good. I mean, that Vindicator, the longer you leave it, it can just cause you all manner of problems further down the line.
Yeah.
You know that you're going to have to. He didn't have a snitching, right? So he didn't have a no snitching to kind of cancel its ability. So it was a case of, do I just take control of this and make sure that I remove it so that it doesn't remove, like it doesn't hit 3 damage to, say, like a Stewie of the Garden, which he's now got 2 of in his hand.
Yeah,
One of them will get banked though.
Yeah, at this point, Kathy's Rallying Cry is not it's not a card that you would prioritize, I would say. Definitely, Bullbence is thinking about removing this defender. This way, he would make sure at least block some of the defender hopping if there's a Terramech played. So yeah, he's thinking, should he play Kathy here? Should he go Wong to get more resources? This is not the ideal situation to be certain. Definitely thinking about just banking that Kathy's Rallying Cry, because the Slinger in some situations is good. Like you can use it in this way where you can ping stuff, play it first, and then buff the next unit, or you can just trigger assaults, for example, in the victory. So yeah, the Slinger is really versatile in these Kathy decks.
Yeah, it is indeed. So he's opted to go for the Slinger and then get the buff here, the passive buff on Kathy. So she could, oh wow, look at that. Perfect hit to get rid of the Rummaging Researcher. Love it.
Yeah.
That worked out so perfectly for Bullbence there.
Yep. Now we see a Terra Glider. This is getting nice for Manos. He now has to think. Definitely at this point, the Stewie of the Gardens are not the best play. So these are easily, it's easy to bang them at this stage.
Yeah.
However, it's about building a board.
He's going
thinking,
for it, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's going to go for it. So he's going to go for it and then basically reveal, I guess, 5 cards here.
Yeah. Max
bank.
reveal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Max charge to get
And
the best
what are we
possible.
looking for here?
Let's see what he gets. We only see the hold the line because he can play it first if he wants to, and he goes with it.
Not bad. Okay. Interesting. I mean,
Back
that's
in
not
that
bad,
December.
right?
Yeah, this is good because he just stacks the defender at this point. It's what he wants. It's what he needs. He needs a defender on board, and we're seeing the power of that single hold the line right now, because otherwise, like, how would you give a defender if you're thinking about playing the Teramech, for example?
Yeah.
There's no other way. Yeah.
Yeah, really smart play from Manos here.
I mean, it's an easy defender. Usually, you are in that situation playing Earthen, where it's like, where the hell do I get the defender? And in this case, hold the line, just super versatile, having it in the bank, a card that you can bank also, and give defender to your stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder after this tournament whether we're going to see more and more Earthen decks running Hold the Line. I've actually got 3 copies of it already. I bought it when Aftermath cards were released, and when I bought it, the card is really cheap. It almost indicates that it's not getting used enough. But so I just wonder after this tournament whether we see it, because it is a very good card, and it's got that versatility as well. That if you have it in the bank, you can play a copy of it, which is really quite useful.
Ooh, we see very powerful cards here from bullbence.
Yeah. Strong hand. Very strong.
However, now he has all his best cards, the victories in the Triumph of Mars. He needs to establish a board here as soon as possible, and not let Manos set up a defender with that Teramech.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're playing Marco against Earthen, you're always thinking about the Teramech. I mean, there's no way you are not thinking about that. Like, we're seeing it because we're casting, but he obviously knows that the possibility of that, he has to play around it.
Yeah. I feel like that's one of the reasons why he's just held on to that no snitching from the very beginning, because he knows he might need to use that against the Teramech. But yeah, you're absolutely right. That's the biggest threat that Earthen can pose to you, along with Terra. So the Terra and the Teramech, those are the 2 big cards in this Earthen deck that you think, okay, I need to be aware of that.
He's forced to use it. This is what I thought. He's gonna be forced to use it in this situation for Kathy, so he can remove the defender. But then, I mean, he still is in a good spot, because now it's not like Manos can play Nehemiah and the Teramech at this point.
It's one or the other, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one or the other. And I mean, Manos will be forced most likely to just play the Teramech by itself, and then see how he gives a defender, most likely. Yeah. I mean, he can do it with the Romain researcher, so it's fine. It's fine at this point.
And you know what as well, Quinto, is like, even if you can't get like a defender on the Teramech, if you're the opponent and you see a Teramech come down, it strikes fear into you, doesn't it? Because you're like, oh my God, like, I need to remove this quickly, otherwise in 3 turns I'm dead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and this hold the line is perfect in this situation. Like, it's so easy for Manos to just give a defender.
Yeah.
And now bullbence is 1, and there's no snitching less. So he's like, now he's forced to be as aggressive as he can be, because he knows that the clock is ticking. Yeah, he's going full face.
He knows he needs to get a move on here, because
yeah. It's about
I like the victory. Yeah, I like the victory coming down. To be fair, it's actually a card I really, really love from the Marco deck. I think it looks great. I think the perfect loop of that card is amazing as well, and just such a pain of a card. The fact that any vehicles that you're playing, it's just going to get smashed.
No snitching. Holy.
Yeah.
I mean, here, the good thing is that Manos can play the Romain researcher and Nehemiah. So it's still gonna be not gonna be easy for bullbence to go through everything here, I would say.
No.
So let's see how this plays out. Because the no snitching is really powerful here for bullbence.
Yeah.
Has the PS8.
Yeah, the Peter Satan and no snitching will allow him to
Go through
deal
the
with
shield.
the shielded animation actually doesn't look like it's shielded, but it is, isn't it? At the moment, just it
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
show it visually. I think it's
yeah. It's
something
shielded.
that happened in the
No,
new patch.
Manos is listening to us. He showed us
Yeah,
the card like, yeah,
yeah.
guys, it's
Is
shielded.
it shielded?
Yeah, draw.
Cool.
Well, he also has Cunning Diplomat here for even more draw. Yeah, he couldn't play the Nehemiah. That was my bad because he needed that one extra energy for the hold the line.
I mean, the Terramech on the board though is still a problem, right? Because even if you snitch it, you still got a unit where it's got 10 health at the moment. You're going to need to get some trades in to get it off the board because you can't allow it on the board. And I don't think Bullbence's board is that great that he can afford to make all those trades into it. So it's still a little bit of a tricky position for him, right, Bullbence? I don't. His hand's okay. I like that he's got the Triumph of Mars in there so he can refill it. But I think the way that this is going is that Manos is starting to get a little bit of momentum now with his board. And Bullbence hasn't really been able to find enough direct damage here to put Manos in the danger zone, from what I can see.
Yeah, it's tricky now with the shielded on the Cunning Diplomat because, like, I mean, if he deals with the Terramech, I mean, it would be a oof. Manos gets the Gafar's
Kafar's
rage.
rage.
This is gonna
Oh,
be
man.
wild. Gafar's rage is
Oh,
insane
man.
here. Like, I mean, if Bovens leaves the Terramech, like somehow gets to deal.
Here we go. Yeah, he's taking the shield down on it, isn't he?
Yeah, the problem is that the Cunning Diplomat is just gonna give it Defender again. But this time it's not gonna have its super effect.
He's doing double, take it or leave it.
Yeah,
so
double take or leave
8
it.
energy
So,
here. Yeah.
yeah, so he maximizes whatever he draws.
Yeah.
No snitching.
Really good. Empty the hand, then basically play the Triumph of Mars and refill it. So you had one card in your hand, you're now going to have 3 that you can play everything for free as well, which is pretty nice.
Yeah.
Just trying to get the board as wide as possible here. Half comes down, Bannerman to follow.
I mean,
Gets
how
a
is he
little
gonna
buff as
deal
well.
with this Terramech?
Yeah.
He's gonna have to ram everything through it.
Yeah, he's going to lose so many units, isn't he, to try and get to it and to deal with it. Is there a case here, Quinto, about maybe trying to include Master Poisoners in a Marco deck to deal with this type of situation? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, it's like the CP Master Poisoner. It's I would say it's the same since you're trying to go wide. Definitely, I think many players went with the idea that Kathy was gonna be great, greater than Lemmy. Like we only saw one Lemmy, which was Shogo's Lemmy, and I think if you were trying to beat Earthen, that was a solution.
Yeah. Did he not attack with the Wong on the last turn? I'm not sure he did. Maybe he did actually. I'm not sure I spotted that, but yeah. At the moment, he's got a decent bullbence, but he still needs to trade 4 or 5, actually 5, because it's got 5 health, right? So
yeah.
I
mean,
gonna be a little
here
bit tricky still.
Yeah, the thing is that here, Manos, if he wants to play a farce rage, for example, he needs to pray it hits its own Romagin researcher because if not, he's just gonna be super low on health. However, this Gafar's Rage can basically clear this board. Definitely a Virulence board was better in this situation. There's still some options for Manos, like going with Nehemiah, going with that Crimea Conduit, with the Moonlit, get a bunch of defenders.
I think he's also thinking about this, isn't he? Moonlit to then heal the Terramech for a little bit for 2, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then
He
just
he
make it
definitely
harder for
wants.
them. Yeah, harder for them to kill. So he's gonna Bullbence is gonna have to commit even more units to get that done. If he gets rid of the glaive, yeah, that's smart play, isn't it? Because the glaive would have purged him a bit. Just clean up a little bit, and now Bullbence has got 4 units on the board. If he wants to get to that Terramech, he might even need to still try and get through. Oh, it's snitched. Okay, so he snitches the Bannerman. Of course, the Moonlit is another defender, and then the Primary Conduit's another defender.
Yeah,
So
this
it's
is
just trying
fine
to,
for Manos.
yeah,
This is
just
super
trying to
fine.
protect it, isn't he? Making it as hard as possible for the opponents to get to the Terramech.
Ooh,
Really good.
Bovens gets a taker leader that he can't bank now. He's gonna be forced to. Yeah, this is. I think this goes to Manos at this point. He
Yeah.
has so many resources. Still has the Nehemiah, has that Astel's Glaives and the Farce Rage.
I mean, Bullbence had quite a decent start, didn't he? Even though he had a couple of those slingers that you don't really want early on, he had a nice board developed early, but he just couldn't quite find enough damage on the board to push through and end it quickly. And it reminds me a little bit of going up against, like New Dawn, where Earthen, the longer it goes on, the more bigger units you're going to face. And if a Terramech comes down and then starts getting Defender, you really are in trouble if you don't have a way to one-tap it. Because as we saw, even kind of, no snitching it, you still have like a massive unit on the board there. So the first game goes to Manos. He gets the win there with his Earthen deck. Bullbence still has to win with all 3. So Marco, Shroud, and Earthen. What does he go for next now, Quinzo? What would you go for next?
So we see that Manos already played with Earthen, got that one out of the way. Now he needs to win with Marco or Neve. Bovens still has everything, has many options. I think for Bovens, definitely from what we have seen, he can play Earthen now, since Earthen has high chance to beat Neve and high chance to beat Marco. He can even it out and then let the possible mirrors play out. Neve versus Neve or Marco versus Marco, for example.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Manos in the driving seat at the moment. I mean, Bullbence, who didn't win with his Marco, it is still one of, I think, his stronger decks, and a deck that he is very comfortable playing. I don't think that Manos is going to play Shroud next, though. I'm not sure. I still feel like Manos is probably going to be just looking to play Shroud maybe last. So maybe Manos goes to, like Marco next. Maybe we get a Marco Cathy mirror here. That'd be interesting, because Manos is very good at Cathy as well. But a shame for Bullbence, but I thought the way that Manos was just able to bide his time, be patient in that last game, didn't panic, just thought, okay, I haven't quite got the the ramp that I was hoping for with the Stewie early, and then to try and like go into my nice 3-cost units, it's fine. I'll just build up slowly, and I know that I'm going to get some defenders down, which is going to be able to stop Bullbence in his tracks.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, Manos didn't even move. He just moved at the end. He just moved at the end to comb his mustache, and that was it.
He's getting all his power from his mustache, so he doesn't need to move at all. It's just, if he moves, he loses his stash power. It's amazing. So yeah, cool guy. I'm very curious to see the next match. I think that the next match here is a big one, of course. If Bullbence can get back into the game here and level the tie, then I think we've got a really good game on. But if Manos can extend his lead here, then it makes the third game really interesting, because then Manos will be playing with Shroud, and that, well, we don't know actually. Manos might not be playing with Shroud, but I'm assuming. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I didn't think that Manos would be taking Shroud next, so we get Manos, but Bullbence switches it up. Okay, good play from Bullbence there, I think. So we get the reverse here now. First game, we had Manos as Earthen and Bullbence as Marco, and it's completely switched now. So, here we go. It's time for Bullbence to get his own Terramech going, if he can.
Yep.
Let's see how the
Yep.
mulligans go.
It was nice and
Okay,
easy
so
there with the Stewie of the garden.
yeah,
Thinking about taking also the Crimea conduit. Gets that second mulligan, and this time he actually is gonna keep the Crimea conduit since he already has another Stewie of the garden. Maybe that's the reason he's keeping it this time.
mm-hmm.
And we see
Damn,
Manos with a also nice and easy triple one cost unit for and gets the logistic
look at that.
mastery early on.
Yeah.
I mean,
Bullbence
logistics.
gets the rummaging researcher.
I mean, logistics mastery is something to be wary when playing Marco against Earthen, because that means that if a Virulence Force is played against you, then all your units are going to take like 9 damage.
Yeah. You're going to take a huge amount of damage. Yeah. Is it the type of thing you play early? I feel like a lot of players are maybe not playing it as early as what it was intended with its cost. But I think that if you play it early, you really almost need to be having lots of ways to be able to maximize it. I think it's a really good relic personally to be playing in the mid game. Maybe we've got like a board established, and then you've got units that can take advantage of it. So, for example, gunslingers or the trigger happy troopers that can just slam for more damage with it on the board. I really love the perfect loop of the victory that Manos is rocking. I hope we get to see this actually in the game.
Ooh, this is nice. This is nice. I mean, Manos thinking about banking the victory, too heavy to have right now. However, this logistics mastery early on can be good. He decides to go for the big board right now. He doesn't care about a Virulence Force. He is just praying.
Going for it. Yeah.
Praying that that he doesn't have it. Bullbence is only running 2, though, I think. I know Manos is the one running 2. I don't remember.
Yeah, I like this. I like this play from Manos here. Doesn't need to play the logistics mastery. He'd lose tempo on the board. Playing the two units there, 2/1 costs, really good. Especially getting 2 Bannermen down nice and early. And there's no snitching in Bullbence's hand right now, which is a little bit of an issue because those Bannermen are going to continue to grow especially with the PS8 that he can play on the next turn if he wants to. He could do logistics mastery and a PS8. That would be really nice, actually.
Yeah. But Bullbence goes with the early caretaker. There's a lot of options here for Manos. Gets that he can go with the logistics mastery and the PS8s. He decides to bank the Estelles. He already is 2 powerful units behind. He's going all in to remove this board from Bullbence. He just wants to clear it as soon as possible.
Yeah, good play. Oh, a little bit of a delay there, but the move finally happens and resolves. So yeah, just really trying to assert supremacy on the board, not allow Bullbence to develop any type of units on the board at all. I don't like Manos's next. I don't like his hand, but at the same time, he does have the option to still play Cathy on the next turn. So that's the advantage of playing Cathy, is that if your hand is ever a little bit weak, come kind of the 4 energy mark, you've always got the ability to play her. She can slam for a lot of damage, and keep the pressure going.
Yeah, the thing is that Manos is running out of resources at this point. If Bullbence manages to just stabilize here, because Manos will play Cathy for sure next turn if he doesn't draw anything significant. So it's gonna be a game where we're gonna see Manos probably just going all in as soon as possible, and then Bullbence against the wall trying to mitigate the power. But this take or leave it for Manos in the hand right now, it's not what you want to see at this point. Like in this situation, you don't want to see a take or leave it.
No, Are you? What's your opinion, Quinto, with the recent change to the take it or leave it? What's your opinion of having 3 in a deck as opposed to say 2 or 1? Does it depend on the deck you're doing? Does it depend on your play style? Like, what's your opinion of having 3 now that it's been changed?
Yeah, definitely can become a brick, but this is a nice draw here for Manos, man. Like going all in here, like playing take it or leave it. The Bannerman and Kathy
Yeah,
might be a very nice play, in my opinion.
yeah.
He
It's
definitely
really
needs,
aggressive. Yeah,
super aggressive. I mean, super aggressive and super good for this situation for Manos. But once again, like if there is a virulent spores
yeah,
in Boven's top deck,
yeah.
this is gonna be
The board's gonna
devastating
be
for Manos.
wiped.
Like, yeah, it's gonna
Yeah.
be completely cooked.
Here we
He
go.
goes with Kathy in the middle, so it doesn't die to the virulent spores, but it will die anyways because of the
Yeah,
logistics mastery. So he's going face definitely. There's no time to clear units. Kathy most likely will do that, and it does.
yeah. She does. Yeah.
And we see
She's
the
just trying
take it
to.
or leave it. This is super good for Bull once he can search for that virulent spores with the Wong. Or is he going for a hasty mobilization? What is he gonna do with this take it or leave it? A chance to play a 5-cost card.
Is he just going to throw Nehemiah down just to stop some of the damage, though? I mean, I don't necessarily like that, but I wouldn't want to take a lot of damage here because at the moment, there's what, 8, 9, there's 12 damage on the board. That's quite a lot. Is he going for Wong? He's doing it.
He's
As
going
you
for
called it,
Wong for the
Quinto.
safety play.
Yep.
He knows he needs to search for that virulent spores ASAP.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. No, he's got 2 hasty mobilizations in his
Yeah,
hand.
2 haste is too big here, but
Wow.
I mean, the good thing is that Hasty, I don't know if Hasty still bugged a bit because when you play Hasty, you can see the cards that the other 2 cards, like okay, the 4 cards, if you get 2 units from it, the wording is that the rest of the cards go to the bottom of the deck, but it has happened to me that these cards you just draw them the next turn. So he might, like, if this is still in play, then he might be in a situation where he will be closer to a virulent spores.
I really don't like this board if I was bullbence here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of damage just building up, isn't there? You almost hope that the Kathy hits into your Wong so you don't take 6 there. Is he going to clear the Wong? He's going to clear it, it looks like.
He's going
so
for
that
it.
Kathy just has a free run.
Yeah, the thing is that now he can't play his symbolization. He will be getting 5 damage from that Alvaro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Manos is just gonna keep hammering here.
Oh, he's gonna take 6 as well from the Kathy.
Oof.
Takes him down to 16. This is really getting into the danger zone here. He's got so many cards in his hand.
Yeah, this is too much. This is gonna be too much.
Yeah.
Like he plays that for Middle Presence, that's 5 more damage. At this point, what do you do? Like playing Nehemiah maybe is an option. Can't even play that PS8 to clear a lot of stuff.
Like
he's going for the Roma Ying. No.
No, I feel like you need to play a defender here. Yeah, you've got to get it down now because you just can't afford to take any more like as much damage as he's taking. Yeah, he went for the Wong on the last turn to find the spores, as you say. If he'd have got that, then his solution, the board would have been solved for him, right? But now he didn't find it. He needs to get a defender down at least so that some of these units have to trade through it. And the problem for Manos is that he doesn't have a way to get around that defender. So he's got to go through it.
Yeah, he has to go through it. The thing is that, I mean, these supply caches for Bowens, like if he draws them next turn and the Alvaro is on, he's going to get us so much damage. to the face. It's a shame he didn't get those virulent spores in time, because this would have been over for Manos at this point.
I mean, he could of course here play the PSA on the Nehemiah, right? Then that's going to be doing 5 damage, and then he could just maybe trade the 1-2, the 1-1, and then he's still got Alvaro. He'll take a little bit of damage from the Alvaro, but I think that's fine.
Yeah.
He's on 30, and I think that's what he's going to do here.
Yeah. I think it's the
It means
best.
he
I
doesn't-
mean, he can afford to just take that 5 damage at this point.
Yeah.
Just hit
Yeah.
the ever leaving out of that face.
Okay. He's
4,
trading the
10,
Alvaro.
12
cool.
damage. And now bullbence
It's on the
can't
brink.
play a virulent. He places him in a checkmate position, because the virulent force will just kill him.
Will kill him.
And gets a
Yeah.
supply cachet for
Oh, he's dead.
3 more
gonna be
damage.
dead.
Damn.
Oh wow. Wow. Oh my god. Death by cash.
Yeah, actually
There
5
you go.
more damage because of the Alvaro.
Yeah, exactly. Death by cash. There you are. The cashes can really help you out, but in that sort of situation with logistics mastery and Alvaro on the board, oh my god, the cash was the end for bullbence there. Manos looked pretty comfortable. I have to say, I think bullbence just got tied up with too many high-cost cards. I mean, getting 2 hasty mobilizations in his hand was not great at all. He didn't really get a board going as well, which was, a little bit tricky, because against Marco, you know that they're going to start fast. They did, but then you've got to get those units down, those defenders, which can at least stop them from advancing more, doing more damage. He didn't quite get it, so yeah, he didn't really get a good draw there, did he, on his cards? But I think Manos played fantastic there too. So next game could be the deciding one, where Manos could go through and be the second finalist here, Quinto. He's on the brink, isn't he?
Yeah. So now bullbence knows he's going to be facing Neve. Neve can definitely beat whatever that bullbence brings in here. Definitely can deal with Durton. In the mirror also, and against Marco. It was a shame for bullbence that he didn't manage to get that virulent spores. Manos went with the all-in strategy, and he actually managed to do it. The Alvaro was key also, like running Alvaros. Manos is one of the few that's actually running Alvaros in Cathy decks, and it paid off a lot with that paired up with that logistics mastery.
Oh, it was a thing of beauty, wasn't it? It's not the sort of thing that immediately springs to mind, that like you're going to put an Alvaro in a Cathy deck with logistics mastery, right? Because you're like, well, you're probably going to do more damage to yourself than you are to the opponent. But actually, in this situation, it really worked out well for him. I think what's interesting here is that Manos now needs to win with Shroud, right? If I'm bullbence, I'm actually thinking, I'm going to take that Shroud on with my Cathy deck, because I still think Cathy is very, very strong. Earthen, we've seen at this tournament, Earthen's been doing very well against Shroud, so that's also an option. I do think that we're unlikely going to see a mirror here, because that would be super bold for bullbence to say, okay, you know what, I'm gonna beat you in a mirror. The mirrors are so difficult, especially the Neve mirrors. Especially if you go second, you know that you're going to be at a slight disadvantage, because it's a race almost to get to Neve. If you don't get those take it or leave it, or if you don't play stabilized shard and you don't Neve first, you could be in trouble. So I think for bullbence here, if I was in this position, I'd be seriously thinking about well, Marco, but yeah, I think I'd probably go Marco here against Neve, just to try and get that nice quick start. And there you go. I called it. So I think that bullbence here, if he goes first and he gets a lot of those low-cost units, I think that he can put a lot of pressure here on Manos. Neve is really good. I actually think she's got much stronger since the patch. Her Dominion can be quite useful in this type of matchup as well, just to try and stop some of the early tempo units coming down nice and quickly. But the Vindicators can be a bit of an issue. And is Manos running no snitching? Can you remind me, Quinto? Is he running no snitching in his deck? I think he might be, right?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think well, I
think
think
he's running
he
3.
doesn't.
Does he not? Okay.
Not sure.
So there's the
To be
Dominion
honest,
early
I
on.
think he's running take it or leave it,
Okay.
but not quite sure. I mean, here Manos picking up the embedded agent, an interesting pick to get against Marco because of the slingers.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't fare as well anymore, does it? Since the latest nerf, especially in this matchup where you know that Cathy decks will usually have a couple of slingers, at least 3 usually, and then they've also got the likes of the PS8s to deal with it. So yeah, I mean, he's going to go for it, isn't he? He's going embedded agent. I get it, because if you get this down early and they don't have an answer to it, then they almost can't play anything, because whatever they play is just going to get killed.
Manos is probably just baiting the slingers for some reason. And he knows there might be a snow snitching. This is actually really big brain from Manos now that I see the snow snitching in Bullbence's hand, because now he just knows. He's like 3 steps ahead. Bullbence is gonna play the slinger, and now I ensure a buff on my Stewie and get the board going.
Yep.
Got him. If it was the other way around, then Manos would be in a situation where it's Stewie wouldn't have buffed.
Yeah. There we go. Having the Malia in the hand at this point is really not good, though. I mean, he can play it, and it will allow him to get some extra card draw.
Yeah, he needs it.
So that's
I think
an advantage.
Yeah, he definitely. I mean, he definitely needs to play it just to get the resources going. He can't get their
ideally
stuff
in this matchup. Yeah, I mean, ideally in this matchup, you don't want it now, because you at least want to get 1 Dominion off and then play the Malia, so you can get the card draw, and then you can still get a few pings off with her damage, and potentially then get a Singularity Steward buffed. But the hand that Manos has got, if it doesn't improve significantly with this next draw, he is probably going to be forced to do it. And yeah.
Yep. So it's gonna be a bank on the logistic support cruiser, and I mean, it's quite interesting how Bullbence got to 2 Bannermans, a no snitching, got a really nice board, because it definitely, as you said, puts Manos in a tricky spot where he's like, okay, I can play the Malia, but it might not be enough. So he's thinking like, should I bank this logistic support cruiser in this situation, or just go with live siphon and keep it on in case I manage to get something on? Because Bullbence is just gonna ram through it with that Cathy's rallying cry, which is perfect in this moment, and he has some nice things that are coming there. He already got 2 of the slingers, so that means less slingers, more good stuff, and we will see.
His curve's really good, isn't it? Because as you say, next turn he can go rally cry. Turn after that he can do Cathy. The turn after that, most likely you get something you can play in between playing the victory. So yeah, really solid.
Yeah.
Manos is in a spot here though. He needs to get a good card, a couple of cards here. Oh, okay. That's
this is a
he can make it work.
A classic Manos play. He gets the take it or leave it and the Wong
and
for
the Wong.
that nice combo.
Yeah.
Wow.
Perfect. Exactly what he needed. Like he needed a bit of a bailout here.
Damn, Bullbence is gonna cook here with that the Harf for sure.
Oh, the Harf messes things up here.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll manage to deal with this. Yeah. This really cooks Manos up, the Harf. Well,
yeah.
I mean, this
This is actually one of those things, though, where in this matchup, you really do need to try and have like an early Dominion, at least so that when this is happening, you can answer it fairly immediately before it gets out of control. The way it is right
Yeah.
now, the board's getting out of control. He has, of course, now an erasure, but his Stewie's already been silenced, so it doesn't get buffed, but you could still remove something. His hand is getting quite weak.
Yeah.
He's in a spot. He's in a spot of bother.
Yeah, Manos has turned into damage control, thinking about banking that Wong just to play the erasure and try to mitigate some of the board here. Yeah, he goes ahead and banks the Wong and will be erasuring most likely the strong bannerman
Yeah,
and
I think so.
killing the other one. Or the Harf is a big threat here in terms for Cathari. So yeah, he's going for Harf.
So he leaves one of the bannermen. He takes one of the other ones out, and then he basically leaves the trigger happy trooper on as well.
Yeah, an early no
as you say-
snitching on a Stewie is
Yeah.
devastating.
It ruins it because then all you've got basically is, I mean, luckily for Manos, he was able to get it at least buffed up. Can you imagine if it didn't even get buffed up? You've then got a 0-3, which is completely useless to you. And at the moment, the Stewie's been doing a fair job of just trying to clean up some of the early aggro, but yeah, he needs more board presence. The Triumph is actually pretty nice now that he's got rid of the half, because he got rid of the half. Now he's got the Triumph.
This
He
is gonna
could
be
play
bad
something really
here
decent.
It's gonna be bad here for bullbence because now he won't be able to mitigate a Cathy's rallying cry. However, bullbence is going full aggro, placing Manos when he was in a situation before where he was actually not that far away, but Bullbence managed to deal 9 damage out of 10 damage in one turn, putting Manos in that tricky spot where it's like it's too early to be Neef at 17 health.
He's going for it. He's going for the Triumph to copy the rally cry, get more units on the board.
Yeah, and Bullbence has the good stuff in hand.
Yeah.
Even with a Cathy's rallying cry here and a Harf.
Yeah.
Bullbence is in a good spot going into that Wong and then that victory.
One of the problems that, here we go. Okay, so one of the problems that, Shroud has with copying the rally cry is that often you're bringing on units that aren't super great. So the Stewie here is almost just a dead unit because it can be cleared easily, right? It's not going to get buffed. It comes in with no attack on it. The Void Trap is okay. The half, of course, is all right, but they don't come in as like super good units that can immediately pose a threat to the opponent. So for Bullbence here, he's got everything in his hand to finish this game off.
Yeah,
it's just a case of whether he can get it down.
I mean, I don't think how Manos recovers from this. Like, if I would be playing Marco, I would love to be in this situation where it's like, I have him at 17 health. I have a good board to just keep doing face damage. I have a big Cathy.
Yeah, Cathy's a 7/7 now. That's disgusting.
Yeah, he gets even more cards here. Just baiting that Dominion also that will deal a lot of damage if he decides to play it.
Yeah, he knows he's in a world of pain here.
He tilted a bit his head, so now we know that he's in pain.
Yeah. I mean, Erasure's decent. It's a little bit of damage limitation. I still agree with you, though. I think, where's the way back here? There isn't really one. He can't even afford to tag the Wong here because he can't afford to take the 5 corrupted damage to play the Wong. He could tag the Crimson Fleet Machinist. Is he going to go face here? Okay. Is he hoping to steal something really good? Even the victory. Yeah, so he gets a Vindicator.
Yeah, the Vindicator mostly for banking, I would assume, because playing this at this point is more damage. taking to the
Yeah, he's gonna
face.
take 3 damage.
That's a lot of damage. The victory
Yeah.
there.
I think he wants to just try and get some units down. If the victory gets hit by the not the victory, sorry, if the Vindicator gets hit by Kathy, then at least it can then take out the Crimson Fleet Machinist.
Yeah,
So
but
I kind of get it.
This is already. I mean, this is 10 damage. And with the determined assault and the slinger,
Oh, it gets snitched, doesn't it?
it's
The Vindicator
14
gets
damage
snitched.
there.
Or did it not get
He
snitched?
has lethal in hand. And the
Oh, okay,
snitching,
so he
yeah, he
snitched the-
doesn't even need it.
snitched
He
the
won
Cathy.
here.
Yeah,
Just no
it's done.
snitching the Cathy.
Yeah,
Either way,
Yeah.
like there was all the math pointed out to bullbence winning this one.
yeah, really good.
Now let's see if bullbence is gonna go with the mirror or with Earthen. As we have
You know
seen
what? I really,
lately,
yeah,
we did it's funny because it all started like the Neve Earthen match is 60-40, then like 55-45, then like
yeah.
now
It's
it's
changing.
50-50. It's like
Yeah.
after this tournament everyone's like, okay, Earthen can actually beat Neve quite easy.
Yeah. Yeah, Earthen will be the 60 and then Neve will be the 40, right? Or something like that. Earthen will be ahead. I agree, man. I have to say, I think bullbence made the right decision there. He was on the ropes. He needed a win. And I like that he chose the Marco deck. I kind of said it as well before. I thought that picking Marco here, picking Kathy, was his best chance of getting a win against the Neve. I think now he avoids the mirror for the time being. I think he can pick Earthen, and we've seen that Earthen can cause all manner of problems for Neve. So, which I hate to admit. I hate to admit it because, I don't like to see Shroud getting slapped about and getting beat down, especially by Earthen. But at the same time, it is impressive to see how much stronger Earthen are, right? Since Aftermath's landed in the game. I mean, if you look at all the parallels, Quinto, is there an argument to say that Earthen is the most improved with the Aftermath cards?
Yeah, for sure. Earthen definitely got blessed this Aftermath expansion. I mean, people have been refining the list. That's why we see a better win rate against Neve. However, on ladder, my experience and some of the games that I've also seen from other players, from some of the bond members who are high ranking, top of the ladder, they can easily beat Earthen with Neve. So I'm curious to what's going on really in terms of like if we're actually seeing players that are not Neve enjoyers and are coming up with half-baked Neve lists that can't beat Earthen, or is it just like the Earthen lists are getting really refined to deal with Shroud? So we see it here. It's gonna be Nehemiah versus. They are leaving the mirror for last if bullbence wins this.
Yeah, I think that's the right call because you really want to try and avoid the mirror. I think anyway. I think bullbence doesn't want to be playing mirror here if he doesn't need to. And I think his Earthen deck is actually pretty solid. I think it should, in a way, do well against Manos's Neve deck if he gets the right draw, if he gets the right sequence going early. I have to say though, if it goes to the last game, I might actually be favouring Manos's deck over bullbence's because I said right before at the start when we were looking at the deck list, I said I like his deck, it's okay, but there's a few card inclusions that I kind of question, and I don't think make the deck super great compared to some of the other decks that Neve decks that have been running in this tournament. So let's see, can bullbence take it to the fifth and final game, or does he bow out here and Manos goes through to the final? Let's take it to the mulligan.
Oh. Yep. We're waiting on the client to work. So we see a restart here since things are we got a bug there, so it's gonna be a restart for the match.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. I asked you a question yesterday. I don't think we quite had enough time to answer it, so I might as well just ask you it again, Quinto. What's your favourite card? Your absolute favourite card from Aftermath?
From Aftermath. I mean, definitely comes to mind really quick. The Terramech Shield Titan, like
Yeah.
how couldn't you love that? Like 6 cost, 10/10, only takes 1 damage, flourish.
Yeah.
You can make another unit attack you and has shielded. Like what
Yeah.
in the world is that?
What in the world is that?
Like there's
Yeah.
no other card that's so as overpowered as that one.
Yeah, it's a monster. I have to say, I don't own one, but I do want to start building an earthen deck, like a proper earthen deck with the digital collectibles, so I can start earning prime.
Yeah.
And when I saw that card came out, and I saw all the other cards for earthen, I thought, oh man, it's really attractive now to start building an earthen. Before, earthen was kind of like, well, it's okay, but it's like not super great, like it suffers so much against shroud. And so there was a lot of shroud knocking about on the ladder. We saw it come to tournaments. Sometimes it done okay, sometimes it flopped. But now, with all the cards that they've added in, the Terra Glider, the Terra Mech, I always forget what it's called, the one cost Relic Repurposing, right? That's such a good card.
Relic Repurposing. Yeah, it's like they gave Earthen all that it needed to actually be playable.
Yeah, I mean, it's just they got so many gifts, didn't they, from Aftermath, which is good because it did need a little bit of love. But I have to say, I really want to see. Hopefully, we see it in the next set, which is called Deception. If anyone didn't know who's watching, which should come out, later on next year. Hopefully, we see Algencore get a little bit better than what it is at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. The poor Algencore has been completely neglected.
Yeah.
I mean,
All
another
right.
card that I would mention, like definitely that I love is the High Density Replicator. I mean, I love CP. CP is my favorite deer Paragon. So definitely seeing it shine again it's absolutely nice for me.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. My favorite card, by the way, my favorite card from Aftermath, it's not my favorite anymore, but my favorite card was the Embedded Agent. I absolutely love that card. It was like an immediate must include 3 in almost all my Shroud decks, but since it got a little bit nerfed, I've taken it out now. We have seen it a lot of this tournament, so I like that the players are still using it and they still value it. But I think after that now, probably my favorite card is the Eclipse Fate. And let's see if
Very
we
nice
get
card.
that. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Right, here we go. Bullbence is going second. He gets the double mulligan. He gets to take it or leave it, which he keeps. And then he pretty much redraws everything else. And then Manos is keeping the Void Trapper, which is a really, really good card to keep in your hand, especially when you're going first to Shroud, because it's a big threat early on and it can generate quite a bit of card draw if the opponent doesn't have an answer to it. So
I mean, in this situation is what I was mentioning in the beginning. Bullbence gets the Stewie of the Garden in a clutch top deck. But yeah, the Romanian researcher for Manos here is gonna might be clutch in terms of getting resources, because we're gonna see a lot of charge going on from Bullbence for sure.
Yeah. I think it's a little bit awkward here for Manos that he was going first, but he doesn't have that early 1 cost. It's not a big deal because Shroud actually has got very used to going second, but it would have been quite nice if he could have played something like an Embedded Agent, just so that it would have meant that there was no answer here from Bullbence to deal with it, and then Manos could have immediately answered the Steward of the Garden there. So he doesn't have an answer for it. He will probably look at playing the Void Trapper. So he can get going this way.
Here, out of the bat.
Out of the bat.
The classic 2-turn glaive. Love it.
God, what is it with Bullbence drawing these hasty mobilizations? He loves to draw them early, doesn't he?
Yeah. This hasty mobs. Like, I mean, we saw it. The hasty mobilization is a brick. It's let's call it now. It's a brick.
Let's just say how it is. It's a brick.
Yeah, let's just say how it is. There we go. Right away, the Estelles.
Going for it, the glaive.
Go.
Wow. Look at that. Answer
An
that.
absolute menace.
Damn, that's a problem.
I mean, and a
Yeah, that's a
Nehemiah
problem.
here might also be nice. Embedded agent gets cooked with that as stealth in
Yep.
play.
Yeah.
This is gonna be interesting for Manos here. I
Yeah,
mean,
you gotta bank
Earthen,
that.
like if you want to beat Shroud, playing Earthen, you have to be this level of aggressive. Like
Yeah.
there's no other way.
Yeah, and what I love about this is that getting the glaive down so early, because of its health of 6, you know that it's well out of sight of a Dominion. Like you don't even have to worry about the Dominion. It's going to survive any Dominion. They can't do anything to the glaive. It's
Yeah.
shielded. It doesn't look like it's shielded. I'm hoping that the team can do a hot fix on that so that visually it looks like it's shielded, but it is shielded. So even something like an erasure is just going to
I
bounce
mean,
right off
it has a little logo there. You can see it, the shielded logo. But yeah, I get your point.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Yeah.
look as it's actually shielded.
No, it used to look very shielded, didn't it? It used to look like
Yeah.
it visually had a shield on it. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So here, bullbence is one I want to hit. Probably the Romanian researcher. Will that trigger? That won't trigger the void trapper, right? I mean,
No.
in any case, if it does, it doesn't matter too much, I guess.
No.
So it's about hitting the Romanian researcher if he wants to start being more of a control guy.
Yeah, he can hit the rummaging researcher, kill the void trapper. It means that Manos does not get a glaive.
mean-
and it just means that his board's going to be pretty much wiped. He has to get rid of that glaive. And at the moment, the only thing he's got to answer that is an honored steward, which he can play on the next turn.
This is gonna be a Nehemiah turn for sure. I mean,
Yeah.
I might be taking my words back here because that hasty mobilization might actually be nice. Playing it
Okay.
next turn.
Do you think you're going to
Here-
be eating your words?
Yeah, I'm gonna be eating my words. I think. So let's say face now before it happens. Let's save some face.
Okay, what a shame. You know what? This is one of the biggest shame banks that you have to do as a
Yeah.
shroudie, is that when you have to bank your half, which is usually quite essential for success, it doesn't feel great. I like that though. I mean, it's probably all he could do. He could have, for example, played the honored steward on the glaive, but that would have been not a good play because then Nehemiah could have just tapped it and then your glaive is back.
Yeah. Bullbence keeps streaming down the early units, so this hasty mobilization might compact.
He's doing it. He's doing it. All right, here we go.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
This is not bad.
wow.
It's
That's
a Terra
decent.
Glider.
Yeah, get that Terra going, surely. Here we go.
And the Caretaker.
Terra.
This is a nice board. I mean, a Dominion next turn, it's going to be nice for Manos. So
Yep,
that's
gets
that,
draw
there's
as well.
that. There's that.
Yep. Oh, Manos gets the draw. Yeah, sure. Benefits from that. This is what you were saying, wasn't it, Quinto, before this game? Is that Manos has the rummaging researcher. There's a lot of charge mechanics in Bullbence's deck, so Manos could still be getting draw, almost like indirectly from Bullbence's plays, and that's what we're seeing at the moment. Caretaker as well.
You got a
Look at
lot of
this.
draw there from that, and he's getting more if Bullbence just decides to go face.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's getting more from the Neve's Dominion, most likely. That Manos will probably play here. I don't know. What do you think about going Triumph of the Lost here instead of Dominion?
Well, what was his last effect?
Hasty mobilization.
Okay, yeah. I don't know about that. I mean,
You don't know
I'd
about
be
that?
interested
Yeah.
if he does it. Nah, yeah. I mean, I'd almost be.
He's gonna take the hits and reveal it later. But this is gonna
I'd
be an
almost
easy
be-
reveal for Bullbence, I think.
Yeah, it
And-
will be.
Plus the fact that he has two caretaker, he's gonna have the caretaker plus the Romanian researcher getting a lot of resources, so it won't matter much. It's like going against a Demog and just having a lot of draw in Earthen, like you can just rebuild and that's it. So this is a tricky spot for Manos. What will he do?
I mean, it's a shame actually that he doesn't have a take it or leave it, because if he had a take it or leave it, it would have been quite tempting to have at least tried to get the Dominion going, but that's not really a good option. This is tricky. There's a few things he could do. I'm wondering, does he? Yeah, he's
Yeah,
doing it. He's
he
actually
goes
doing it.
hasty. He's
Wow.
gonna
Okay.
copy the caretaker and hasty mob.
All right. Let's see what
This is
happens here then.
interesting. But this is interesting, but at the same time, it's really, really ballsy because now
Yeah, it's a gamble.
Bullbence is just gonna hammer the ever living out of Manos, especially having that how do we call it, the formidable presence
Mhm.
here. It's gonna be so much damage. Like, I think it's nearly lethal. Actually,
Yeah, it's getting close to. Yeah.
it's gonna be 6 plus 10, 16 plus 4, 23 damage if he plays
Yeah.
formidable presence, leaving
He's
Manos
gonna
at
be right on the
4.
brink. Yeah, he'll be
Yeah.
on the brink.
The thing is that if he does that, then Manos will have kind of a easy Neef's Dominion, because then it's gonna be like, okay, I just Neef's Dominion here. What I'm gonna do in terms of
Yeah.
of damage? It's only gonna be 3 damage, and he wipes the whole board no matter what.
Yeah. It will force him definitely to do it, wouldn't it? And then he'll just have to. He doesn't have any heal though, does he? That's the problem with a Neve deck where you don't run heal and you're forced to kind of Neve's Dominion. You're going to need some way to get your health back up, especially against this deck where you know that they have the ability to formidable presence you.
Yeah.
And if you're on 1, you're just almost inviting death.
Yeah. So Manos Bullbence decides to play it chill here. It seems he knows that it might not be good to commit too much. In terms of just going face because of the Neve's Dominion.
Manos, look at Manos' hand. He's got like an incredible amount of cards, but he is just not in a real good position to use them. And he needs to deal with this board, doesn't he? And as you say, if Bullbence gets a formidable presence going here, it's going to put Manos right on the brink. He's hovering over it. He's figuring it out, isn't he? He's like, right, what's going to be maximizing the damage? We see the formidable presence come in, so we're going to get a huge amount of damage here.
Yeah, he's going for it. Going for the max pain.
Yeah. So we're going to get like 23 damage done here.
Well, actually, it's going to be 20 because he already used the
Oh, he traded. Yeah,
he
you're
traded.
right. He traded. Yeah. Good point.
So he goes for the Crimea Conduit. Interesting. I mean, a Dominion here. Actually doesn't clear Bullbence's caretaker. It's interesting. This is practically a shake make for Bullbence, because he's gonna deal 5 damage to this board, and he won't be able to clear out the caretaker because of the formidable presence.
Mm-hmm.
So this is most likely going for Bullbence.
Did Bullbence's caretaker not attack because he didn't charge, right? I think that's what happened. He didn't attack with his caretaker, no? Yeah.
Yeah, he couldn't because of the... Well, that's a good point now, because if he can't conceal the cards, he won't be able... Bullbence won't be able to attack with that caretaker.
No, he won't be able to charge, will he?
Yeah. So good point there. Good point there. Because he used everything with a...
That's going to get removed.
So Manos is just going for the easy PC Dominion here. Not gonna leave the caretaker, and he can still clear everything. Let's see. No, actually no. Well,
Taking the Dominion.
Wait. Yeah, this is not gonna do it. The Sky Scout.
Yeah, we'll survive.
Will survive here.
So he's going to clear that as well. The bulwark seeds, they survive. He's going to be on 4.
But man,
Wow.
the Manos is still not dead though. He's still not dead.
No.
Ooh, and the allocated
Oh.
provisions needed for that caretaker.
Yeah, yeah, it just
to
comes
deal
in
the
too late,
damage.
doesn't it? But he can play it, and he can play the caretaker, and then he could be in business. But I would almost be a little bit tempted. Is he running fungi? He's running fungi, right, bullbence? Ah, what's he doing there?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on here. He's just gonna
interesting.
go ahead and search for a formidable presence. Now Bullbence is in the search for a formidable.
Okay,
He's
gets
got
another rummaging researcher.
yeah, more rummaging for draw. He's banking the allocated provisions. Ooh, now he's gotta pray.
He's not. He's deliberately not committing more, isn't he? He's rummaging research is fine. He just doesn't want to almost get another Dominion where he's committing too much stuff.
So
He's
the
one
only thing
formidable
that
presence away.
yeah, the only thing that's Manos is like, okay, I'm gonna steal the formidable presence with this treacherous scheming. He can actually play treacherous honor steward to regain the board. The Sky Scout is gonna die. For example, that's one of the things he can do. Yeah, he's like, okay, no formidable.
Yeah.
That's bad. I mean,
It's a
ideally,
little bit-
Bullbence wanna top deck it.
It's a little bit of a shame as well that he's down to 1, so that he couldn't even steal the Moonlit, for example, just to get a tiny little bit of heal. He wouldn't be able to play it. Is he okay?
Yeah, he can
Yeah.
still play the honor steward. However, that was not necessary. That was gonna die itself.
Yeah,
By
it
itself?
had decay, didn't it? Yeah. I think I think he just wanted to get an extra effect in there, just in case he can get to the 9 energy for the Neve. He has to pray here that there's no, that Bullbence doesn't top deck a formidable.
There
and
we
he does.
go.
And he does.
The top deck of
Wow.
the
Look
top
at
deck
that.
of
Look
the
at
hour, Bullbence.
Oh no. Oh, Manos.
I mean, yeah.
That was
you
the
see
commentator's curse there, for sure. We said he has to pray, doesn't get one, and 2 seconds later,
Man.
it's in Bullbence's hand. What a
Manos
comeback
is
so
gonna
far.
kill us if he loses this. He's down to the wire here on the mirror. A coin flip when he was 2-0. Now he's 2-2 against
We
Bullbence.
knew this was going to be an amazing battle, and it has been so far. I was a little bit surprised when Bullbence went 2-0 down, because Bullbence is very, very good. But I have to say, the strength of character of this guy, he just thought, you know what, that's fine. I'm used to this. Let's just keep going, believe in yourself, pick the right deck to then use against the Manos' Neve. He's got himself right back in this, and we are going to get a Neve mirror, which is often very entertaining and very cat and mouse. What are you expecting here? Who do you think is going to be able to edge this and secure the last spot in the Parallel Majors 2 final?
Well, as we saw, we have seen this movie before, where it's like down to the Neve mirror. So we're gonna see who goes first and all of that, etc., going first, and who drops the Neve first, and all of this. So, I mean, let's see who has the better Neve deck also. In
Yeah, I
terms
think
of managing the mirror.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's going to be really key, because I think if you go second in this mirror, you almost need to go a bit on the defensive, where you're trying to prioritize as many effects as you can that it's just going to stifle. So it's almost like you're not trying to develop a board, you're just trying to remove their board so that you build up all your effects that you need to, so that by the time you get to the 9 energy, your Neve is going to be better than their Neve. And you also hope along the way that you can actually Neve first. If you can do that, Neve first and play more effects, and you're really in a great spot. So yeah, I think the mulligans are going to be super important, and then just being able to answer and play as many effects as you can is going to be key. So we're just waiting for the next game here. The deciding game on what's been like a super interesting battle between these two titans of bullbence and manos. Manos was initially 2-0 up. Bullbence has brought it back. A great comeback so far. He's taken it to the final game. Both players banned Sippy. So we have not seen Sippy in action in this particular match, this particular round of game set between these two guys. But we are about to now see a Neve on Neve, which we never like to see. We don't like to see Shroud on Shroud violence, do we? But we're going to see it, and it should be lots of fun. So, two guys going at it with Neve. Neve, the deck, which has suffered a little bit against Earthen so far this tournament. We haven't seen many Neve mirrors, but this one will be a good one, I can tell you that. So, let's dive into it. Looks like Manos is going second here. So Manos is going to get the double mulligan.
Yep.
Bullbence with the Singularity Steward already. He's going to looks like he's going to keep the brand's expertise. This is really decent actually so far for Manos. Keeping the half is huge, and a take it or leave it. With the half, he will be able to effectively frustrate and slow down what Bullbence is doing, and he could even potentially lock him out for a few turns. So really, really good. And I love this double mulligan, Quinto. I feel like it was something that I was not expecting, right? In the patch, and I think it caught a few people by surprise, myself included. But then since I've been playing it in the game, I absolutely love it. It's so good at helping you perfect your hand. And look at Manos's hand there. As a Shroudy, this is almost the perfect hand if you are going second as Shroud. Look at that. Incredible.
Yeah. I mean, this is a nice hand. Definitely Bowens has no type of answer here. Maybe just going with a Baron. Can't get the draw going with Brand's expertise. So let's see how Manos sets this up. Most likely going Stewie first, right?
Yeah, he's afraid to play the embedded agent because when Bullbence has thrown down that Singularity Steward, he's thinking, okay, are you baiting me so that you're then going to want me to play something like an embedded agent so you can then siphon it and buff your Stewie? And he's just not taking the bait, and he's saying, I'm just going to match you, Stewie versus Stewie, and then let's see what you do on the next turn. But the turn here now for Manos is get that half down. Get that half down and lock out.
There's an option here.
What's the option?
The option is to play take it or leave it and erase or something to get it going.
I don't think he needs to do that. I think you can just play the half, and then he doesn't have an answer. He can't erase. He can't play any effects significantly. Sure, you're going to lose your shield pod, but the siphon's not going to be able to work. He won't be able to play erasure, and then he can actually save the take it or leave it for. I'm surprised he's banking the Void Trapper. I would have been keeping that because that would have been really nice to have played on the turn after. Yeah.
So he was with the Harf. Yeah, you called it.
Gotta lock it out.
He's thinking. He goes with the Harf. Yeah, lock him out of shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
Yeah.
Look at Manos' hand is fantastic. Yeah, Manos' hand is really good. This is the position you want to be in when you're going second in a mirror. You've got loads of effects there. You don't really have many units. That's perfect for you because all you need to do is be playing effects so that your opponent is not really being able to do anything. You're building up your waste of effects so that when you do your Neve is going to be fantastic compared to your opponent. So it's a great position for him. It's tough for Bullbence here because he can't really do anything other than this. Just card draw and just try and see if he can get some kind of a Dominion for the next turn, which he has drawn. So Dominion with Dominion's still going to be a bit of an issue, but he can whittle down the half if he decides to do it. It's
Oh,
half. It's,
second chance. A card that does absolutely nothing in this
No.
matchup.
this half is working so hard right now.
Yeah, this hard
It's a real
was
pain.
critical, definitely.
Yeah. But he
So
can
now,
remove it. But
now this is gonna
you
be
know.
an absolute fest for Manos here.
Bank the steward. He can do so many things here. He could get rid of both units here very easily, and he would still be able to play. If he wanted to, he could play Brand's Expertise as well. And then he has a board. He's played lots of effects, and then bullbence is almost back to square one. And bullbence will still not be able to get rid of the half. He doesn't have anything in his hand to remove the half. So this is a really tough spot for bullbence, but a fantastic position for Manos here. He can tag the Stewie for one with the half. He can then he can then siphon it. He can erasure the Baron, and then he still has enough energy where he can then do. There we go. We're going to see it now. He will still have enough energy. This is why the Brand's Expertise is so good. Here we go. It's going to get siphoned, and then we're going to most likely see the Brand's Expertise just to kind of refill his hand. And this is what you want to do.
This is an absolute
position.
cook
Yeah.
by Manos.
Yeah.
This is a great position to be
Oh.
in. Gets the Baron also. Your
didn't
your best
decide.
friend.
Yeah, he decided actually then not to. Probably smart. He decided not to play the Brand's Expertise. He would have needed to have played the Take It or Leave It, but because he went second, I think he's going to be trying to hold on to the Take It or Leave It actually, so that he can play his Neve hopefully before bullbence. But really good play.
Oof. I mean, I really like the situation here. Like, I mean, so much like Manos has been getting the perfect draw. Like,
Yeah.
absolutely insane. So many options to play here. So many good things happening in his turn. The guy's blessed.
Yeah.
I mean,
this is interesting.
is he thinking about ramping here? Like going, like,
he
if
might
there
be.
is a chance to play that logistic support cruiser, is right now, I would say.
Yeah.
You,
I mean, if he plays it and he's still got the Take It or Leave It, he will be able to Neve much sooner and then just put all the pressure on bullbence. I think that's what he's thinking. Yeah. Get the extra energy so that he can then get ahead of bullbence in terms of the energy ramp. Plays the Brand's Expertise for card
gets
draw.
the Adira and Malia. Holy!
Does he give him the
How can
kickback?
this get any
No?
better?
Yeah. It's
How can this get any
amazing
better?
hand. Yeah.
I mean, here, like if Manos commits to an Adira next turn, and Bovens draws a Triumph of the Lost, for example, things can get ugly for Manos. Like this is a situation when playing Neve where things can like really flip if you're not careful.
This is a good Dominion for bullbence here because he removes two big. Well, it removes one big threat. Of course, the logistic support isn't really a threat anymore because it's already got the energy for Manos. But you deny him an extra card draw, and you just actually take not much damage to remove two things off the board, reset the board. However, it does leave the door open for Manos here to do something like a Adira.
These engine whispers for Bovens are getting really heavy.
Yeah.
There's a second
Yeah,
one we
they are.
see that like this is what I was asking regarding the engine whispers. Are they really are they actually good lately? I'm not sure about that.
No, I don't have them in my decks. I don't think that they're worth putting in, to be absolutely honest with you. I think for the three engine whispers that you put into this type of deck, that's 3 slots for 3 other effects that you really want to be playing. So for me, I don't think they're a must-have in a deck. And we're kind of seeing it here that like he's drawing these engine whisperers that are not helping him. If he had, instead of engine whisperers, if he had something like stolen powers, if he had dark proposes, he might actually have been in a position where he could have removed stuff earlier and then got a board going. So for me, they're not at all, especially with the recent nerf, if you want to say that, to bring them in line because of the pocket dimension deck.
Yeah. Definitely, this hand for Manos is great. Putting then again bullbence in a tough spot, really difficult to clear that one with only one dominion. I guess he can take it or leave it and start the ball rolling. But look at this: 2 treasure scheming, a Dira, an erasure, and a triumph of the lost, plus another dominion for Manos. Like, what else could he ask for? What else could he ask for?
He's cruising right now, and he's sitting back. He's relaxed. He knows he's in the driving seat. He's got great options no matter what. Look here, he gets schemed, but he knows he can scheme him back if he wants to. He could easily do a triumph to copy it. So he's in a decent spot. He has to take the triumph really, bullbence. Otherwise, he could get copied. He doesn't. He takes the Adira. Why? He has to play another effect then to block him out from doing a triumph to take that back.
I mean, he can just, he knows the hand now. He probably is going to be playing this take it or leave it just to counter the treasures.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Yeah, he needs to do it.
To
he doesn't do it.
block out the triumph.
Yeah.
But
he doesn't do it.
He did it.
What? Okay. Well, Manos, if he wanted to, could easily just go and take that back.
I mean, the triumph, like I wouldn't be playing the triumph for just a treasure scheming because the other option is the ancient whisper. So bullbence knows that a triumph of the lost right now won't be like the great thing.
So he's looking to get rid of okay. So he gets rid of the half. Yeah, there we go.
So
There's
he
a triumph.
goes ahead and just for a treasure scheming, this is a low value play in my opinion.
But the scheming will allow him to take the Adira back, and you don't really want to leave the Adira that was yours in your opponent's hand because the Adira could swing things massively. So I think he goes back in. I think he takes the Adira back. There you go. I'm really surprised that bullbence didn't cover that off.
If you think of it, this is also a nice play because playing the triumph, like just for a treasures, even if you have more treasures there, it's like okay, I'm just gonna play this 5-cost card for my Neve to be stronger. I'm most likely playing it first.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And it's a free scheme, right? I mean, in this game, in a Neve mirror, it's whoever steals the best will actually end up winning it. So he gets a free scheme. He could even scheme him again if he wanted to. He could scheme him again, and he could take the brand's expertise. And then, because he's seen his hand.
That will put him in a top spot.
There you go, look. He's seen it. He's doing it. He's seen his hand. He takes the
You're
brand's
not gonna
expertise.
draw.
Yeah.
You're not gonna draw anything, my man.
There you go.
Complete blockage of resources is how you win this matchup.
Yeah. So, bullbence has not drawn the cards that he needed. He's drawn too many cards, which are okay, but you need to have a decent board first. Manos has drawn everything he needed, and he's played it perfectly so far.
And next turn we're gonna have we see bullbence is gonna play the Neve, like he's gonna double down here and play his Neve first. He doesn't care.
No other choice. Yeah. No other choice. And his Neve is going to be poor because he's not really played any effects.
Yeah. But I mean,
Magna's all right.
He played a triumph actually.
Did he played a triumph? No,
he was.
He didn't.
I mean, no, never mind. We're seeing Manos waste, actually, not bullbence. It confuses me because of how it's set up.
How it's set up, yeah. Yeah, so this is pretty much going to be most of his board, if not all of it. Because he played the take it or leave it recently, so that's why he's getting the double tabula rasa. Because he played those two to get to Neve. So that's
pretty
it.
Weak.
That's the board.
It's attacking phase. Manos doesn't even need to use Dominion here. At this point, it's more about like he can even play his Neve, have a stronger one, I mean, these tabula rasas won't do anything, to be honest. And
No.
I mean, a Dominion will just put him in a difficult spot if bullbence draws his Adira, for example. So it's about playing Neve here, and wait, he's not gonna do it.
I think what he's thinking here is that he doesn't really care too much about the Tabula Rasas, the Grove Guardian, basically any of the units. He does care about most likely of course, the Neve. So I'm just thinking maybe he trades the Wong with the Neve, and then he just restricts his hand, maybe plays a few things, and then he could potentially Dominion if he wanted to. But I don't think he's too fussed about this board at the moment. There's not enough damage on the board, is there? There's like what, 5, 6, 7?
No, there's nothing. Like
he can clean some of this up.
So he's gonna play the Dominion, it seems.
Yeah, he's gonna trade this to get rid of the Neve, and then the rest of the board's pretty insignificant. I think if he just squeezes in more effects here, then his Neve could be great on the next turn.
I mean, if he plays Dominion here, this just puts Manos in a bad spot, to be honest.
Like he can get rid of this.
Yeah, he's reducing the damage. Play Adira, most likely.
Yeah. He could even erase something here at this point, because he knows if he squeezes in another erasure, here we go. He is going to Dominion it. There you go.
This is going to be 12 damage, but yeah, Adira won't like an Adira here won't even make it.
No. Like I think he could have done that a couple of ways. He could have definitely done what he's done here, just to clear the board, and then he knows he can Neve next turn. He could have also left a lot of that, and he could have squeezed in another.
However, Amalia will be bad for.
Yes.
Yeah, it's over for bullbence.
For Manos.
He needed Amalia here, if that was the case.
Yeah.
Because he had like 6. He has like 6 damage in Amalia right now, something like that.
Yeah, all Manos needs to do is basically play his Neve.
Yeah.
And he's pretty much got this.
Look at that insane board that Manos gonna get.
Wow, we could be looking here at Manos going through to the final. Bullbence needs a huge top deck here to save things for him. And even that's a stretch, really. He needs a miracle. Manos going for the Neve. He's played tons of effects. His Neve is going to be a pretty frightening board. And it starts off with a Kalar, which is really not a bad start at all. Get the Hardlink pilot as well. Baron comes in here. Wow. Okay. That's huge. And Amalia. Oh, wow.
Let's go.
Oh, my word.
It's lethal. Talk right here.
Oh, man, that's insane. That's brilliant. That's an incredible.
That
Amalia
was just a cherry on top.
And
look at that.
Tank.
A
Lancer tank as well.
For that extra damage. Absolute high roll.
Manos isn't even reacting. He's just had one of the best Neves you'll probably ever see.
He's just feeling peace.
Cold
right
as
now.
ice.
He's just at peace.
Manos.
And he gives us the thumbs up. How lucky are we? A thumbs up for Mano. You guys didn't see it, I think, but we did.
The stash power prevails, and he ends up going through to the final. We have our second finalist, Excelsior.
Let's go.
Dudes, Mustachio right there. And dude, that thumbs up. Can we all do the thumbs up like Manos did right here?
No, you have to do it like expressionless.
Yeah. All right.
Thumbs up, Manos. Thumbs up, man.
Dude, that was a
Very
Chad Nehemiah Kinto. Like I think I've never had that good a Nehemiah with the
You mean Neve?
sorry, Neve. Sorry, Neve. After like the muster, getting a Baron, another legendary, getting a Malia, another legendary, Lancer tank, extra. So like it's overkill. And it's like Bullbence saying, okay, that's not let me concede this. This is too good of a finisher, and it has been a long matchup, right? It's 2 wins for Manos, and then Bullbence actually got 2 wins as well, going back to square one. And Neve versus Neve, that was an amazing finisher to this matchup on the semifinals, and Manos is going to be moving forward towards the finals. And Guys, we were talking about the decks a while ago, and well, what are your thoughts, right? In terms of the first deck that they played, I want to hear Kento's opinion in this. Uh, could have there been any changes on Bullbence's side in terms of the first decks that they played or the lineups as well?
I mean, we were discussing this in that last matchup, free
Hmm.
tips regarding the Indian Whisper, for example. The difference there for Manos not getting those bricks, uh, getting those embedded agents were way more threatful than some Indian Whispers.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So that for one, I mean, this is something that we mentioned since the beginning, when we were reviewing the decks. That the fact that if the big question, are these engine whispers actually good and worth it to include still in these decks? And we saw it here for Bowens. They were a big brick, and Manos was just cruising with his embedded agents, for example, or his other cards here for the ramps. His tech cards that he included, like the Romanian researcher, the logistic support cruiser, and else. So yeah, definitely this is one of my, I would say, like most important pieces of, of of data here that I would point out to.
Yeah, and also I have a question for free tip. Why do you think this matchup went to game 5, especially with the possibility of a reverse sweep from Bullbens?
Yeah, I think it's the mental strength of bullbence, to be honest with you, because when you go 2-0 down in any type of tournament and you know that the third win for your opponent is going to be game, set, and match, it takes so much mental strength to not let that tilt you and offset you. And Bullbence is a very mentally strong like competitor. He's a very humble guy, but he's a very strong competitor. He's got a real strong competitive mind. And I think the mental strength there for him to keep his focus and say, you know what, it's fine. It hasn't quite been going the way I want it to, but I know I can pull this back. And what I will say is that, and I said it in the cast, is that he had to pick the right deck then. He had two choices basically. He had to pick the right deck to then go up against Manos for the third game, and he did. He picked the exact right one, which allowed him to get the win. So amazing mental strength from Bullbence. He goes away, I think, with like 5K, doesn't he? So he's had a good weekend's worth of grinding and work. And I have to be honest with you, like Manos played so well in all of the games. And when it came down to it, Manos's Neve deck is better than Bullbence's deck. And we saw
Yeah.
it because Bullbence was drawing stuff that realistically is not that great after the first turn. Like you don't want Whisperers, and I don't even really feel like Whisperers have that much of a value anymore in a Neve deck. You can
Hmm.
easily switch them out. You can make room for better stuff, and we saw it that Manos was getting more of the more useful cards, and Bullbence was getting more of the useless cards, which did not
Hmm.
allow him to swing
Yeah.
the tide and get it
Yeah.
back on the board. So great games from both. I'm sad for Bullbence, but I have to say, Manos, you've done it, man. Well done. Stash Army is going to be supporting you in the final.
Go- going back to Baldwin's mental strength, they say that he didn't even blink once. So there you get it.
The chat was blowing up with that one, man. Like, they were waiting
Yeah.
for Bullbens to blink. But yeah, it's good on Bullbens for getting this far. Yet again, another like top 4 finishing for him as well. And still congratulations for getting to that spot. But again, we are gonna be having our top 2 right now. And with that, of course, before we go to the bracket, thank you, Free Tip Scout and Kinto, for that amazing 5 match cast. We're going to be seeing you a bit later. And let's look at the bracket right now. All right, so just a short rundown of what happened here over at the Paraleague Majors 2. We have here the first match with jobsad getting a 3-0 clean sweep against dmoney, and on the other hand, it went to a Game 5 matchup between Manos and Bullbens, getting to a 3-2. Now we have our 2 finalists, jobsad and Manos. And again, guys, type it in over the chat. who you think will be winning between the two. Is it going to be Jobsad or Manos? And before we go for a short break, we would like to thank Saga. Saga's mission is to enable the next 1,000 chains in the multiverse. Saga and Parallel are partnering on an exclusive Parallel card back available as part of Saga's over 9,000 campaign. To learn more about Saga and infinite horizontal scalability, visit saga.xyz. Also, special thanks to Saga for supporting this weekend's event. And with that, guys, we are going to be having a short break as our finalists rest for a moment. And when we come back, we are going to be having the Parallel League Majors 2 finals. See you guys in a few. Yes, indeed. That is the question. Who will claim the title of the Parallel League Majors 2 champion? And we are graced by the presence of our casters, seasoned by rest as of the moment. Ali Straza and Muka, guys, this has been an amazing matchup, or rather, amazing journey for our players and for the casters as well. We now have our two finalists. It's going to be Manos, the crowd favorite, and versus a possible dark horse, Job Sad right now. And, we've had, of course, a lot of decks already presented over the previous streams or previous matchup. But I want to know, okay, have you seen any differences over their decks, Alistraza?
Yeah, so I just took some notes here about some of the differences. So when it comes to their earthen decks, Manos is on the cunning diplomat train, and Job is on the armored support vehicle. So a little difference in
Mm-hmm.
the two drops. Manos's deck has no fungi's or altar of Gaia's, while Job's has three. Uh, and Manos no take it or leave it. Job has a few of those. So there's definitely some differences. Oh, sorry, I had it reversed. Job has no take it or leave it, and Manos has a
Mm-hmm.
couple. There's also a Gafar's Rage in Manos's deck. Job none. So a little bit of differences there. When it comes to the Neve, Job went with the Void Keeper. We saw it did some serious work earlier today. Manos
Mm-hmm.
doesn't have one of those. And I thought it was interesting that Manos put in logistic support cruisers in his Neve, because sometimes, especially in the Neve mirrors, it's whoever gets to the Neve first. So, having the ramp could go a long way. And then when it comes to the Cathys, Manos has the interrogators, also very good earlier in the matches as well. And Job has that one of orbital strike for a little bit of extra push. And Manos has a memento. So that's some of a little bit of the differences. The rest of the lists are pretty standard. And no, I did not take any notes about the Scipius, because I think we can probably agree that Scipi's going to be banned on both sides.
100%, man. And it's like the Cipius gonna be banned. It's too steam, or rather, it's too high roll and too like snowbally, so to speak. But I'm gonna be tapping into Coach Muka's insight right here, Ali, because I want to know. I've seen the differences in terms of the players having their first picks. And having that come back to them over at the next matchups, and even possibly slipping up. So, Coach Muka, what do you think are the possible or the best first picks in this finals?
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, we saw Jobsad go for the Neve against dmoney, and that worked out really well for him because Earthen has been a hot first pick for a lot of the players in these tournaments. I wonder if Manos reads that and maybe tries to play. Like, metagame always makes it tough because there's so many layers. Like, Ali and I were joking about this yesterday that, like, you pick
Mhm.
this, but then I know you're gonna pick this, so then I pick
Yeah.
this. So, like, if Manos tries to go think a little bit about it, maybe he locks into Kathy, but then you could argue Jobs like, okay, well, I locked in the Earthen. It's a guessing game at that. You have to really know the player. And if that's the case, maybe Job has the advantage because he Manos is a more well-known parallel player, and he can go back and look and see like, okay, he follows this kind of pattern. It's going to be probably harder for Manos to read Job set and see what he picks first.
Do
Dude,
you
that's
guys
yeah.
quick question. Do you guys think that Earthen is the best opener though? Just because if they go Marco, you're in a good position. You can, take a chance at the mirror, and we've seen Earthen beat Shroud multiple times this tournament. So as an all-arounder, I feel like Earthen is a pretty strong start.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Earthen is probably one of the strongest openers. Like, yes, the Neve can win, but we've seen time and time again that it's a bit fragile at this point. So maybe Neve is starting to become one of those decks that you have to tech for certain matchups to really, really come out strong. The base package alone can sometimes not be as reliable, is kind of what this tournament is making me feel. So yeah, the Earthen feels really good. It does well. The mirror match is the mirror match. The Marco matchup isn't too bad. It's you're edged to win that, and then you're not too far behind against Shroud anymore. So you could probably win those too. So it's pretty good showing overall.
Yeah, I would agree with Muka. Like that's copy pasta. Okay, they're done. But yeah, I mean, I know your sentiment right there, Ali. It's kind of a problem if you they usually put it in the middle, right? The second pickings for Nehemiah, and also you want to have like a good strong start if you're going against a two matchup. So yeah, Earthen would be a good first pick, and if they do have the same mindset though, it might be a different situation. So I don't know. How does that go in your mind, Ali? Will it go either way in terms of what we have seen a while ago? Both guys just putting out big terrace, titans along the way because
With our luck,
that might
maybe.
still happen.
Look,
Yeah.
it can go either way here. I mean, both of these players are clearly incredible, and I when it comes to, as we just said with the Earthen, like it'd be one thing if it was super lopsided against the Shroud now, but the fact
Mhm.
that all of the matchups are pretty even Stevens there, or it could go either way. I think it's just gonna be, maybe it comes down to the differences in the lists, because there certainly are some key differences there, but we shall see what happens.
Yep. And talking about seeing what happens right now, we are not going to let you guys wait any further because we have our bands ready for our finalists. Let's go. Manos and jobsad are picking, of course. To no surprise, Katari as being banned for both sides. And with that, guys, of course, we are now going live with the championship for the Parallel League Majors 2. I'll be passing it over to our casters, Ali Straza and Muka. Casters, take it away.
All right, buckle up, Muka. Let's see if we
We're
have another
here.
crazy long one in front of us.
We're here. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. This is it. There is 20K on the line, bragging rights, right? Making the taking the seat for the second major win. This is a big deal. This is a big match.
It is, and I think we've got a really cool story here. Manos being one of the oldest players of Parallel, very well known in the community, and jobsad probably being one of the newest competitive players, right? So I think that this is just a really nice narrative. Like, I think the game definitely wants more and more new competitive players getting into it. Clearly, you can see that you can pick it up, absolutely crush it, like jobsad here, even against the old seasoned veterans of Parallel. And I will say, I know Manos he won a tournament in Paris, right?
He did. He won the Paraland, which was a land that was going on during NFT Paris. Yeah, obviously, and he did win that one
For sure.
before
Yeah.
the pro league was established, so pretty early on.
And he's such an incredible player. He grinds the game so much. So I don't think he's won a major or a minor yet, and so it would be really, really cool to see him take a win here.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's been around the community so much. He now has a second nickname, from Stash Power to Luigi's, what I'm seeing in chat. So, you got to be a veteran to get two different nicknames at a certain point. So it's a name that we all know, and a name that is brand new to the scene. It's like these stories write themselves sometimes. I don't know where Devmons and Kavak finds these guys. He's got a little training camp. It feels like the like the UFC with like the Khabib camp.
Yeah.
It's like Kavak is just pumping out good parallel players.
He just can. Well, he's also a very good player
Yeah,
himself, so I think he probably can just spot talent. You know.
for sure. But we are locked into our first match. Manos versus Jobsad, Catherine versus Nehemiah.
Oof.
The first match with 20K on the line and the seats for number one and winning the second ever parallel major.
Wow. Interesting. I wonder what kind of mind games were going on here because Jobsad opened Neve against dmoney, right? And so maybe Manos thought queuing up the
Yeah,
Marco would have worked well. And then maybe Job at that point was like, maybe he thinks I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna pull up the earthen. I don't know. The
exactly.
mind games, but it's looking
The
like strong here for Job for sure.
Really good. He's already seeing that Steward and a snitching in his opening hand, so that's a really, really good thing to see. Manos going to be sending away 4 cards in his mulligan. It looks like he's trying to decide if he wants to keep maybe one of those 1-drops, but he just goes for the mulligan and still no other 1-drop. So this is not super great yet for him. He's trying to decide what he's going to do. And yeah, Jobs sees the Steward, so that's a great start. All the less. I feel like some of these matchups, as we've seen them happen play out again and again, will really depend on the Neve win when it comes to the whole set. That's like the deck that feels like it's like the unpredictable one. But here we are in the first game. Manos, not the best opening hand. To take it or leave it. You know, the Mercolian Bannerman Logistics Mastery, no snitching. It's not awful. It's not great.
Yeah. I mean, you're already playing from behind in this matchup here as the Marcolian, so this is not what you want to see. However, with 2 take it or leave it's in the hand, maybe he could cheat out something,
Turn two,
pretty
Neve.
strong.
I mean, sorry, turn two, Catherine.
Yeah, honestly, you've been saying things into existence, so we might actually see turn 2 Kathy
I
here.
mean, it could be a thing. I'm not too sure, but that's what comes to my mind. I'm like, okay, well, normally you want to do it like a glaive or something, right? But Kathy
Yeah.
is not bad. As Marco, you definitely want to start off aggressive and play this game like really fast. So the no snitching, right, stops the Steward of the Garden from going to 3. Jobsat doesn't really have anything super strong here. It draws into
Ooh.
the fungi, that helps. But Manos can maybe you could just go for the Catherine, and then you have a 3/4 Bannerman that can kill the Steward if you don't play the fungi for whatever reason. But even then, Catherine can maybe just help clear units. I don't know. It feels aggressive. It feels in line.
Yeah. Definitely want to bring attention to how relevant no snitching has been too. I mean, stopping this turn 3 researcher or moonlit, massive for
Yeah.
Manos.
100%. He banked that logistics mastery, but that also could have paired really well with this PSA, right? A bit
Mm,
unfortunate on the draws, but all
yeah.
the less, like he's starting to draw some of that tempo. Jobs had it's not the worst because he has good 3-cost units still, right? The fungi is a good play, keeps that steward like kind of alive. You have to invest a lot to try to kill this, and then he can just go into the moonlit if it does live, heal it up, and then play the Nehemiah. And you're back in the game, right? It's not too bad.
Are you surprised to see that bank? Like I almost would have just banked the Stewie, but just
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
let
a
you
little
know.
interested about the bank of the rummaging here. It does feel a little bit like it could be slow, but I mean, how much damage is he won't be able to kill the steward off either, right? This will be 3 plus 2. So what are we doing here? Are we just playing the Vindicator? We're just dropping the Vindicator. He's going for max aggro here. This feels pretty good. I mean, Job going for the Moonlit will not be that
Feels
great. Yeah.
feels pretty good. It feels great. That's a 3-5-5 on
Yeah.
turn 2. I mean, with the machinist out, that's pretty freaking
Really
strong.
strong. Really strong. Kills your defender. But Manos will be able to also kill the Steward of the Garden with that PS8 in hand, right? So just really good opener. That it went from a like kind of like mediocre hand. He was able to get use of those take it or leave it's, and now he has a huge edge.
Yeah. No, this just the first few minutes of this game has been a great showcase of how strong some of the aftermath cards are.
Oh
Like
yeah.
that was totally take it or leave it there, and the no snitching. Which, by the way, I'm pretty sure Scout said get snitched or something, and I just thought that was so funny. Get snitched, bro. It's just
Yeah.
it was cool.
The mega BM gets snitched, bro. I like
Get
it.
snitched, bro.
I'm all for it. But yeah, here we see a nice little. I think that's actually a pretty good trade. A little. I like it because it making that banner. You're trying to get that bannerman down as weak as possible. So it's not too bad to go this route. The Alvaro draw. This curve, like Manos is just drawn into the curve.
Yeah. No, he's gaming right now. This is looking
Yeah.
pretty good. I would probably just go 2-1. Obviously, I suppose you want to respect spores to some degree here, actually.
Yeah. You
So
can still
maybe
do
it's
that though, right? Alvaro all the way on the left.
yeah.
You buff up the Bannerman with the PSA, not in that order. Chat, don't flame me. But yeah, and he still is able to. Well, he the Bannerman is at risk of dying, to a
Yeah.
spores because you're gonna try to kill the steward. I would assume also, right? No, yeah, cause 2-5. I don't know. Does it matter to kill the steward actually?
I think so.
Well, it's gonna get
I
defender, so I don't think we have a choice too.
yeah. Also, if you PS8 here, you get to keep your Bannerman alive. It grows a little bit.
Oh
Um,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
so I feel like that's relevant. Mm,
Yep. So he trades
okay.
this way.
Yeah, looking strong.
Yeah. A clean hit. It makes the Nehemiah not clean at all, too, because Nehemiah literally just dies to a Vindicator, or he could just throw a unit at it, throw some units at it, and then the Vindicator still lives. But the Vindicator is a huge threat. It's like it makes it feel really awkward. Like even if you know snitching it, then he can just trade some units and still clear off the Nehemiah. It's a huge amount of resources gone, right?
Think we might have ourselves a quick game one here. I am struggling to see how Job is gonna recover here, unless the Terra Glider gets the best for ever, and he just goes for that here. Which man, do you have to do that instead of Nehemiah? It's like Nehemiah just feels really bad.
Maybe just play for board a little bit and try to whittle him down.
Try and high roll or something.
Yeah. I think we lost Job's stream for a little.
Looks like maybe he's pulling
There we
a
go. We're back. We're
bullbence.
back. He rolls the 4 and he hits the I forgot the name of this card actually, but it's a 4 cost 2/5 defender, which is pretty good.
Ardent
Negotiator.
negotiator, I think, right?
Yeah, teamwork. Teamwork makes the
Let's
dream work.
go.
I mean, pretty
Uh,
good, but it's not solving any major problems still yet, right? Because the Vindicator can just kill it and still not die.
yeah, that's pretty painful. At least it's got defender. Uh, so you can pass that off here, but
Yeah.
no, this is looking pretty rough.
And you probably just see a Kathy play out here, or do you just drop another Vindicator?
I think hmm. Honestly, either one.
Yeah.
I think it's
I think they're both good.
I think
I
they're
think I
both
agree.
great. I think
I'm
it don't
agree with
matter.
you there. I agree
Uh,
with you too. I think the Vindicator, yeah, it, maybe the Vindicator is there as a threat to dissuade a Nehemiah even more so over the Kathy, but Kathy is more face damage, right? So yeah, it's
yeah.
both really good.
And when it comes down to it, I mentioned this before. I usually favor mana or energy efficiency if I can,
Mm-hmm.
unless it's a fringe case. So we'll see what he decides to do.
It goes
Okay,
for the
going with the
Kathy.
Kathy.
Yeah. All right, getting these trades here. You just slam the Bannerman in at this point. I mean, it could always keep living, yeah, but you want to make sure you're a little healthy to spores, bit more safe. Already at 18 at turn 5. There's that
Oof, ooh,
spores.
there's the spores.
Even if you spores, still taking a ton of damage. Like I don't know if that's worth it. You're taking 3 from the Alvaro, and then they both can attack again, right?
Yeah, and 3 from the aftermath. So that's
Yeah,
6.
he has
That's
to know
another
snitching it
5.
if he's gonna do it. He's not gonna know snitching it. This is a lot of damage that's gonna be coming his way. Oh, I don't know about this. I think you definitely have to know snitching at least the Vindicator. This is gonna hurt. I mean, he can still do it now. Wait, but if he does it now, no. Okay, he's just gonna bank the no snitching. Interesting. I was gonna say if he does it now, it wouldn't matter. It would still save all that, any of those issues. But this is still gonna be 5 more damage going to face.
Here's the thing, though. You had to bank something, and I don't
Mm-hmm.
think that no snitching to save yourself for 3 health is winning you the game at this point.
Yeah.
Uh, so, yikes. Well, but this is sort of to be expected. I mean, it's not like, actually, hang on. I've got this in the reverse. No, hang on. This is unexpected. We should be seeing Earthen win this, but
Yes, we should.
um, Manos has just had a really strong start after an initial hand that didn't look great, but took full advantage of those take it or leave it's. Um,
100%. Yeah. A hand that did not look that great just drew into like really strong. That Fleet Machinist was the MVP, just really opening up the rest of Manos's hand, allowing him to be super aggressive. And jobsad now, like, only at turn 5, looking down with half of his life.
suppose we don't want to count our chickens. I mean, sometimes Earthing can just barely, lay a couple defenders down, and
Hmm.
then they do have access to heals. And let me see. I think I said that Job's Earthen does have one altar of Gaia in it.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
Manos's main objective here is to not run out of steam. Like you said, Earthen can still win games because Marco runs out of steam. So as long as he doesn't run out of steam, he's fine. But if he does, that's where Job can start to capitalize. But already at 8 health, it's going to be a tough ask. But it not doable with those kind of cards, but
Nope.
doable.
Was that I was gonna say, was that a misplay with the placement there? But I suppose, uh,
Well, with the Vindicator,
yeah,
no, I don't think so. I
just
mean,
the
Kathy can take one more
okay.
damage and it'll be at 1 life. But basically, if Job wants to play Nehemiah, you just throw the Vindicator in, kill the Nehemiah, and then Kathy can just hit face again. You just repopulate board.
Yep, makes sense. At least if you throw the Moonlit down, it is contesting the health of these units because of the decay, so that's
Hmm.
good. But is it just throw Nehemiah down and a Stewie to like pass off defender to?
Yeah, there's a chance where he goes double defender. Yeah, right. With the Nehemiah, you can double defender here.
Okay.
I do it the Moonlit instead, just to heal up also a bit. But I don't know this. Uh, I mean, he can't kill both actually. Manos can't kill both, so maybe there's something there. But he will lose the Moonlit.
Hanging
Let's
on
see
by
what.
a thread here.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen this before, where Earthen is holding on by a thread against the Marco onslaught. If they have it, if they can keep pushing, feels like it gets really tough.
Well, here's the line. Okay, the Moonlet's gonna die and passes the defender off to the Stewie. Then we
Hmm.
top deck the Shield Titan. And oh, Kathy also doesn't take out the Stewie, goes
Yeah,
face, get the Titan
if
and
we
get
get
that.
Shield Titan, we're back in this.
We're back
Arguably
in
win this.
this. Exactly.
Yeah, 100%. That is definitely something that can happen. I
Well,
think
and
Manos.
honestly, the Caretaker was actually a pretty nice get because next turn we've got 7 energy. We could play the Nehemiah and the Caretaker. I mean, we're
Yeah.
still really walking on, ice here, eggshells, whatever the phrase is. It's going to be tough, but there is a small chance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're not wrong at all. I'm trying to think here. Yeah, this it all depends on, does this Kathy kill the steward or not? That's where a lot of this will come down to. If it doesn't, there is a chance that Job can start to sway this game back in his favor. Um
Oh, smart. He's
oh, yeah.
he just used his own slinger on the
Yeah.
wow, love it. Big
All
fan.
right. Nice, very nice. Now he's good. Now he's chilling. Never mind. We're in trouble again.
Yeah. Hope gone.
Yeah, and not gone because there's still a Nehemiah, right? So Nehemiah, now you have to get over the Nehemiah. So maybe you were right. The Vindicator placement was important because Kathy would have one more health.
Yeah, 3 seems pretty good here. And fortunately for Job, Kathy will die next turn to the decay. So there might be a
Yeah,
little bit of wiggle room here to recover.
100%. Draws into the Bannerman. That's not it yet. I mean, this is as good as any of a board to survive off of.
Yep.
No more Vindicators or anything like that. Manos has nothing left pretty much. Like this actually could do it, and draws into a Terra Glider.
That's that's not bad.
Not bad at all. Oh my Wong.
Oh my Wong.
That's a card that can do things.
Let's see. I am not sure if
No
Manos
snitching is pretty big.
has what's the 3 damage? Let's see. Determined
Catherine's
assault.
expertise or determined? No. If there's a no snitching though, that wins the game.
All right,
But I
moment of
don't think there
truth.
is because he hasn't picked it yet. So there's some decision making being made here. 3 seconds left. Oh my god, don't rope it. Oh, he
Oh,
gets the
there
no
it is.
snitching. That's gonna be lethal.
Whoop.
Just take away Defender from the Nehemiah, and that'll do it. Manos clutching the Wong draw and just finishing off Job with an onslaught of attacks, not giving him any chance to survive. Vindicator was like a big MVP in this match, right?
Yeah, man, that's got to feel good. Winning quote quote unfavorable,
Yeah.
first game of your match for $20,000. I think that Manos is probably feeling pretty good right now.
That's where you want to be. Winning some of these unfavorable matchups are really good. And I still feel kind of like antsy for calling anything that's not a Neve win like
Yeah.
safe. Like the Neve win is like the scariest one now because it doesn't feel as confident as it once did.
Yeah. I know. I'm right there with you. The Neve games this entire tournament have just been up in the air. You're definitely sweating a bit when you're having to queue up the Neve.
Yeah, that one is the one that makes me a little scared. I mean, I think going forward, Manos is probably locks in the Earthen now. It's a bit more straightforward, your path to victory. And for Job, I wonder, does he mix it up? And he's like, well, Manos is gonna. He tried to do it once, right? He's like, well, I think Manos is gonna play the Kathy. Let me switch up to the Earthen. Does he do the same? And he's like, well, Earthen's probably the next obvious pick. Let me try the Shroud because it still should win.
Great question. Yeah, I mean that's. I don't know. I think like the logic is that you have to win with all of your decks, right? So you might as well queue it up, but I really do think there is something about the mental, like losing the unfavorable there.
Yeah.
Losing the favorable matchup, like maybe just like take a clean reset and switch off the Earthen perhaps, but I wouldn't be shocked if he just runs it back.
Yeah, it could be a thing. I just wonder because, like we said, the Neve match is the weak one. So if you can squeeze out a win in your most quote unquote favorable matchup, then you're good. But if you lose that one, you're kind of in trouble at this point.
Yeah, it was the last series. Actually, Manos did lose playing Neve versus Earthen.
Yeah.
And I was surprised because earlier in this tournament, we were talking about how hasty mobilization, like we wish it was better, but it was in that match with bullbence. Like his hasty
He hit a good one.
Huge. It was fantastic. Yeah. And I think was like one of the biggest contributing factors for the mid game to take him to the win there. So
yeah.
we'll see.
A lot of these explosive cards are good if you can get them to work, like bullbence was able to. You can get that win. But then on the other side, there are games like jobsad had against dmoney where there's an explosive turn from dmoney and jobsad's like, well, I have 3 removal cards, so I'm just gonna play all of them now.
Yeah.
And then you're just kind of like, staring down the barrel of the gun that just shoots you down, and it is what it is. So it'll be interesting to see what these guys decide. And I know Manos made that one look pretty convincing, but I think we were like, without that Wong, it could have gotten really bad really fast. Like Job was one turn away from maybe turning that game around.
It's true. That's the thing with with the Earthen decks, like because they can just build such massive defense with all of their annoying defender units. Like you want to kill them as much as possible, and that's why I was wondering if we'd see a trend to Marco decks getting a little bit more burn heavy. That way they can kill them through the defenders. But I do think that the current Kathy lists that people they're all pretty similar. Feel like a pretty good set of cards. Like it feels pretty tuned, I guess is what I'm
Yep.
saying.
Well, here we are. Manos and Jobsad looked like they were doing some meta gaming going on. Manos trying to counter the Earthen that he thought would pop up, and Jobsad playing the Catherine to, how many layers did they go to get there? But it got there, and it looks like Jobsad is, ahead on the draft pick. So Manos has to try to edge and win in a pretty unfavorable matchup.
Yeah. Wonder if this will be another game 5. It is possible to beat the Cathys as Neve, but
Mm-hmm.
things really got to go well for you. But that's a pretty good looking hand. Singularity Steward comboing with a Life Siphon, having your early Baron for just a 2-drop stats. Like that looks pretty
Yeah,
good.
that's not a bad starting hand. I wouldn't be surprised if he kept it, but
Yep.
he's going second too, right? So he gets the draw, so it's kind of clean. I don't. He's probably asking himself like, do I want anything else? That was probably the main question.
Yeah, sure. Man, if Shroud had access to good heal, they would be unstoppable. Like I miss the
Yeah.
days when Malia would heal you at the end of the turn a little bit, but
Yeah, it would
probably
be. It was very, very strong when it was a thing. But looking at Jobsad's hand, it's not too bad. Like it can run out of steam pretty fast, but it answers a lot of the early pressure that we may see coming out of Manos, right? In the sense that like you can stop the steward from growing. That means Manos probably doesn't play anything in the opening hand. So if Jobsad can draw into some one cost units, maybe it gets a little bit better.
yeah. I mean, Jobsad just needs one, top deck rallying cry or a vindicator or something like that to put down some threats. But I will say just like a single vindicator isn't quite as good against Shroud because that's an easy banish target. So
Hmm.
going wider would definitely be better. That should be the objective. Like
Yeah.
double 1 on 2 is ideal, probably against the Neve.
100%. The take it or leave it draw. It's like plaguing both players because now they have to make a tough decision on what to bank, and it's a bit hard. Manos looking like he's gonna bank the Neve's Dominion, keep everything else. Take it or leave it a little bit better on these like bricky hands for Neve because if you can hit like higher cost spells or just get your Neve out earlier, but it does hurt, right? In that early game, we're seeing it time and time again.
Oof. Okay, so that was a very interesting decision because you could just run out the life siphon there, get rid of it, and then drop your Baron on 2. He's
Yeah.
favoring to hold back the answer to combo it with the steward, which if you're expecting a no snitching, at least having some stats on the Stewie is nice, but I don't know. I sometimes I
Yeah.
just want to
And then
answer
maybe
threats as
the
they
turn
come.
three, turn three, you could take it or leave it, the erasure and the steward. So maybe there was something there for sure. But this is not what you want to see as a Marco player going against Shroud, having a dead turn 2. You
Yeah,
don't want to see this ever.
that is. Oh yeah, that's painful
Yeah.
for a job right there. It's not unrecoverable, but it is definitely not what you want to see.
Yeah. I mean, we saw it. We saw Manos playing against the Earthen. He wasn't leaving any breathing room, just aggro, aggro, aggro. And that's what you want to be doing, right? You want to be having high high impact turns that are like getting your opponent's life points down fast. And if you can't do that, then you're giving them breathing room. And against Shroud, you don't want to leave a lot of breathing room.
I love this hand for Manos here. I mean, he can do the double 1, answer the 2/2 with the life siphon with the Stewie out, and then next turn, take it or leave it into the logistics support cruiser because logistics support cruiser is amazing if you can get it down, but if you're under like too much pressure, then it's too slow. But it's been a slow enough start from Jobsad here that I think he might be able to do that.
Could be a thing. It looks like he's ending up to bank it. And he's definitely, I think, is going down for this 1-1. I wonder if he's trying to decide what happens like the following turn with the turn with 3 energy. Maybe You're gonna see. We know jobsad has here the a 1+3 combo with his take it or leave it, but Manos has a life siphon and erasure to conveniently handle that also, right?
Yep. Well, he got another one if he
Yeah.
decides to go for that. But yeah, I suppose he's probably anticipating a Catherine's rallying cry or some kind of power turn here. So maybe the LSC is would be too slow.
Yeah, the no snitching is going to be really good too because if there wasn't one, jobsad would be like super behind trying to like just go wide with the board with the hand Manos has. So the no snitching will at least also stop the steward from growing to become a bigger threat.
Can we take a look at Jobsad's face right now? He's shaking his head a little bit. He's thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gotta be 1 and 3 this turn, right? Or is he thinking maybe holding back the take it or leave it? Oh, he's thinking about banking the no snitching?
That is a
Interesting.
crazy play. All
That's
right, here we go. We're going for the Catherine.
oh, he's going for the Kathy.
If Kathy misses, that's
Oh
a
my
big miss.
gosh.
If Kathy hits face, that's a pretty big miss. He's taking the roll. Where does
Oh my
Kathy
god.
go? It kills the steward. Okay, we're safe.
Whew.
That could have been really bad.
Wow. That's massive. Like that wow. That was huge. Very risky, but got rewarded. And now he
Yeah,
can go for the 1 and the 3 next turn. Absolutely Manos has to answer Kathy here, just sort of giving the free board for Job to develop the next turn. Like that was wild.
yeah. I think though, I mean, we can see the hand, so Manos has some good answers. Taking out the Kathy early is pretty big. That's a big card to try and lower the life gap to just try and finish them off, right? This is more Kathy is not like that burn finisher anymore. It's like pretty front loaded. So to get rid of the Paragon this early is kind of a big deal too.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. Like it was a huge risk in terms of making that play, but was it I mean, taking out the steward definitely nice, but was it worth it, if
Hmm.
Kathy is now no longer a resource for the late game. Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he has a really good curve here still. He can 3+1 and buff like a Bannerman, so that keeps him safe from like Life Siphon or something. So not too bad. Manos will he you could see some Baron risk taken also with the Baron take it or leave it or take it or leave it Baron and Erasure. But Jobsad went for the Fleet Machinist to search first, and he'll be able to get out a Vindicator. But then that's pretty good for Manos' hand because now he can cleanly kill this with the Life Siphon and a Erasure.
Yeah, would you ever go for the Harf here instead? You know? Just like a 2-1 just to go wider and
I
take
think
away
about
some
it. Yeah, it's
options?
not too bad.
I kind of like the Harf development. Just take away a lot of options for the Shroud here.
Mhm. Is he
Okay.
just gonna Baron and Erasure?
Uh, most likely. The other option is to just erasure and play the Void Trapper, but
I like
I
the
like
free
getting the
life
Baron.
siphon erasure, and then maybe you can still just play the Baron.
Yeah. No, I like getting the Baron down, I think, here. It's like a pretty good use of the take it or leave it.
Yeah, it always looks so weird when you're watching from the Shroud side because, like, as they play, like, yes, they're stopping you, but they're normally not doing too much themselves. If they are, then there's something wrong. You're
Mhm.
in a very bad state if that's happening to you. But like in a close game, they're not doing much, and it doesn't really show itself until like you get the Neve down, right? Then it's like, oh my god, where did all this come from?
Oh, do you think
All right, I think we're just gonna
uh
do an erasure.
oh, oh, wait a minute. It's the first spell now.
Yeah, Yeah. So you can hit like supply caches and stuff.
Okay, so that was intended.
I would
I
assume
think
so. Yeah, he just went for he tried to get a cache maybe or something.
instead of going for a random 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. If we're job sad, what do we do to get out of this mess?
Looks like he's considering no snitching the
I kind of like
Baron.
snitching the Baron. Baron, despite how much our fellow co-commentator Free Tip Scout hates the card, can generate some insane value sometimes. And with a Neve, that's more and more effects you're giving to your opponent.
Yeah.
Or so you kind of want to stop that engine a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, this is a little tricky. Like if I'm casting the no snitching this turn, I'd probably like to get the Bannerman out just to take, advantage of the buff, but going into the Shroud turn 5, I'd love to develop the Harf to sort of
Yeah,
stop a Triumph if possible. Um and I'm saying like these Vindicators are an amazing card, but versus Shroud, it's so easily answered by the
yeah.
single target removal. So I wonder if it's like a 2-2-1 play.
Interesting. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm surprised he didn't buff the Harf.
Yeah,
Taking
I'm
an
surprised
Honored
about that
Steward
as
is not
well.
that bad.
Ooh. Yeah, I think that's a solid trade
I don't know
there.
about giving a Vindicator though. I mean, I guess maybe it is, but Shroud has the removal, right? So if he draws into a removal into the Honored Steward, he's banking the no snitching again. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I don't know if I can be repeatedly banking the snitchings. All right,
Yeah,
this is a bit better.
honestly, I kind of like it.
You like banking the snitching there?
No, 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 no. I
Instead.
like I like this play.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
I
I
think this looks really good. Stopping the Triumph really key.
mhm.
Not
Yeah, it's not
having
not too shabby.
yeah,
If you're Manos, right, there's a few cards that are like kind of problem childs. You're like, what do I get rid of first? Like the Harf, the Markolian Bannerman, or the Scanner Probe. And
so
we've seen
true.
a lot of games where Scanner Probe is usually the least priority target to get rid of, and then it's the one that wins you the game because it is taking so many resources away from you by this one by one stealing your cards and giving you not good cards, and you just like slowly but surely lose all your resources and lose the game. So I don't know if like Scanner Probe is the right card, but I do know that's a card that I've seen time and time again when it's like not ignored becomes a big problem.
Yeah, I'll never forget. Many moons ago, casting, you said Scanner Probe is kill on sight. Like that, it needs to be answered
I trust the
immediately.
past form of myself. I think that that still rings true today. It is a problem to deal with that thing sometimes. So I think eventually Manos has to put that on his radar. I don't know how far down the line, but probably sooner rather than later. He does have the Vindicator that will be able to kill Scanner Probe no matter what when it dies. So that's pretty good.
All right, what we gonna steal here? Uh,
I think you
nah.
let him keep the. It's bad both ways. Maybe you don't want to give. Yeah, he doesn't want to give uh anything, but he also doesn't want Manos to get closer to Neve, right? And he has a. Did he bank already or no? He didn't bank, I think so.
Yeah,
But still, you gave
yes,
away an orbital strike. That's kind of good. It's a good removal card.
Machinist is a nice pickup. He just needs some draw here.
Yeah,
Like he's really running out of cards.
a hundred
Uh,
percent. I mean, at this point, he's gone through a lot of his vehicles. He can even play the Vindicator
Ow.
again. That's not a bad setup. But Manos also has a good setup too, right? He can Harf and Triumph, or just play Triumph. You don't have to Harf
The
and Triumph.
Triumph is gonna be insane. It's got the Rallying Cry and the Vindicator
Hmm.
in the pool here. That
That's a
is
very strong. You probably just trigger the Vindicator first if you can.
yeah, I would say so. Wow.
Really good
Yeah, I
board
mean,
from Jobsad.
here's the thing, like, it's still gonna be this is just so much pressure. I mean, it's gonna be a good, Triumph for sure. What 3, 2, 1s? I mean, there's
Double
Stewards.
embedded agent.
Mhm.
You want to see double embedded agent? That's going to be the best thing that you could probably get because you can just like kill off 2 units for free. Yeah, it won't be the best cards, but it's cards you don't have to worry about as much, right? So
Yep.
it does help a little bit. All right, he's gonna go for the Harf and Triumph here just to get a little more units on board. I wonder if he should trade first, but I guess he's gonna value the opposing Vindicator the least and not try to like kill it itself, like force jobsad to kind of make it trigger,
Yeah.
especially with 4 or 5. It requires a lot of resources. That's pretty good.
Oh,
Embedded
there's
agent
one.
and a void trapper.
That is not too shabby. At least one
Yeah,
embedded agent. Like you just need answers at this point.
yeah.
Um, help
And
clear
the
out
trapper
this
gives you
board.
some resources too, right? Like more cards in your hand, or you can bank a little bit. You can clear some of these problem cards now. This is looking pretty good. This is like a triple cleric. What do you kill here? Scanner probe
Scanner
maybe?
probe.
Yeah. Yep. And then you
Kill
just
it.
kill off a trigger happy. That's pretty good.
Ah,
And just like that, now Manos is like kind of ahead in board presence.
oof. Yeah, I feel like next that draw there from Job, like he needs some card draw.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
He
know.
needs to get this game under control within a couple, like 2 turns before Manos just plays his Neve. His Neve is stacked at this point.
You know what might have been the best draw off the top there? Sondrion, potentially.
Yeah,
Just like throw it face, clear the board. The Vindicator on Manos' side would have cleaned up the 4-5, but at this point, I mean, I think you're stressing pretty hard here.
100%. It does not feel the best. I like that he's kind of going for face a bit, trying to get Manos's life down. Probably has to trade you up into the agent here. And you could kill the Baron or hit face, either or. Not the worst.
Honestly, I think you gotta fight for board. If I mean, it's not like there's that much burn
Yeah,
in these lists. Okay.
that's a good draw. That's a really good draw. Manos kind of whiffing on this draw here. So he will be able to uh make a copy and bank of the unit. I mean, I wonder, is there a world where you like make a Vindicator and just play it and then you
That
just clear the rest
or
of the board?
drawing off the machinist if he's got. I think we've seen the
There's the
two.
LSCs.
Yeah, we've seen both already from
Yeah.
Manos, and I think there's only two in the list. And is that it then for the
I
vehicles?
think that's a no Spectre attack crafts or anything.
Yep.
Maybe is there glaive in Manos's list?
Yes,
Okay,
I
then yeah,
think
there could be a
so.
glaive.
Actually,
That's not that bad.
that's not that bad.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
might
again.
take a glaive.
Yeah, so you could full okay, checking for units, but if he
Oh,
had gone that way, you could full clear board, right? Uh you might just run this Vindicator down anyways. Yep, he's gonna run the Vindicator down.
yeah. I gotta be honest, I'm a little surprised with one card in the hand to go for the attack face. Like I want as many cards as possible right now. I think I
Yep.
might have just poked. Maybe
Yeah,
he
he would
did
have
see
been
it
up on board
face.
if he had done it, if he kept the Trapper and traded with it, I think, right? So
Mhm. Yep. Oh man, it almost looked like it has
here we
swung in
go.
Manos' favor, but I am now with this
I mean, we have
trying
a
to
Neve. We have a Neve next turn, so that's the big thing. How big is Job's board gonna be after this?
yeah, that's fair. The take it or leave it. With 14 cards in the waist. Oh,
Yeah,
actually, that's so true. I mean, we've got this, right? Oof.
double. Oh, you don't want to see that double slinger. It's not the best one to get. I mean, you have a victory, so there's still time to get pressure in. But oh, you have to bank also, so he has to like not bank here. I don't think has he banked? Yeah, he has banked
I
actually.
think he did, yeah.
There's no flashing indicator on the bottom right, so he has banked.
Yep.
But so he could. I mean, that's 4 damage from the victory, but this Neve is going to hit
Now,
hard.
surely this Neve just ends it. I mean, with 13 life, that's plenty of life, I think,
Hmm.
to uh carry you to the win this next turn here. I suppose the victory is a little scary with the 4 damage, but I think he should be able to survive one turn, and this Neve is going to be absolutely big enough to
Yeah.
counter kill the next turn.
Let's see what we get. Anything good? There's some of
Uh,
those tabulas from the take it or leave it that we saw early in the game.
Nothing too insane quite yet.
Double Ilana, interesting. I mean, 3/5 beat sticks, not too bad.
Sure.
They buff each other, I think, also. Yeah, embedded
I'll take
agent.
an embedded agent. Why not?
Yeah, all these decay. They're gonna buff up the Alanas. This is so like funny. So Alana gets 1 extra damage when there's a unit on the board that has decay, and then none of your units can die from decay.
Wow. Yeah, she never really saw that much play, huh?
No,
Yeah.
not much or 0.
Zero. Hey, but those fringe cards, Neve
Yeah,
does the work and brings them out for us sometimes.
yeah.
So
I mean, not the best Neve. I'm not gonna lie. It's
yeah.
not that good of a Neve, but it's damage. So that's all that matters, right? There is damage on board.
Okay, rummaging researcher in the event that there is not enough to kill, which there might not be. I don't know. We'll have to calculate with the Ilana's damage here. But the researcher, definitely a nice pickup if the game gets extended to draw into some better
Mhm.
stuff.
Chop said reading cards. He's like, what do any of these do? Like, what do I have to how do I play around this? The decay units won't really do anything. Actually, he won't even lose any units because double Alano will prevent any of them from dying from decay. But Manos having the embedded agent is kind of a problem, right? For this victory, you have to like no snitching it, I guess. But even then, you can still kind of clear it. This still feels we're still a little ways away if we're job set to finish this.
Yeah, the victory could take out the 6/4 Neve after poking the face here.
Hmm.
Yes, it's
But I
still gonna
wonder if
be a
he's just
little bit
gonna
of a
put it to
fight.
face. He might put it to face. No, he's gonna kill the Neve.
There's just not enough burn in this list, I think, to follow it up. Like 8
Yeah,
life
yeah.
is, which
He's
is
doing it.
always
He's
going for it. Maybe
he's gonna.
there is. I don't know.
I don't think. I think it's tough. Like you're right. He gave away his orbital strike. Right, that was a card that could have gotten it or something. But he
Mhm.
banks the no snitching again.
Let me see.
I mean, he had to bank. I guess he has to bank something, right? But this feels really rough. I mean, you're gonna see that embedded agent. I will swing into the embedded agent here. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
All
Manos
right.
can
I've got.
still clear. Well, even though he doesn't have the best board, he can still clear this.
Yep. Other than the Sondrion, there's like logistics, mastery. I'm looking at the list right now. There's pretty much no other burn. That orbital strike was uh, removed as an
Okay.
option. So I think 8 life is plenty to survive through this.
Oh, is this Venerated Evoker has retaliate heal another friendly unit for 2? So he's just healing up his Neve, healing up his other units taking damage. Just kind of a nice little engine going on here.
Yeah. I am the earthen now. Yes.
Draws
Wow.
into a triumph. That's armored support vehicle. I don't remember the effect. Is it a triumph?
Um. Yes. I want to say in the well. I want to say it's a triumph.
Yeah. The Cindy top deck though from Jobsad is a lot of damage. It might be Rallying Cry.
Yeah, with the double slinger, it might be
Yeah,
rallying
yeah.
cry. All right, so it's not quite lethal.
We're
So I
getting
think
close. He's getting pretty close.
you just gotta remove everything here, not give him any options. There we
Yeah.
go. The researcher getting more cards to the hand.
We like
I think
drawing.
8 life is plenty for Manos to just take this game.
I'm
Boom,
still a little
bam.
scared, but yeah, I think you're kind of right. Uh the Malia, no more heal on Malia. That won't do it. Is there any pings on Malia? I don't think so.
Don't believe we've seen a Dominion come down this game or any corrupted unit, so no damage there. Wow. So hang on a second. If Manos takes this, he got the Marco into the Earthen, unfavorable,
Mm-hmm.
and then would be taken down this unfavorable matchup as well. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't want to
He's left
jinx
with
it,
Earthen.
but like,
That's a pretty good spot to be in.
yep, it absolutely is.
Oh my
and
god, this rally hits another embedded agent.
wow. And even the armored support vehicle too, just as a little
Yeah.
defender. I mean, oh my god, no, this is done.
Yeah, I think this is done. We were memeing the 2 Singularity Steward at the start of this top 8, and These rallying cries have been hitting, so maybe there's something there. You know, we're missing a little bit.
I suppose we have this, split Cendrillon here. That'll do 3 to the board, which I guess technically. Okay, hang on a second. Are we a little too excited?
I don't
Will
know. You tell me.
Cendrillon do enough here? Mm,
Well, Cendrillon will not kill off any units. It won't kill off the Alanas
yeah.
because they don't die to decay.
Okay, then we should be all right. Rend from Earth, I suppose I should say. Oh, nice. And
Yeah.
expertise is a huge pickup there too.
All right, we just go
Oh.
all in, all in. Find the damage somewhere.
Got the
7
Rend from Earth.
life. Can we do 4 more damage to Manos' face as jobsad? We're gonna see a lot of units die right now.
Oh man. I'm worried I counted the chickens before they hatched.
Another heal going out from this venerated invoker before it dies. You could heal the Gafars and that would live if it does that, the Gafar unit.
Is it
Yep.
gonna go pacifist though? I don't know.
No, it does. It makes an opponent unit pacify, right?
Oh
Or
yes,
something?
yes. Okay.
You tell me. You know the card more than I do.
Yeah, that's valid. The
All right,
defender still
4
lives
damage. Oh, what can we get? He's not playing Catherine's expertise, is he? No, I don't think so.
Nope. That is not in there.
What's in here? Oh, nothing. Oh, the logistics mastery, bank, and give me some caches that just burn. But
Oh
how
my
much Manos?
God.
Manos has how much damage? 4, 8, 9, 10. Oh, he has lethal.
Yeah.
He's just gonna kill off the Alanas.
Wow. I mean,
Yeah, he's gonna kill off this board. He's saving himself. Manos is. I mean, I know you said this was over, but I don't think it's over anymore.
I don't know. I mean, the artillery volley on the Bannerman, I did not anticipate there.
Yeah, this
I mean,
can be pretty bad. I mean, the caches, 2 caches would kill Manos.
oh my God.
Oh, he draws the Eclipse Fate though to kill the logistics mastery.
Oh my lord, this has actually been such an exciting game. Like I thought for sure, like he got through the Neve. To be fair,
Yeah.
it wasn't that great of a Neve. Like it
No.
was fine, it was all right. But
Oh
oh
my
my
God,
God,
he hit. Is there any units left in this man's deck? He just Manos is like, no, I'm gonna draw one, but not for you. That's not your job right now. And I
Look.
think he has to eclipse the mastery. I really do.
Look,
That
there's
could
4
lose-
cards left. He's got 2 answers, like Eclipse Fate and Honored Steward.
Yeah.
I feel like he should be able to answer whatever is coming out here. I'm looking at the deck. I don't think we've seen an Astel's Glaive. I think that's
have
probably
not.
left in the
We have
deck.
not. I think you have to eclipse that. If you don't eclipse here and he like just gets 2 free munition caches, you just die. That's 3 damage a ping.
Oh my God, yeah, he's going for
Yeah,
it.
eclipse fate on the logistics mastery. Oh my man, Job drawing 1 card at a time. He hits a Wong. What's in the Wong? It's a glaive. Isn't there a glaive in here? There's a glaive in here. Manos has to figure out how to get past these 2 units or he loses. This
Oh, no, I just wouldn't draw the other ones. Just leave them in. No. You don't want to draw yourself closer to fatigue, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or just
I think he
wait a
just wants
minute.
more cards. He still lives a turn with Honored Steward hitting the Wong here. No, he doesn't. I forgot Catherine buff. Manos has to get 2 removals.
Maybe you do want to draw yourself into fatigue, so you get a random card from your deck.
Yeah,
You could
that just
find the
wins.
lethal there. Yeah.
All right,
easily.
here we go. We are playing the drawing simulator. Manos is probably going to help Job draw here. Try to get him into some fatigue himself, right?
Oh my God. I think Manos is gonna lose this. And
He might lose it. It's more than possible that he loses this. This is an insanely tough. I don't know what's left in his deck. I don't know if he knows what's left in his deck. Adira, that's not going to do anything.
oh, that's painful.
Do you draw another 3 cards or do you just Dominion?
Oh my God. Oh my God. You Dominion here? Hold on. Can you get a 3? No.
I Triumph, I think, can draw 3 and burn yourself. He's going to
Oh.
Dominion.
He's doing
Ladies
it.
and gentlemen, we have a game. Manos have 1 life. Jobsad needs to draw 1 card. We know there's a triumph. There's 4 chances to just draw a game ender.
God forbid.
Slinger, anything.
Like yeah. Oh my god.
Here we go. He's gonna take 2, 4, 8. Wait, 2, 4, 8 damage. That's lethal. He can't play triumph.
Nope.
Oh my! So Job loses, unless he just
Well-
banks. If he plays this, he loses.
Oh no. Yeah. I mean, he still got another.
He already took. Didn't he already take 1 or no? Am I wrong?
He took 1. Yeah, so he still got another chance. 1, 2, 4. Like.
Oh, so
so
he didn't take 1 right now. I thought he took 1 damage already. All right, then I'm wrong. If he had already, because he
No,
took
he
1
did.
damage. Yeah, so
He
if the next damage would take, if he draws 3, he takes 2, then 4, then 8. That's
Yeah.
more than 12. So he'll lose.
No, he can't play that. But he can wait to like.
He can
just
wait.
chill
He
and
can
see if
try
he
to
gets
draw like a
slinger.
slinger or something. He just needs a slinger.
Wow, what an exciting game for the championship game here.
Oh
Like,
my
this is
god.
crazy.
Manos, I mean, you got to be on the edge of your seat if you're Manos, man. I don't know. Play units and race. Just play units, draw cards, race. You lose to Gunslinger. That's it.
You also lose to fatigue in a couple turns here. I
Mhm.
mean, he's at 1.
I don't think he has to draw per se, but maybe he wants to.
Well, I guess it depends on what is left in.
I mean, 2 cards in deck. No bank, so you can live 1 more turn. He's got 2 plus 4 is 6 damage next turn.
Oh my god! Wait.
He
Uh,
Wait,
Oh,
why did I
that's
see?
right,
Oh, he
that's
revealed an
revealing.
orbital. You scared
Yeah.
me too. I
I
was
know.
like, oh
I'm
my.
sorry. I got too excited. No, you definitely lay down the steward here. That way you can pop face.
Oh, the scanner probe! He draws a scanner
God.
probe. That's gonna take out Manos. Oh my top
God.
deck. Oh, scanner probe lethal. Manos. I mean, Job fought through a full powered Neve and just played his heart out and got the win. That is a much needed win. This is absolutely crazy seeing the scanner probe come out.
I can't even believe that.
Oh,
Holy
you see
smokes.
Manos' face. That could have gone so many different ways. Oh my god.
To be fair, I suppose there were, like multiple cards that could have gotten him there, but I mean, not that many, like, goodness.
There's 4 cards. 4 cards. We didn't count out the scanner probes, slinger or scanner probes. That was absolutely crazy. Jobsad getting a win. These players are 1-1. Like, most players, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I understand this is the end, so probably not, but a lot of players would have conceded before that point.
Wow, you think so? I mean, in a normal
Not in this
situation,
match.
yes.
In a
Not
normal
the-
situation.
Yeah, in a normal situation, absolutely. Wow.
So to
Yeah.
play it out like that and squeeze through and find the answer, Jobsad finding it is absolutely crazy. I cannot believe that. That was one of the craziest games I've seen in parallel.
Can we talk about the fact, though, that it was the triumph into the Bannerman with the artillery volley?
Yeah, won it.
And the logistics mastery live,
Yep.
like that sealed the deal. Like
Yeah.
it's cooked if it wasn't for the volley there and actually having a target for it. Like, wow.
Yeah, so crazy. Great read from him. And yeah, Manos getting some, I mean, the Neve wasn't the strongest, that's for sure. He had some weird earthen interactions, just trying to carry it through. But man, it lined up so well for Job. It really looked like that was Manos' game. I cannot believe that Jobsad did that. I think that's so sick that we're getting a game like that in this finals.
I'm honestly shook. I really thought Manos had it. I
Yeah.
thought for sure. I jinxed it, man. That was wild. Good
Yeah.
job
Let's-
on Jobsad for just like keeping composure. A lot of people might tilt out at that point, and he just had his eye on the prize, was patient, and the game rewarded him. Actually gave him the lethal with the scanner probe. Wow.
Yeah. Let's talk about mental state. If you're job sad, you gotta be feeling real good, right? This could be the turnaround. They're only 1-1, but like the energy feels like it's going to job sad here. If you're Manos, you gotta not be tilted off that game.
Wow. Well, yeah, you gotta not be tilted. I have faith in Manos to not be tilted there. I think in that situation, you're probably anticipating the loss against Marco. It's very heart-wrenching that you were so close to winning an unfavorable matchup.
Yeah.
But I think that he can do this, just gotta keep it cool, stash power, and,
Yeah.
he can carry you to
But
victory.
I do want to know Jobsad has read Manos's picks twice.
Mm-hmm.
That's gotta do something too. Like if you're Manos, you're like, what deck do I play next?
Find
Manos
out.
locks in the Neve again. Jobsad going for the Earthen here, trying to squeeze the win.
All right. Well, I've truly loved watching this matchup throughout this entire tournament. I feel like Shroud normally being favored, it's been an upset each, multiple times with the Earthen taking it down. So both players incredibly good. I'm pretty excited to see this pan out here.
Oh, I don't know what to expect after this. That was absolutely crazy. Let's see the mulligans. It all comes down to the mulligans, right? How good are these opening hands? Do you see the banishes? Do you see the expansive boards from the Earthen? If not, then it can go the way of the Shroud. But we've seen Shroud games where they're just not drawing enough of the key removal or key pieces.
No steward so far for Jobsad, but that double mulligan might make all the difference here. Let's see what he gets.
Yeah. Mano sending back that erasure in one of his cards was actually pretty interesting to me.
Surprising.
You would want to kind of keep it, no? I mean, he gets another one, so it is what it is, but
I think I'd always keep an erasure
yeah.
against Earthen.
Oh, if your job said you do not want to be seeing this.
Yeah, that is
No
not feasible.
plays for like 4 turns. Like hopefully he's going second so he can draw some cards. So it's not over yet. We can just as easily see a top deck steward and then everything's fine.
With the double mulligan too. And you never
Yeah.
really want to see Terra in your hand. I mean, treacherous scheming, I feel like, hasn't been played as much as of late. Like people still run it in the deck, but I don't know. I
Mhm.
feel like I see it banked quite a bit. But
Yeah.
that was one of the, pain points of the matchup initially is that, treacherous scheming would always wind up getting your 7, like Terra and that type of stuff, right? So,
100%.
yeah.
Jobsat drawing the relic repurposing. That's not a card you want to see. I mean, it's good for stabilized shard, but that's about it in this matchup.
Yeah, you can get rid of that, I think.
Yeah, he's gonna bank the terror
Oh,
though. Stick to his curve. Doesn't want to let the Neve walk away with any extra energy.
wow. I'm honestly
Oh my, 3
pretty
Terra
surprised.
Glider. We're
Okay.
getting a slow one today for this game.
Yeah.
Both players not having much to do in their openers. Job said, I mean, if he draws allocated provisions, okay, now we're talking.
Wow.
Now we can do stuff.
That is massive. Now you can
Yeah,
just start laying down the Terra gliders here.
yeah. That is a big one. If you're Manos, I think that sometimes could be a a high target for like Eclipse or something.
Yeah, the allocated provisions has just made the charging mechanic it's crucial, right? You can't get enough value out of it if you can only charge, once or twice, right? So,
Yeah.
oof, a Titan
Draws
pickup.
a Titan. I mean, Titan's not like the best in Shroud against Shroud, so it's not too bad. I mean, it's not like a high priority to get out, but it's definitely a good card. Strong card with shield. We've talked about how good Glaive is into Shroud, right? So then you got to say how good Terramech Shield Titan is.
Like you still got to use 2 cards on it. I mean,
Yep.
after the Honored Steward, of course, but eventually they wind up killing the Honored Steward and you get it back. So it's still annoying to put down.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. I mean, very slow start from Manos though, and Jobsat is 1 turn away from just turboing, full turbo. What do you do against that level of turbo?
Full throttle right now. Just
Yeah.
boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, this is
Uh,
gonna get real scary. I mean, man, Neve has not been feeling the love lately.
yeah. I love seeing this logistic support cruiser in Manos' hand, though. Like, he's not
Hmm.
under that much pressure this next turn. He can get that down and just
Yeah.
be beating Earthen on the energy game here.
Yeah. His Neve is gonna be so weak though. Like right now, there's nothing
Mhm.
there. So I mean, more energy, more draw, always good because you can find answers. And Earthen, I mean, if you can remove enough threats, should be fine. I just don't know. With the Terra Glider, I really don't know. That seems pretty impossible to come back from that many things. But we said the same thing about Job in the reverse last match, and he was able to win. So maybe Manos can find something here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Manos just needs to find a Neve's Dominion, right? I think that as long as the units aren't too big, a Dominion could do some work.
Yeah, and maybe the ramp comes in handy there.
Yeah, exactly. And you'll get an extra draw out of it. I don't know, Adira can do some crazy things. You know, we've
Yeah.
seen that the Terra was banked, so that's not really an option, but still. Oh, there we go. There's a
Oh,
Dominion.
there's a Dominion, but the bank is super tough here. What are you banking here?
Oh, that's actually
Maybe you bank the
brutal.
erasure and just try to scale with the Dominion.
I don't know, man. I think not having an answer to Nehemiah is like, mm, eh,
Yeah, it's really tough. Yeah, you're very right. And a bank Adira, but I don't know if you want to do that either.
I think it's Bank
Oh,
Stewie.
Steward, honored
Oh,
Steward.
it's
That's
either Bank
that's the answer
Stewie
to
or
Terramech.
Dominion. You
But
can
yeah,
find another Dominion if you're running 3, right? So I suppose you could
yeah.
consider doing that. But that is definitely tough. I I mean, you're playing the LSC every single time, so are you not?
I think you are.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Manos doesn't know the hand, right? So I think he's going to bank the Dominion.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. What?
Are you playing the
What?
honored Steward? Okay.
I feel
This
like,
doesn't buff anymore. Yeah, I think he just realized it doesn't buff anymore too.
oh man, that's a mistake. I feel like that
Yeah,
was the
that's a
opportunity
big
to ramp.
mistake. You don't want to make that kind of mistake right now.
Oof.
I mean,
Oof.
that's one that
That's
even caught me off guard. It's one that used to work and now it suddenly doesn't work. Sometimes with new
mhm.
patches, is new interactions that aren't detailed. You got to try to figure it out.
I hate to say it, but I think that is pretty
That's a really bad one.
That's
You
pretty
don't.
bad
Yeah.
because, you know, if this Titan finds its way out, like a steward was your, or sorry, honored steward was your answer to
Yep.
just for a little while, and then Dominion was another answer, but you decided to bank that, so you gave up your Dominion answer and your steward answer.
Yep.
Like that's not good.
No, this is really bad right now. I think jobsad is pretty good in terms of his positioning in this game. There's not a lot of things that can stop you at this point. We need some like crazy Adiras to get out of this for sure.
Well, Adira's
Eh,
done it
Yeah,
before, so
yeah.
Adira can do it again.
Here we go. Roll 4.
All right, what's it gonna be?
Oh, that's a
Okay,
good hit. That's a
that's
really good hit.
pretty solid. It's like high enough health too to get out of the range of a Dominion for a
Mm-hmm.
while. Yeah, the stars seem to be aligning for jobsad here.
Yeah.
Reading the card, love it. Just making sure.
You're like, what's this
Showcasing
guy do?
probably again that he is a newer player. He's
Yeah.
clearly a very good player, but has not been playing the game quite as long.
Mm-hmm. This is tough because if you're Manos, like that's a card that you kind of want of erasure, the 0/8, but there's so many other problems now on your board.
I mean, is there a no snitching in Manos's Neve? Maybe.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think there's that many Neves running it. I think
I
I would just
understand why he honored stewarded to buff the out of the decay, the singularity steward. But yeah, not knowing that interaction is I don't know even know what you can do at this point. You're playing from way behind.
I think even if you were I mean, it's probably worth it if you were saving it, but I just really think like you're always happy to ramp, you know? Like once you get it
Mhm.
down, it's out of the way. Like I think I still would have liked to LSC even if I I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, embedded agent, that's another answer to Teramek.
Mm-hmm.
So not too bad. We know there's a no snitching in Jobsad's hand though. But if that goes in the bank, then maybe there's something there.
All right, what do we like this turn?
Hmm. I don't know.
Yeah,
This
it
is
feels
actually
bad to
very, very, very tough.
bank the agent because it's an answer, but
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
think he's gonna erasure the 08.
can we ever just like LSC bank 2? And or am I losing my mind there?
Mm, he's already going for the erasure. And he hits this random effect that lets you conceal cards.
Okay.
Yeah, another 3 for Neve. He had no effects before, so better to have some than none.
Mm-hmm. God, one more turn before the Titan comes down.
Yeah.
So, oh man, is he
And
banking
bank
the
that agent. I think if you weren't going to play LSC in these last 2 turns, you'd probably bank the LSC.
Yep.
But this is
Yeah.
a very tough spot.
The other thing is the LSC is another draw too, which at this point
Yeah.
I'm definitely
Oh,
want.
maybe that's why he's kind of keeping it. I think Manos is trying to race. I think that's what he sees as like his only option. There's no
True.
more Terra in the deck. There's no Terramax Shield Titan. So what does Adira really get that's like crazy?
Another formidable presence for extra push, I
Yeah,
suppose.
maybe.
Yeah, I
Formidable is always
suppose.
kind of nice because you can keep you can Adira again, right? So
Yep. And, we're fearing the Titan, but there are no defenders on the board. Kind of forget that sometimes,
yeah.
right?
Here we go. Another Terra Glider.
Mm-hmm.
Another Terra Glider.
Going for a 5,
Ah,
probably.
3 Terra Gliders is so good. If he didn't have the allocated provisions, it would be really bad. But drawing into it and now enables so much.
Is he?
Oh,
Oh,
he's not going for full. Only a 2-cost unit. What is he looking for?
I am confused by that
Mm,
decision.
yeah. I wonder what 2-cost unit he was going for.
I wonder what he was going for too, because it's also there's way more 2s, so it's a gamble in the first place to even find the one that you're looking for.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised by that. Let's
I don't
see.
know about this one. That's a bit of a tough one to see. I wonder if he knows snitching the Void Trapper because Manos can play his own Terra Glider, and what if he rolls into a Terramax Shield Titan?
Yeah, that'd be wild. Yeah, there are 6, 7, 8 2-drop earthen units, so I really don't know what he was going for there.
Yep, he's gonna know snitching the Void Trapper. Don't want to give away any free Terra Gliders.
Yes. See, Void Trapper is just such a good card.
Oh,
Oh, wait, what?
it still worked.
What?
It still worked. Is there something that we missed? Does it still
it,
work? Maybe it still works through no snitching. There's some issue, but it went
the
through.
the more you know, like
Yeah,
Excelsior, we need that little jingle interactions.
yeah.
Stupid. Oh, Eclipse Fate is not bad for these Terra Gliders, but maybe you want to hold it back for
Teramek or something.
yeah, you still need another
I think you roll
effect
Teramek for 6.
with Shroud. Oh no, it still would
It's always
be
Earthen.
yeah, it's always Earthen, so I
Yeah,
like it. I say go for it.
he's going for the LSC. Okay, interesting here. He's gonna just Molly. He's trying to draw.
Yeah.
Trying to draw a bunch. Bank the
Sort of
Terra Glider.
Sort of getting closer to the Neve turn. Not too bad. If he finds a take it or leave it, he'd be able to do it next turn, but it's just not very big right now. But the draw from the LSC plus the Malia, hopefully that'll get him some more resources here and
Mm-hmm.
find him some good stuff.
He needs to draw some effects to get rid of the shield and kill Teramek now. It's gonna be a big problem. I wonder if Job just rolls for another Teramek. 2 Terameks will be really strong.
Yeah. Expertise, a nice pickup, cheap to get you through your deck a little bit more.
Yeah.
Find some other like life siphon erasure, just even one siphon to eclipse fate. The Titan could be good.
Yeah.
Man, what a bizarre game. I feel like it's been a little weird. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm kind of lost.
Yeah, it's
I don't know how we got here a little bit, and it feels a little weird. I was gonna blame it on the Marco game earlier, but I think it's some of the interaction decisions just make it kind of hard to follow. So I'm
yeah.
just we're in the back seat on this one. We're just gonna see how it plays out and what happens. Because I mean, I think Manos just like I felt a little weird on that last turn, but I think I understand. He just wants to get more energy so he can do more things and then eventually load up his knee and play it.
Mm-hmm.
But on job side, like now he's loading up units here, so I don't
Things
know.
got a little weird after that honored steward came down. I think
Yeah.
that was the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a take it or leave it. Neve, definitely not big enough. I don't think we've seen a triumph or anything of the sort. Triumph might not be the worst now if he finds it though, I think maybe he played steward last actually. Let's see.
He hits another brand's expertise and stabilized shard. Those are not the cards you want to see with so little effects played. I don't know. Maybe just draw first with the LSC.
I'd like to get another draw in. I feel like we're not under like too much pressure this turn that it might be the turn to just get another expertise out. Yeah,
Yep,
I
he's
like
going
it.
for it. Honored Steward, not too bad.
Oh, we didn't burn. No, we didn't burn.
No.
Okay. Yeah,
What do you
steward.
do against the Caretaker? I guess you just take the draw two with because Caretaker will reveal to attack.
Do you ever just steward it?
You could.
Kind of like I suppose steward is, if you're expecting the Titan, like I
Yeah.
said, it's not like a permanent answer, but it's an answer for now.
Is he gonna eclipse fate caretakers? He's gonna eclipse fate the caretakers.
Interesting.
You just get another effect on the board, I guess. Next
Yeah,
turn, if
building the
no, go ahead.
building the pool.
Yeah, if the Shield Titan comes out, you can. Oh man, ugh, Life Siphon would have worked great with the Eclipse Fate, wouldn't it? But you can Honored Steward the Shield Titan at least for a turn if it comes out.
There's probably another erasure around. I mean, at least it
Yeah,
eclipse fading the caretakers. I think that was the first one we saw, right? So it like gets rid of the other
the
ones, and
Alder too. Yeah.
yeah, there's probably not that other great of targets that like where you're hitting multiple. So I don't completely hate it.
This 2 cost 1/5 has just got me so perplexed.
Yeah, part of me wants Job Sad to win just so we can ask him in the interview, like what were you thinking
Yeah,
going for the two instead of like the best two would be maybe like the loyalist, you know?
yeah.
I I'm not quite sure. But like why would you go for a loyalist over a five? Maybe
I
chat
couldn't
knows.
can't answer your question.
Yeah.
I
Maybe
do
we're missing
not know. But the Singularity Steward into Honored Steward is a pretty good setup here, right? And then maybe even Life Siphon to just juice up your Steward a little bit. But we know that there's a Formidable in Jobsad's hand. So okay, there's no more Formidable in Jobsad's hand.
I'm thinking at this point, um, Jobsad's starting to run out of stuff. Like we've seen the
Yeah.
Terra gliders all come down. We saw the Terra be banked. This Titan, like we can honored steward it for now. It might be an issue a little bit later, but I think that we could Manos could probably find an answer for it eventually. And then beyond that, like he's at 28 life, so he's not in range of like a formidable,
Yeah,
presence chain taking him down. So I think that at this stage in the game, Manos is actually looking
I
favored
think
here.
you're right. 3 Terra Gliders down. Terramech Shield Titan slightly dealt with at this point. Oh, he's removing. Okay, yeah, buffing. Okay. Then he's going to Honored Steward. Yeah, that makes sense because you got the free. It costed 0 because there's 2 units on the board. 2 more units than Manos had. So there's a double buff on that. And then I guess we get a Adira. We're going for the Adira play here.
I like it.
You got to hit a defender.
Am I
You
crazy
got to.
or like I almost would have just
There
wanted to
is a defender.
hold on to the life siphon just to have it in my back pocket as like the first trigger of when
Yeah,
Titan comes
that's what
back.
I was
Like,
kind of thinking too.
you know,
Yeah,
seems
I think
unnecessary.
Manos goes for the armored support vehicle, so he has a defender
Okay,
to protect against a formidable. That's really big, and Adira lives too. That's actually pretty huge.
that is pretty good.
Energy cash coming out of jobsad. I mean, not much left in the tank, but there is still the Paragon Nehemiah and a few other cards. You can still clear with Fungi and PSA and get your Titan back.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. We have not seen Nehemiah hit the floor
Yeah.
just
Oh, he
yet.
goes for the spores.
Well, that with the PS8 makes sense,
Yeah.
right? Oh man, yeah, this Titan stress like the Titan would be the reason that Job gets this. Need to find another answer. Maybe there's
Yeah.
another honored steward in the hand. Would it be insane to go for the Neve next turn? I don't think we've seen a
He
single
might.
triumph, right?
Yeah.
No
No, we
triumph.
haven't. I'm just very interested why Manos didn't he went for the Adira instead of looking for the scheming there. Just try
Mm-hmm.
to look see if there's anything there that stops like the plan. The only good thing going on right now is the Terramech Shield Titan does not have Defender. So now it will with Nehemiah coming out.
Yeah.
Unless you banish.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be put into. Well, all right.
Ali, I feel
Neve's
like
Dominion.
you're jinxing some of these calls.
I
You're like
know, I
you think
know.
Jobsad ran out of resources, and then the next turn he pulls out a nice little play to come back.
Look, I still think that Manos. I mean, doesn't Dominion just sort of uh do the job here?
Doesn't stop Titan,
It doesn't.
but
I
yeah.
guess that's true. It doesn't stop Titan. Um. Okay.
Triumph does not give you anything. I think. What do you get out of Triumph?
Okay. Here's
PS
the thing, though. You could
PS8 or something.
Dominion, and then you could Neve afterward. Neve has evasive, and then it'd be at 1, right? And then you could just bonk it down.
Wait, why is it at 1? I don't understand.
Oh my gosh! Ignore me. Ignore me. I just forget I said anything. Chad.
We're
Just
late into this series,
we're late to
chat.
the game. Just,
It's we've been up, we've been slaving away, trying to make this thing entertaining for you guys. It comes with a price, and some of that time, the price is our mental
yeah.
fortitude.
Absolutely. Ignore me. All right. Did not find an answer to the Titan. Gosh.
Yeah, what was the last unit played? I don't know.
I mean, I think it was the
Yeah,
Nehemiah.
we can see both hands, but I don't and that's why I don't like that Manosine and Treacherous scheming that one turn and he went for the Adira instead. It felt way too risky for a turnaround play. You want to keep that Honored Steward nice and healthy.
This is
But we
terrifying. I feel
mm,
like he might just need to like roll the Neve out and hope that it's good enough to sort of fight back, you know?
I think that's what he's going to do soon. He's gonna play some
Yikes.
cards for now.
Be very helpful to know if there was another erasure left in the deck. Combo with the life siphon to get rid of the shielded, but
Yeah, he's gonna just suicide into the Nehemiah, I guess. That could be a thing.
Yep.
Yep, there you go. Defender is on this Terramech Shield Titan, and Jobsad is looking pretty once again. Manos has to find some cards to make this matchup easier, and every
Oh my
time he
god.
uses one effect, he draws the other effect to pair and answer with it. We used the Life Siphon there, and he could have paired that with the Erasure here and used it. It's
Honestly,
happened multiple times. It's
it's
happened multiple
happened
times.
multiple times, and every single time we've been like, "You just gotta hold it back." Hold on, let's see. There's 2. I see 2. Is there one more? Okay. It looks like
Maybe
there's
one more
one more,
Siphon.
but you
What's
gotta
left in your
find it,
deck?
man.
Yeah.
Oh god.
There's a lot of effects that I mean, I understand using it to maintain your energy curve, keep the tempo and stuff, but it does feel like some of this is getting a little tough at this point because now you have nothing to go past this Titan. Jobstat
No.
just putting the timer down. He's just gonna swing this guy into
Yep.
Manos. Manos needs to find some cards to hit here. A formidable would end this game.
Honestly, I'm gonna just say it. I really think like he shouldn't have used the siphons there. Like he should have known. Like I have to have an answer.
Agent is an
Or
answer.
oh,
And
there
he
we
goes
go.
for the triumph. That was a fast triumph. There's a defender on there. Okay. Oh, not the defender you want to see though. Oh wait, no. But cash gives you does not. That's not an energy cash. Never mind. It is a defender, but you want that embedded agent to come out.
Yep. Oh
Yeah,
my
but
gosh.
he's drawn some cards, so maybe it's something. But
I mean, the researcher could maybe draw us into that last siphon.
yeah, he's drawing for the out. Like he's that like and that's definitely a strategy that could play. I think I would have liked to see Neve into embedded agent there. We know that there's a poisoner, so that's a bit unfortunate, right?
Wow. Gosh, this has been a wild game as well.
Yeah. I don't know if there's any more formidables from Job.
I believe there was only 2 in his
Okay.
list. Not 100% sure, but I've seen a lot of people just running 2 formidable. But then they often put like a Gafar's Rage if they're not playing the third, which I don't think Jobsad has.
This is super tough. Super tough.
All right, so the deal is, do you just lay down the Neve here, or do you researcher and try and find your last siphon? And is it only siphon that is a targetable option?
There's the agent.
Okay,
There's the
going for the
Neve.
Neve. I like going for the Neve. I think you could find a defender, and then you can do the researcher find
Vandalizer. LOL.
next turn. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Raider. Does Raider give you anything good? No.
Ardent.
Useless card.
Yeah. A defender is what you want right now.
Yeah.
Very crucial if there is another formidable presence in the in Jobsad's
I
deck
don't think we're
here.
gonna hit it.
There is spores though. That's kind of annoying.
Yeah, the spores is gonna hit pretty hard. Manos was just
Spores.
chunking down card. That was it. That was not much.
Oh my gosh. The spores answered the embedded agent.
Yes, it does. Yeah, it does. I
Okay.
think positioning, he could have kept one of those 3/3s alive or whatever. It seems like it doesn't matter too much, but I think you should stuff like that pay attention a little bit.
Yep.
All
Okay.
right, PS8 launcher. He can kill off another unit that would die to spores. He has another defender too. Manos needs to draw an effect that can target something and draw it fast, because that's all it comes down to. Will this rummaging or will his draw give him something?
Wow. Oh, you can see it on Manos's face.
Yeah.
He's struggling. Oh, I'm sorry.
Neve is tough. Neve
It
is a
is.
tough paragon to get the win with right now. It's definitely been the common factor. We've seen people even go like 2-0 and then struggle to get the Neve win.
Here's the thing though, I genuinely think some of these losses have been mistakes. Like
Yeah.
I think we saw it earlier, like in the Shogun match, might have been able to win there. And I mean, Manos is an absolutely insane player, but I do think he's made some mistakes this game.
Yeah. I mean
So
that Honored Steward interaction definitely cooked this match. Like
yeah,
it's rough. Like that was just a big you can see it on his face. He didn't even realize the
yeah.
interaction changed.
No, and it happens when the stakes are high. I mean, this is the second parallel major of all time, $20,000, like or $10,000 on the line. They've already secured 10K. I mean,
Yeah.
it totally makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what happens next. Mano's down to 3 life. We've seen this scenario before, and it's been real tough on him. He hasn't been able to clinch out the win. He has a Neve that can still hit face, but what does that do? You need to kill this Terramech Shield Titan, and even beyond, well, Terramech Shield Titan will be good because you can the Moonlight only has 2 attack, so you're okay on that front. But you need to draw something to kill this Terramech, or it's over.
All right, if he finds the siphon, last siphon off the top, he's sitting pretty. He does have the mana to rummaging researcher, look for it, find it, and then play the erasure. But man, it's getting down to the wire here.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough spot to be in. We're just waiting for the spores to settle.
It's only 1-1. It feels like this is
Yeah, it is only
game
1-1. That's
5 or
also true.
something.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You're just chilling, waiting for the spores animation. You can go like, get some water real quick. Even jobsad's like, I cannot believe it. Like
Yep.
you can see it on his face. Like the fatigue is there too on both players. You can see it that they're like, I cannot believe like what's happening right now. There's some stuff that has to go right for me to win this. Nope.
Okay.
The minion is not it. Getting some tokens and stuff. Some stuff's happening.
Yep. All right.
All right, rummaging has to hit here. That's all it comes down to.
Wow. Oh my god.
You revealed a life 7. You revealed a life
Oh,
7.
sorry. Gosh, I got so excited there.
That's another defender.
That is a defender.
Yeah.
And let's
All
see, what
right.
was the last effect played?
If it's a PSA, that's
It's
it.
a
We're
Yep,
cooking.
it's a PS8.
Manos is
But
cooking. But if not, job sad. I was gonna say job dad. Job sad's gonna take this one. But I don't remember the last effect. It's a long game.
no, it's a
Uh,
PS8, I'm pretty
it's
sure.
a PSA.
I think. Oh,
Yeah, it's
oh
a
no,
PSA. It's a PSA.
yeah.
Yeah, PSA will take care of the Terramech Shield Titan. There's a take it or leave it in his hand. He has a defender. I don't know. Is this a comeback? I'm not saying anything this time. We keep making calls and
I
we keep
know.
being wrong. So let's just watch this play out. This is absolutely crazy. What's
Casters are
the
gonna keep their mouths shut for the rest
Yeah.
of the game. No, but that did it. That he finally found the answer. I think at this point, I
Say it. Say it, Allie. Just say it. Say it.
it's our job, man. We have to narrate the game here.
Oh my gosh. Yep. Just trade in, trade in.
Actually, that was really clutch. I mean, it wasn't just the siphon. Clearly, it would have been a really wild move for jobsad to have the thought to not play the PS8 so that
Yeah.
it's an extra targetable spell for a potential triumph. Like that
Yeah.
was. I mean, I guess you could have thought of it. I suppose.
Well,
Um,
these supply caches that are like dealing damage to you. I think Manos also slight slip up there. He thought the decay would kill the moonlit, which it didn't. That's you don't want to be making those kind of plays. I feel like at this point,
yeah.
I think there's like a lot of fatigue going on here for sure. So lay a good draw, but that's not gonna. It's gonna keep things going, which is good.
Wow. I think we're all feeling the fatigue here, but
Yeah.
these have been such exciting matches for the final.
Hmm.
Really, really enjoyed it so far, and it's not over. We still got more games to go.
Yeah. I don't think there's decay on the Wong. He should have just killed off the Moonlit with the Wong.
Mm. I
'Cause
mean,
now he's just gonna lose
Solaya's
Wong for nothing.
yeah, Solaya's not bad. Yeah, probably gonna take out the Moonlit, I suppose. I mean, well, hang on a second. There's one defender on the board. It'll get passed off, but I mean, Manos is very close to lethal here.
Yeah. He's gonna kill the Neve, I would assume, because it has evasive.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, this would have happened anyways. Oh my god, these is he gonna die to like burn from this vandalizer, by the way?
Oh, that would make me so happy.
Yeah.
Love Vandalizer, such a great card.
Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot being made right now. I don't know how many are in the deck, but there's a ton. You
That
probably just trade up here. Just trade your Moonlit into his Moonlit and then Wong into his Saleya. Hit for 4. Just keep playing the game.
yeah. Like, I think at 5, especially if you've got a defender on the board. I mean, we were
Yeah.
talking about it earlier this game, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, there's 14 cards left, though, but I think that most of his threats are gone. Like, all of the Terra Gliders, the Titan, Terra itself. I mean,
Yeah.
what
Wow, he
else
puts
is there to work
Defender
with?
on the Vandalizer. I like that. If
Yeah,
that's the case, Wong should hit into the Vandalizer and then your 2/5, your Rummaging and your token kill the Saleya then. Keep
Mhm.
Wong alive.
Yeah, that works. Definitely works. And heal it back up with the Moonlit, or do you think you'd be so stressed that you want to heal
There's a
heal your face? Probably
yeah, I
not.
don't
No,
know.
you want to protect
There's a
your
lot of
board.
stress going around. Stress for both these guys. Even Jobsad, look at him. He's like, yo, I need to look away for a second. Maybe he's getting a headache trying to go through all these scenarios. All right, yeah. So he goes for Manos goes for this kind of trade. I like this.
I mean, this is
Play
strong.
the Harf. You just play the Wizened Elder too. Just get damage. Just play units that do damage. Yep.
I suppose another spores off the top. If we
That
haven't
would
seen
be
all of them so
crazy.
far,
Yeah.
that would be pretty good for him.
A
Ooh,
Rummaging.
that's a card. That's a card right there.
A good
Let's
card.
go.
Manos gets to draw as well for this. I love how he's still like trying to make sure he's
still
not
going for the
not.
mind games.
I'm not
Like,
giving any
come on.
information.
Okay.
Manos also gets to decide to draw here. Oh, sabotage supply cache.
Death by cash.
Did Manos not draw? I don't think he drew. Oh no, now he gets to choose, I guess, because the cache was being weird. All right, Stewart is not it. Stewart is not it. Are we at game? We are at game.
We are at game. Woo!
Oh my lord. Okay, that was only game 3, chat. Manos is gonna get the win with his Neve, which was, it was struggling. It was really struggling, but he has Earthen left. Jobsad has his own Neve and Earthen left too.
That was
What a
fight.
game.
That was a battle. I mean,
Yeah.
wow. Very enjoyable to watch. I'm sure everyone's stress levels were through the roof there
Yeah.
on that one. Congratulations to Manos for getting that.
Yeah. Okay, I was like, there was no mess up on Manos' side, right? With like decay or anything, but no, that's enough damage. That'll do it. That's second win for Manos, 2-1. You look at that. Look, he's like 6 off 7. He's going to the bathroom. All right, we're gonna have to wait a second, guys. Oh, Manos.
I think we all collectively need a break after that one. That was wild. But man, what an exciting final this has been so far. Like, that was a. I wonder how long that game was too. That was crazy.
Absolutely crazy games. And it's just us, Allie. Like, we just get these crazy scenarios whenever we're casting. We gotta have Quinto and Scout cast the finals, just so it's like smooth sailing. But I live for this. I live for this.
This is great. This is
This is as good
fantastic.
as it can get. Manos has to win with Earthen, a deck that we've seen perform pretty well in the tournament. If I want to give like some sort of underdog MVP award, it goes to Earthen. Like, definitely
Oh,
been putting in the work.
yeah, I think. I mean, I feel really happy for all the Earthen players out there. iRacer, shout out to you. Like, you got to be happy that it's gotten a
Yeah.
lot better at this point. Sneaky upstairs, I know, like, there's a lot
I
of
think a lot
Earthen.
of Earthen players saw some cards that maybe they weren't tinkering around with enough, and
Mhm.
now they're noticing, okay, wait, this all works really well together.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's been honestly a really refreshing change. I mean, so we had a patch in between the Swiss rounds to the top 8 here that definitely shook the meta. Like Naeus is now pretty much obsolete, at least in the competitive play of like decks to bring. Scipius has made a huge comeback. It's the change to take it or leave it. We've seen be relevant many times. It's been very very exciting shakeup, I think.
Yeah, 100%. I think the only thing I could ask for is for my Augencore comrades to feel a little love too. I'm sure their time will come soon enough, but that would make this meta feel almost perfect. Like that's the only piece missing. Like I think a lot of the balance feels pretty good right now. I mean, obviously everyone's banning Scipius, so maybe there's
Yeah.
something to be said there. But aside from that, like the three decks that have been seeing a lot of play, the games have been good.
Yeah, truly. They really, really have. I would love to see Iraq get its time. I've always thought Iraq is one of the coolest paragons. So, and it's almost there. Like of
Almost
the
there.
choices, like people seem to not really be playing Juggernaut anymore. And poor John.
They have a third Paragon?
What?
I've never heard of John. I don't know who you're talking about.
Never.
Our
heard of him.
producer's name is Mark, not John, so I don't know who John is.
No, I agree with you though. The meta feels pretty good, and yes, Scipius is clearly the most powerful. Everyone's been opting to ban him, but I think Scipi's kind of a favorite. You know, if there were to be a Paragon that's kind of dominating, at least it's been a while since Scipius has been good. I've certainly been enjoying it myself. So, but that means I would have liked to have seen a little bit more Scipius gameplay in this tournament, but that's all right.
For sure. All right, these guys have locked in their game. Jobsad going for the Neve this time. We are getting another repeat of the last match, just roles reversed.
All right, we got to prepare our brains. Like I said, let's go.
Drinking some water, loading up on some cough drops. We're gonna survive together, chat. We're gonna win. We're gonna watch what could be the last game. What could be a swing. This is anyone's set still.
I would love to actually get a record of the Earthen or the Nehemiah versus Neve this top 8 series. Like
There's only been one
like,
Neve win.
There's only been one Neve in all
Maybe
of top 8?
two, maybe one or two. I off the top of my head, I don't think there's been. Yesterday, Neve didn't win a single time. That was like 3 games. Neve won what,
Yeah.
like 1 game today against her? No, well, 2 if you count the one that Manos just played. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might be 2.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can get those stats later. All right, let's see. Love to see a take it or leave it in the mulligan, especially if you're going second for jobsad here. I would keep the erasure, just have an absolute guaranteed answer to Nehemiah.
Not a bad hand from both players.
Yeah.
It's a little bit awkward for Jobsad with 2 take it or leave it's, but that's pretty good spot to be in. You can get some good banishes. You have good curve. Manos at least has a chance to play the Lord Harf, where if he chooses to do that, is actually pretty huge. It will slow down Jobsad a little bit.
Oh yeah, the Harf here is really really annoying for jobsad. I mean, negating those take it or leave it's would not be nice. But you
Yeah.
have the stabilized shard as an option if that were to happen. So
Yeah,
not too
it
bad.
is a good turn to play, and it'll let you get back on track. But then it's also like makes your erasure a little weird, does it not? Because now you want to erasure the Harf, but the Steward of the Garden can be annoying.
Yeah, that's true.
This is a very tough bank for Jobsad here. I understand the struggle that he's going through right now, trying to make that decision. And a lot of the pace of this game is going to be decided in Manos' turn too, I think. Does he go for the Lord Harf? If he does,
Oof.
then that slows down the game for Jobsad a ton. If he doesn't, I think Jobsad's pretty chill.
Yeah, massive decision here. I think I think Manos might actually go for the Harf. I think it's also because the caretaker is such an easy banish target. Obviously, it's
Hmm.
only turn 2, but if you do have a take it or leave it, then that just like starts juicing your steward. So I think
Yep.
I would probably take away the options by putting the Harf down, but we'll see what he decides to go for.
Yep.
You
Cleanse
cannot,
the earth going into the bank.
yeah.
I think he's just trying. I mean, uh, he's trying. A lot of this decision making looks like it's going into bank. Like, is this the correct bank kind of thing? Let's see what he plays. He's going for the caretaker. It looks like.
Wow.
I
I mean, you
don't
could
know.
also get
He's
the
looking.
allocated provisions down too, if you go for
Yeah.
the Harf here. It's not
Yeah, I liked the Harf and allocated provisions. I think that was my more kind of favorite pick, but you'll probably see that happen next turn now.
yeah. It's always so hard when you have both perspectives, right? Like,
Yeah.
you got to put yourself in the mind of the player. He doesn't see the hand. So
Yeah. But I
often.
liked Harf because Harf also stopped like double life siphon if that was a thing, right? So doesn't that make more sense?
Mhm. Yeah.
But it's tough. Tough to say. I think I would have preferred the Harf, but let's move on. The job side now has his take it or leave it's enabled, right? Which is kind of nice.
Well, here's the other logic too. Maybe Manos is baiting the erasure so that he can play the Nehemiah,
Giga
right?
brain. Maybe, yeah. If that was the case, I would have used caretaker then to maybe you can combo with allocated provisions your next turn. Maybe that's a big two brain. But also the steward will be a 2/4 now. Like just dropping the Harf isn't as free. It can just die all again in like 2 turns after that.
Hmm.
All right. All right. Jobsad going for the shard here. He wants to get his tempo up. So, regardless of what we were thinking, it doesn't matter because Manos will probably play Harf here. Or, oh, Glaive isn't that bad either.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's very possible he was baiting like the Tioli erasure there, and then now can drop the Nehemiah. But
Oh, I see what you're
maybe
saying. Yeah,
you know
yeah.
what I mean. Like, I mean that
Hmm.
that would be a lot of foresight to know, like, to play around the 2 cards of the erasure Tioli. But it's not that I don't know. It's not that
Yeah, but I feel like
unusual.
Shard hasn't given you any info either. So
Hmm.
at this point, I like the Harf. Now you can argue Harf and Cunning Diplomat or Harf and uh the the provisions. I mean, Glaive is also a good option, unit for unit. It's a shielded, right? So it can get away with doing what it wants to do for a turn. Like it takes a lot of resources from Jobsat to remove it per se. So the Glaive isn't necessarily a bad option too, and I'm sure that might be looking pretty attractive.
I think Glaive is a pretty great option, honestly. It allows you to put a
Yeah.
huge threat down that isn't your Nehemiah. You can keep that in your back pocket. Um, at
Yeah.
some point here, Jobsad might actually get a good triumph down, but there's no effect in the pool, so
Yeah. He's going for the Glaive.
this is a lot of pressure.
All right. Well, kind of draws into another allocated provisions. Jobsad draws into a power instructor.
Hmm.
I mean, the search isn't the worst thing, especially when you have like take it or leave it, because you can maybe cheat out the search a little early and then next turn go. But I would assume it probably just gets banked. You just draw with expertise and then erasure.
I almost like searching for a
Triumph. Oh, okay.
Dominion.
Yeah,
What do you
that could
think?
be a thing too.
Like,
Not
you
bad.
could do some serious work with the
Yeah.
Dominion, and like you got a Tioli too, so you could answer that board.
Hmm.
See. Looks like it's probably gonna be at the bank though, at this point.
Yeah. I'm wondering if he erasures here or not. I think he does. Yep.
Because that allows him to keep the Schubert alive. Mm,
Yeah, that's pretty clutch.
At least he got through the deck a little bit more. Hopefully finds an honored steward for this glaive, or oh, there it is, or an erasure for the Nehemiah.
Mm-hmm. If you're Manos, what are we doing here? Are you just dropping the Nehemiah? Trying to see if it works?
It's a little scary because you just saw the brand's expertise, right?
Yeah,
So you know that there's a lot more options in the hand. Doesn't feel great to just throw your Nehemiah away if that's the case. But
yeah.
looking at his hand, there's not that much to do.
Yeah, I feel like this Harf is losing its moment to be good, and I think it's kind of like hit past that moment now. Like
Mm-hmm.
it was strong at a certain point in like the first two turns, but now I don't think he's gonna get much value off it. So I think he has to take the risk play with the Paragon and just hope that Jobset doesn't have like double removal.
Yeah, I mean, the caretaker did eat a erasure, but I
Yep.
think I would have liked to see the Harfon too. But
Yeah.
still, this
Goes
is
for
a
the
lot of
Nehemiah here. Oh, Saleya is a good
Ooh,
draw. That's a good top deck.
definitely a good draw.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Jobsad with two honored stewards. I mean, not that bad in Earthen, but not the best, right?
Gosh, imagine if you could still
Then
get
this
the
game would be over.
it would be over, right?
Yeah.
Such a massive change to the card.
Mhm. Yeah.
God, it's like the
It's
steward on the glaive doesn't feel great, you know?
mm-mm. Also, if the steward dies, right, the glaive comes back full health again.
Yep,
So it's like
exactly.
that effort, the two damage is just gone. Also,
Yikes.
looking at his ways, he's like, did he do anything? He wants to triumph, I think. But the steward came down too, the steward of the garden. So that triumph is hitting nothing right now.
Think he's gonna like poke
Kill stu-
into the Nehemiah, or is that crazy?
He might. That's what it's looking like. I
I
mean,
think
he
so.
banished the steward here.
Yeah, you don't want to let the cleave happen too, right?
That's actually a good order of operations. I think that's pretty strong play from him. And he's also lining up his own triumph will take a Saleya, right? So that's
Hmm.
kind of nice too. Kill another unit or another Saleya.
And the amount of focus both of these players need right now, like there's so much on the line. This has been
Yeah.
a crazy series thus far, and right now, absolutely anyone's game.
Yeah, I think for sure. This could go either way right now. It feels like JobSat is a little ahead to me because Manos isn't like really putting any pressure in this mid game. Like no Terra Gliders, nothing.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. And
Yeah.
picking up the little Crimea conduit, if he's anticipating a triumph, you could bank the Harf, Solia conduit, I
Yeah,
think, right?
Celia Conduit will be huge. I think you have to do that if you're to cover the lost. Because if he triumphs with the loss, you're Celia, you're now behind a bunch. Yeah, you see like this Harf. I think Manos is recognizing it just does not have the value. Oh my god, he's going for conduit actually.
Wow.
Big conduit.
Huh. Okay.
Huh, yeah, not that bad. Could be
I
something. I don't know.
honestly,
I
I
think
really
it's.
like the Solia there. Maybe he thinks it's playing too much into a Dominion. Maybe.
I think he just wants, yeah, Dominion, or he wants to do damage. I think more Dominion. Dominion's a good read. He
Yeah,
doesn't want to die to Dominion.
that would be a perfect Dominion, right? Pretty much.
For sure.
Yeah. Or actually, it'd be a little more. Um. Also, the shielded unit is nice as well. Does hmm. No damage in the Malia. Uh, could honored steward. Well, you could honored steward the Crimea. That would not pass the defender off, correct? And
Mm-hmm.
then you could take out the Nehemiah here. Seems to be
Yeah, I
reasonable.
think this is a pretty good spot.
And it also resets the stats,
Yep.
right? So
I mean, most people are only playing like 2 Honored Stewards, so it's not something that you normally are kind of preparing for in terms of like the your play and the matchup and things like that.
oh, that's true. Actually, there are 3, I think, in his
Oh, are there
list, right?
3 in this?
There might be. I can
Okay.
check real quick, but I think I remember blocking that earlier. Let's see.
It's kind of nice here with the Saleya at least too is that it won't die when it clears the Honored Steward when the glaive hits, and the glaive will cleave, which is kind of nice. But that Triumph is going to be really tough. Like Manos is not putting any pressure on board right now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It is far too slow. Okay, there's a Terraglider. Oh man, do you go all in on the Terramech Shield Titan? I don't think so. I don't think anyone's going to do that with this much on the line right now.
Yeah. There are 3, by
Okay.
the way. There are 3
Okay.
are honored stewards.
Gotcha. But I think I might be wrong. I think Manos is gonna go for it.
Yeah? Think so?
Yeah. He's looking at Bank Saleya. I'm
Yep.
pretty sure that's the bank based on where
Oh,
the
there
arrow's
it
going. There it is. Terramech Terraglider insertion vehicle rolling for 6. This is a $10,000 Terraglider.
There have been some ballsy plays throughout this entire
Yeah.
tournament. Like, I just want to say that.
Oh,
Oh my god!
god! Oh my god, he
He
hit
got it!
the Terramech Shield Titan. What a good hit. That's what you want to see. Oh my gosh. Only one more Honored Steward left in jobsad's deck. No multiple effects to kill this. Is this what Manos needs to come back and win?
Yeah,
Is this
yeah,
gonna
it
do
is.
it? Is this gonna do
20% chance to summon that
Oh
1010.
my, I cannot believe. I cannot believe this is what's happening. This is crazy.
This has been an
Absolute madness.
epic final. Absolutely epic.
I cannot believe that.
All right, well, let's see. I mean, on the reverse here, Triumph would get the Terraglider. Does Jobsad just go for it himself?
Maybe. Are we about to see a
I mean, it's an option,
double
right?
Terramech Titan? Yeah, it is an option. You're not wrong.
That would be madness.
Oh, it's absolutely crazy. I mean, I think he also just trades the glaive in, by the way. Just kills off, gets his conduit back as a 1/1 with shielded,
Mhm.
and gets to get a nice little cleave. Pass
Yeah, makes
defender
sense.
off to the Terramech.
Yep.
Oh, I
Oh, it's
forgot.
'cause that
Sorry, it's
one
not
has
a
the steward
conduit.
in it.
Yeah, that one had the
Yeah.
steward.
Which that's fine. You'll get the conduit back at some point, and the defender isn't super
Yeah.
necessary at
Oh
this
my
moment in
god.
time.
All right, is Job going for the roll? Okay, he hits a life siphon.
Okay.
That is a card that can help you get past this. I wonder, do you just I mean, you could still Triumph and Malia to try
Malia.
and draw.
That has to be the play, right? Bank the
Yeah.
treacherous, keep the life siphon, hopefully find another erasure, and then just get your draws going as much as you
Mhm.
can.
Let's go.
Oh wait, hold on. Do you need to
Okay,
bank
he's not
first?
banking. He has to bank.
He has to
He
bank.
might think he gets the Terramech. He might does he get the he just gets it. Okay.
Oh yeah.
You just get it.
Yeah,
Yep.
of course. Okay.
I thought you got the I don't know. The way you were talking, I was like, "Oh, maybe I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah.
You
That
get the
that was
paraglider."
I was leading us astray there. Yeah, no.
Okay. Yeah, so there we're in the Terraglider match off. I hate my life. We've been here before once, Allie, and we're here again.
And we're here again. Yeah, but
Yeah.
here's the thing though. Shroud has answers. Like eventually, this is
Yeah.
not the same scenario with the Earth
No.
End where you have to fight through it. I mean, hopefully we find an answer
Mhm.
here.
Yeah. I mean, something important to note. This Terramech Shield Titan does not have Defender.
Yeah.
So Manos can and probably will be swinging face a ton to try and just end this game before an answer comes out.
Absolutely.
It might be now, might be later. No answer drawn yet. And Manos is going to set up a lethal for next turn. So there has to be an answer drawn next turn from jobsad.
Look, if this gets it, props to Manos for going for that 20%
Yeah.
because I think he definitely was taking note that he is running out of resources. The game was running away from him, and like sometimes you have to go for those really high risk plays to take the win, right?
Yeah, 100%. Oh my god. Okay. This could decide, like, this next turn for jobsad is everything. Manos probably swings face here, right? Oh, he's gonna draw a ton. He has another rummaging researcher.
Yeah. And this is he's got 2 games. This would be the final game, folks.
Yep, this would be the final game. You probably rummaging again, just draw more cards. It doesn't matter if you get dominioned. What does matter is if jobsad draws another removal. If he draws it, then he has an out to the Terramech Shield Titan. If he doesn't draw it, this is going to decide the game. A formidable though, 14 damage. That puts oh wait, hold up. Hold the phone. Formidable and Gafar's Rage. Well, Formidable alone is 6 damage, but he's gonna put jobsad at 10 right. Sorry, yeah, 10 right now.
Yeah. No, this ends it here.
So
I mean,
Manos should be able to win this. I don't know, but let's just wait and see. Jobsad has pulled out miracles before.
it's true. I mean, let's see. Would an erasure off the top see, and this well actually hang on, there's 6, 7, 8 plus another 6. I mean that's lethal.
Yeah.
If we just answer the 10, but we would be able to trade some stuff away. So no, if we find an answer to the Titan, I think jobsad certainly can take this.
Yeah. Manos deciding what he wants to do here with this Terror Glider. Does he swing face or does he kill and get his conduit back? Maybe. Or does he just kill the Malia? I don't know. I think he wonder. Okay, hits face. Here we go. What does jobsad draw? Do we draw a removal? We draw Wong. That's close. That can get you a removal.
It can. Especially.
But you can't dominion the other guys now. No removal in sight. Oh
That's
my
it,
god,
though.
is this it?
That's it.
That's gonna be it. Manos is looking down the lane. He has to just hit face, and that's all that matters. Jobsad, even if Jobsad had the removal, though, he couldn't like kill the 2/5s, the rummaging researchers, right? So Manos would still be able to just hit face with the researchers, and well, maybe not, but yeah, with the research, with the formidable and Gafar's Rage, that might have still been enough, even if you got it with this little energy left. Oh my, jobsad looking. He's trying to see, is there anything that can get out of this? Manos with a $10,000 Terra Glider insertion vehicle hitting the Terramech Shield Titan. I cannot believe this. This is absolute, I don't know, cinema? What's the word we use?
I don't know, but Manos the man. I mean, wow. Oh, it feels so good to see Manos win a major. Can I just say that? I mean, such a massive supporter of the game, and he's got so many games on Parallel, and he's taking down a whole major, $20,000 and a guaranteed spot, for shooting for Worlds in Vegas. I mean, like, congratulations,
Oh
man.
my gosh, I can't believe we just need to see it. We need to see it. Does jobsad let Manos just get the victory hit, or do we see the concede? I'm waiting for that victory screen though.
I know. Just in case.
I'm ready to start screaming. Oh, he ends his turn. Jobsad fought absolute valiantly, man. The guy put on a show. He fought long and hard for this.
A formidable
foe. Manos has been in the game a long time. He's, he's dodged wins before in terms of making a name for himself. But Manos has won the second Parallel Major ever. This is your second Parallel Major champion, Manos. What a Chad, Stash Power. Hello, Luigi.
I don't know. spam your stash power. Wow. Oh, I'm so happy for him. That is absolutely
Oh my
fantastic.
gosh. That
Oh,
was
what a
Yeah,
series.
that was crazy.
dude.
I need to sit back for a second.
Yeah, guys, you just had the an epic moment witnessing Manos from the ground up, from ground zero, and it was an amazing matchup. We saw Jobsad actually put up a good fight, but Manos was just he's right there. He's locked in. He deserves it. He is the guy. He is, the main character of Parallel League Major 2 getting that win, man. Like, oh, dude. Even high rolling to get that his very own Terra Mech Titan. Dude,
Yep.
that's one more. Like, how many clips did you see, guys, that are very clippable moments during this championship already, man? But like before we go in and go in and interview Manos, of course, I would like to get your insights first. Why is what is the how do you say this? What is the edge that Manos had during this match, considering that the games that he played, or rather the deck starting or the deck that he started was different from what you were expecting. Let's go with Ali first.
Man, I'm trying to recount so much just happened in the last hour. I think we started out with him playing Marco right into the
Yeah,
Earthen, which good on Jobsad for kind of reading the cues. So, but he
yeah,
got that unfavorable win with the Marco, and the Neve game was absolutely insane. And I really think we have to hand it to him for this last game here. He was running out of steam, and I think he knew that he really had to go for a gamble to take
yeah.
down the whole thing. And that 20% into the Titan absolutely just nailed in the coffin, led him to victory. Big, huge. Congrats.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
a huge, how about a huge win right there. But yeah, Muka, you were about to say something.
Yeah, I was gonna say I just feel like we're all we're all like we're trying to take in that game. There were so many moments. You mentioned clippable moments. I think as casters we were talking about not too many clips happening on
Yeah,
day one. Nothing that you could like super find. And then we get a match like this for the finals where like every game was clip this, clip this, clip this. And I cannot believe like what a show. Like I'm tired just from watching and casting. Like there's so much going on. It was so much fun. And
This was
yeah.
the scanner probe match too, right? Jobside
Yes.
getting
yeah,
the
Yep.
scanner. Like you
Yeah.
said, so years of our life have took place in the last hour.
Hmm.
yeah. I was expecting a while ago, like the Vandalizer would get some mileage as well. Like Ali said, like, oh, well, it's a Vandalizer possible kill, or we'll just get some more sabotage supply caches. But yeah, I mean, I love the win that Jobs had already went there with the scanner probe top deck, and you were counting like you were doing quick maths, Muka. It's like, okay, 2, 4, 8. If he uses the Triumph of Mars, he would be
Yeah.
dead. Like, yeah, so like,
He
everybody
almost
was
did
thinking,
it.
yeah,
He caught it.
yeah,
He caught it. So, like Jobsad was not like not an easy opponent.
hmm,
The dude showed up to the second major, just like whooped everybody and almost took the tournament.
yeah, man. But he went toe to toe against a the crowd favorite, right? Right. So this is actually just a springboard for him, and considering this is a like one of the tournaments that he has been highlighted on the stage. I'm I'm thinking that Jobsad can actually try again and maybe
Yeah.
even go far and maybe even be a champion in the future tournaments, right?
Oh, definitely. And I
Mhm.
definitely I want to mention like he kept his composure super well
Yeah.
too, like especially in that game with winning with the scanner probe. I mean, Muka said it, a lot of people would have just conceded by then.
Mhm.
Obviously this is a high stakes tournament, so
Yeah.
he played it out, but he didn't let the stress get to him, I think, and he played incredibly well. So a massive congratulations to him too.
Yeah. Within our small like kind of competitive pool of players that are really freaking good at the game. I think he's already cemented his personality in one tournament, and people are going to be excited to see him play and perform in future tournaments.
Yeah, and of course, looking at the chat as well, I was like looking. Oh, guys, this has been an epic already. Instant, instant parallel competitive lore has been set today, and we are definitely on ground zero. Happy that we've had Ali and Muka just go in and take us step by step. And I was looking at your comments as well a while ago, like the chat was saying, "Oh, stop cursing the players right now." And like we have to do our jobs. We have to tell the story. That was
Actually,
really
Yeah.
as
funny,
you're
guys.
as you're saying that, I have got like the replay going on right now. Yo, Jeremy, he added me. I am begging you, not a word about your wins. I'm so sorry.
Oh
Oh
man, oh
my,
man.
it's
That
becoming a copy pasta. I see multiple people saying it
Yeah,
now.
okay.
They're all going.
mm,
I'm
mhm.
off the cast forever
Yeah.
now. Jinxing stuff too much.
Wait, listen, chat. We did our best, man. This was a super fun tournament to cast, but it was there was a lot to cover and tax, and it was kind of taxing, but it was so much fun. Like I loved watching the chat this tournament, like watching it back like, when we weren't casting and just getting to look at the chat. Like parallel is fine. Like I keep saying it, but we're here. We're hitting our stride in terms of like a community and building up. And it's man, right before Worlds too. It's absolutely amazing. Just one more major left.
Yeah, I want to give a massive shout out to the chat. Y'all have, I have been laughing so much from behind the scenes, like just
Yeah.
with so many instances, very, very memorable. The copy pastas, like it's been a very fun tournament.
Yeah, and like everyone was actually criticizing also productions of some sort. Like look at the camera of bullbence and giving our champion right now new nicknames, especially Luigi. So I hope that I hope Nintendo doesn't flag us by just mentioning that. But yeah, okay. So with that, guys, of course, thank you to Ali and Muka for giving us the championship cast. And I've just heard that our champion is gonna be having a one-on-one interview. I'm gonna be giving him some hard-hitting questions. Like, we want to know what his thoughts are. But before we go into that, again, thank you to Ali and Muka. We're gonna be looking at the brackets just for a short review as to what happened. Okay, so for this day, we had the Parallel League Majors 2 top 4, and jobsad went straight up with a 3-0 clean sweep against dmoney over at the first match. Second match, it was a toe-to-toe matchup between Manos and bullbence with a 3-2. On the other hand, here at the finals, jobsad actually had a clutch win against Manos with that Scarab probe, but Manos just proved that he is the one, the only, the champion of the Parallel League Majors 2 with a bunch of flippable moments, a bunch of epic historic moments as well. And of course, without further ado, let us welcome to the stage Manos, our champion here for the Parallel League Majors 2. There you go. Hey, Manos.
Hello.
Dude. Hello. First question, dude, this is going to be simple. What are your thoughts, of course, of your new nickname, Luigi?
I think I like the stash better, but I appreciate the being topical.
Yeah, dude. Also, considering that this is you have won or you have joined a lot of tournaments, and this is your possibly, is it correct me if I'm wrong, is this your second championship win in
Ye-
your parallel career?
Yeah, first one of the league, and then I won Paris LAN last February, I think. So
Yeah, how
second
does it
tournament, but
feel? Yeah.
feels great. Yeah, my I had my goals on winning one big one at least this league season, and here we go. We did it.
Yeah, we did it indeed. Of course, and of course, chat has been exploding with all your plays And this is actually going to be kind of a question on your deck building and of course your strategy. So, how do you approach building your deck for this tournament? Can you guide us through the process?
Yeah. I mean, really, I just, you know, make some builds, play with them, see what works, see what doesn't. I have tons of support, people I practice with, bounce ideas off each other. Um, so yeah, I kind of just see what works, see what doesn't.
Okay, so yeah, can you give I want to know, of course, with your with the people who you scrim, who you practice with, who you do the deck building with. Do you have any shout outs for those people over at the community?
Too many to name, but they know who they are, and thank all of you.
All right, all right, okay. So one more question, two more questions, dude. I have noticed your cam, and you have stayed focused all throughout, and it's calm and composed. How do you stay focused and you adapt to high pressure situations just like this tournament?
Oh, I'm sweating bullets up here the whole time. I'm not cool, calm, and collected. I just have a good stone face on.
Yeah, it's like that's like you don't see it, but everywhere else sweats all over probably, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so one more question before we let you go, and have uh your your victory lap somewhere right there where you're at, dude. From your experience as a champion, what do you think? How has the metagame evolved in parallel TCG, and of course, in terms of the changes, what do you think about the current evolving changes that the balancing team has made throughout the previous tournaments and even going to this current one?
I think they're doing a great job. Shout out Bean and the Triple Bs. This new patch, I wish I had more time on it. Might have cooked up a spicier lineup. Shout out my first in the round of 8 opponent, Shogo. Really liked his lineup. I wanted to do a rack, but didn't feel comfortable enough with the ban Shroud. Just ban Skippy makes building easier. You can run less relic removal, care less about boards that go insanely wide forever. But yeah, I think they're doing a great job. I think it's really interesting meta right now, and I have faith that they're gonna keep on doing what they're doing.
Last one, man. Last one, Manos. Thank you for that answer. This is one for one of the players that you have gone up with. Which one of the players here at the top 8 were you did you have the most difficulty with?
I would say I had the most difficulty with that final right there. Mostly, I mean, it was my fault. That was certainly the least clean match I've played in the top 8, I think. But Shogo was, of course, the one I was most scared to go up against. Point leader guy is just always topping tournaments, so that was a scary one.
Yeah, it's okay, of course, to have like some slip ups, but overall, man, like you got the championship, and we are happy to be here and observing, and of course, be part of your journey, and also getting that sweet, sweet 20k, 20k, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Manos. Of course, you're probably gonna be buying some PLs along the way.
EVs, we know
PV. Mm.
PLs. That's too. Yeah, we're up in it. Maybe
Yeah.
smartographs. We'll see.
Oh, the collector is in. And anyway, okay. So thank you. Last word for anyone who wants to join or start being competitive in parallel TCG in our community.
Just get in there, get in the game, play some games, get in the Discord. They're very good, friendly community. Just start playing.
All right, you heard it from the champion here of the Parallel League Major 2. Just start playing and just get in there, says Manos, our champion for the day. And with that, thank you, Manos, for indulging us with the interview. And congratulations again for the 20K and the assured spot at the top 32 for Las Vegas. Okay, thank you and congratulations again.
Thank you, and thank you to all my fans. It's humbling. Cheers.
All right, and with that, I'm gonna be inviting our two casters here, Free Tip Scout, and of course Kinto, for our post-match review. And you saw the matches, you saw the finals. Free Tip Scout, I'm gonna be starting with you. This I've asked this time and again. What was your favorite moment?
Do you know what? I think my favorite moment of the whole tournament was
Hmm.
just listening and watching to that interview with Manos, because Manos is such a cool guy. I was talking to him. I think a lot of people know him right in the community. They certainly do now, but before he won today, Manos is kind of like the legend in the community. He's done so much to help the community. He's got great experience, and I was so happy that I got to meet him in Manila and get to know him. He's fantastic, and I'm so delighted for him, because when I was talking to him in Manila, obviously it didn't quite go as planned for him in Manila. I think he was a bit disappointed, but we were talking. I was saying, look, I think you'll get one really soon, and he goes and gets the next major. So, for me, the favorite moment was just seeing how happy he is, because he had to work for it so hard, right? I mean, that final was almost worthy of being a final at a world championship, wasn't it? It had everything. It had so many twists and turns. It had like so much up and down, so much drama. You thought the game was over, and then all of a sudden there's like a surprise. So it was just brilliant, man. Honestly, so many great moments, and I've been clipping away like crazy on that last game. It was brilliant. So congratulations to Manos, man. So happy for you. Absolutely deserved it. Delighted for you, man. And commiserations to Jobsad. I agree with you as well, Excelsior. We will be seeing him again soon, and I'm sure that he will be challenging for another major or another kind of title in the parallel league.
Yeah, that's an amazing experience with you as well. Free tip, and Kinto, I'm gonna be asking you the same thing, man. Favorite moments, especially during at the Para League Major Two. Possibly on the top four.
I mean, definitely that last match where, like, I mean, I love those matches where it's comes down to a top deck, especially playing Marco, where it can happen. I mean, in some situations, with other decks, I mean, you get to this point where it's like, okay, there's no top deck to save the day,
Hmm.
and how Jobset managed to get that um, last bit of top deck with the scanner probe, also
Oh,
with the
oh man.
the triumph of Mars into the Bannerman artillery Bowley and the
Yeah.
logistics mastery, for example, that was insane. But the fact that Manos ended up winning this, and how he went through and navigated um, everything in the end, it was just amazing to watch. I mean, we were speaking. It seems that the casting curse. If two casters are rooting for the same guy, it seems that it gets adulated. So now you see it's like a negative plus negative makes a positive. I mean, huge congrats to Manos. He has been here since the beginning. He has, as you've been mentioning, he's a guy who has helped the community, offering echoes for those who need it to complete their
Yeah.
NFT decks. Been coaching. He has collaborated with us at Paragons. I mean, he has done it all, and it's really loved by the community. You could see it in the chat, like everyone rooting for him, rooting for
Yeah.
Luigi and the stash. I mean,
Yeah.
absolutely love it. This sort of, um, I would say, love in the community, and how it has grown. So yeah, very
Yeah.
excited about the future of Parallel.
Yeah, the people's
Yeah.
champion, they were calling him in the chat, weren't they, Manos? And I think he fits it. I mean, so much support. You saw it as well, Excelsior, didn't you, in Manila?
Mhm.
You talked about his
Yep.
groupies, the
Yeah.
the stash
Groupies.
army, and
Mhm.
honestly, like he's so likable. It's so difficult to not want him to win, because He's just a real down to earth guy. He grinds like crazy on the ladder. And I
Yeah.
think the big surprise for everyone has been like that he hadn't won sooner, like in a parallel league tournament, because he's so good. So it was a matter of time. And my God, man, I just can't believe how epic that last final was. I mean, I think that so much of that is going to go down in parallel history because we saw so many epic moments. It was just a great advert for the game. So if you're not playing parallel and you've been watching today, get involved. Honestly, get involved. There's money to be won. There's reputation to be earned, and it's just a fantastic growing community. It really is. So incredible.
Yeah, dude. Talking about the fantastic community and of course fantastic opportunities as well here at the Parallel League. I've just been informed, okay, that it's no longer the top 8 that will go into Las Vegas. It's gonna be the top 16 that will be
Boom.
going to Las Vegas. You heard it here first at the Parallel League Major 2 live stream. So anyone who's trying to get to the knockout stage, which is 32, that's gonna be done online. And if you get to the top 16, you're going straight to Las Vegas. So get your
Massive.
documents, get your passports or visa, whatever, get them ready already. If you know that you're going to be winning and going to be getting to the top, be ready for Las Vegas. And, guys, are you guys excited for Las Vegas and, for the top 16, top 32 seats as well? I hope you guys have a good time joining and, of course, have a good time competing in these tournaments as well. So, any last words from Kinto first for our community?
Yeah, definitely. Thanks everyone. It has been super fun. Like, I mean, this is by far has been the major where I have the most fun. Also, shout out to the casters. We have been chatting here in the caster chat, just laughing like crazy. Seeing the chat in Twitch has been absolutely insane. Watching everyone, all the homies there, just with all the pasta and all the stuff. I mean, it has been beautiful. It has been absolutely beautiful. Thanks, everyone.
Yes. Also, yeah, thank you. It's been beautiful. And free tip. Any last words to our viewers and our community as well?
Yeah, I'm pretty much gonna mirror what Quinto just said. Huge shout out first of all to all the competitors that took part, not only on this weekend's event, but the Swiss as well. Like to turn up, to get your game to that level, to be competing at this level. Amazing effort. So huge thank you to everyone who's been involved in the tournament. The competitors this weekend have given us such a show, right? This has been by far the most enjoyable, the highest level of gameplay tournament I've seen since we've been doing this Parallel League this season. And I can't imagine, like, it's going to go to the next level. I know it is. So I can't even imagine how crazy it's going to be at the World Championships in Las Vegas. So huge thank you to everyone that took part, who put on a great show. Huge thank you to everyone that tuned in. We've had so many people in the chat that have been in from the start and have stayed all day because it's just been you couldn't peel yourself away. So massive thank you to the community for all the support for the competitors, all the support for us here. Huge thank you to the production. So 983 Mark at the production, all my casters. Just it's been a wonderful experience. I'm knackered. I'm absolutely exhausted, but it's been worth it. So yeah, thank you so much to everyone.
Yeah, definitely worth it, as Free Tip Scout said. And of course, with that, we are your production team, and of course, the casters, Free Tip Scout. Of course, we have here Kinto, Muka, and Ali. I've been your host, Excelsior PH. And of course, we have a lot of people behind the scenes, the production team for the Parallel League, and our sponsors as well. Thank you to everyone also who have been watching over at the stream all these hours, all these nights. And of course, guys, just stay competitive and keep on playing Parallel. Guys, see you on the next one. And goodbye. Enjoy, guys.
Thank you.
Bye
See you
bye.
soon.
Thank you.
In this arena, legends are born and history is written. This is where dreams take flight, where every drop of sweat, every ounce of effort, and every heartbeat is dedicated to one singular goal. Tales will be weaved. History will be written. Titans will rise and fall. Champions will be crowned, and legends will be made. This is the Parallel League.